Couple minutes away from an historic or potentially historic inflation print to come at 8:30. Getting a spike in the futures right now, in fact, a couple minutes ahead of schedule here. 0.6 for the NASDAQ, currently 0.4 for the S&P 500. Here's what we are going to be focused on coming up in about 90 seconds. This number right here, this is the CPI year over year number, which is expected to come in at 8.7. Remember last month, 40-year high of 9.1% on the year over year number or headline number. The month over month 0.2 increase expected for the month of July, which is less than obviously the 1.3% that we got last month. There was a move there, as I mentioned, back to the upside for the overall market as we head towards this print. 1 minute to go here, guys. We'll bring the guys in here, get a check of what the plan is to kick things off on what could be a pretty exciting Wednesday morning here, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm not sure it's going to be as exciting as last time. We had the huge move on that monster, I guess, surprise. And right now, looking at our poll, it's like 40% think higher, 35% lower, 25% as expected. My gut's telling me in the middle. I'll have the cues up here. Obviously, a surprise is what's going to move the markets one direction or the other, and that's what we're geared for.
I mean, I already got in there and then out on that move up. So I don't know. I was got in, just took myself out because I don't want to be in before this number. So a nice little move to the upside. It just came right back into where we are. So we're going to try to push the TQQs one way or the other as this number comes out in only 10 seconds, Brendan. So why don't we go back to you so you can drop this thing as it comes.
A few seconds to go here, guys. We'll go right to the screen so you can see it as it happens here again. 8.7 expected on the year over year number. 0.2 expected on the month over month number. Anything outside of that will be a big move. 8.5, so lower. 8.5 on the year over year.
There it is.
Flat on the month over month, guys.
Bang! We're long right now. This is exactly what we thought would happen. Well, not we thought would happen. We had no idea what would happen, but that's why we put this order out here as the number comes out and we start ripping this market. We are long now, $1 in the money on the TQQs. So I think we could probably hold this. There it is, one-time daily goal already met. What a good number that was for this market as it comes out a little bit lower, which should signal, you know, better expectations here for the Fed, but I don't know if they're going to change their move, but that's a nice little move to the upside. Glad we took that.
That's the only concern you'll have there is that you could have the Fed maybe changing stance, but certainly first move initially to the upside. Oh my goodness, I forgot Amazon. Amazon's going to be 138 is going to be come and gone, but I'm going to try to hold. I took some cues here, and we'll see if we can't hold it. Everything moving into the upside there. Amazon, I'm looking individual names. That 138 from yesterday on Amazon, you can pretty much count that one as gone. Is like, the quotes are going nuts here, so my chart doesn't even want to load up. Look at that 139 break into 142. Just moonshot to the upside. You're going to see a lot of individual names have done this, but Amazon was one I was watching. Decided to go over to the Qs, but we're gonzo up to that 142. Market give it, sometimes market take away. Watch out, always in that first couple of minutes. You can see that little bit of a dip sometimes come back in. Can be a bit of an opportunity here, but hey, it didn't come out as expected. So anyone that voted lower in the poll, you were correct.
I mean, there we go, man. I mean, we just took the TQQs there. We busted it. We got in early on that move, got out for 20 cents, then hit it again on the upside. We used our stop orders. We got this number to go. It's up 2% now on the NASDAQ as CPI comes out and now booming. I think you hold on to these longs probably the rest of the day. This is a big time trade here, so couldn't be happier with this move. There it is, up to 36 on the TQQ, 6.5%, and we're starting to go even more now. There it goes, up 2.33%. A lot of names starting to go. Apple, the Qs, obviously. Apple up to 168 right now. This, Brendan, is a monster move. I'm glad that we're here trading this live for you on tradertv.live. $1.60 now in the money on the TQQs. This is how we do it, baby. We go long, we watch out for those numbers, we hit it hard, and that's a good little trade here to start the day. I'm so glad that you're live with us. This has been a big, big number and a big opening on this CPI, baby.
Yeah, great to have everyone with us this morning, guys. Smash the like if you're with us for this number. 2.5% now for the NASDAQ, the S&P 1.7. If you missed it, here we go again. 8.5 versus 8.7 on the headline number. Month over month comes in flat. That might be a bigger deal versus 0.2%. Remember last time it was 1.3% to the upside. So yeah, this should change things going forward as far as the Fed is concerned.
You know what? I'm not sure. Look, I'm not sure if it'll change things as far as the Fed is concerned, but certainly the fear. There was still a lot of people out there. I saw one analyst say like they could still see it coming in at like 11 and all that other nonsense. So there were a lot of fears that this could still run hot. Everyone was talking about the services was going to still be a bit of an issue, and used car sales and all that good stuff. But that seems like that's kind of abated right now. Just given the fact that, look, we just made a move here, and I'm going to quickly pull this up for you guys. We just made a move right into what a previous resistance. So I'm out of the Qs. I'm going to take it and run. Like that's that high, that 13.4. We get in there, maybe you catch a little bit of a dip. I'm watching major names here also add a bit of resistance as well. So, you know, historically speaking, there's typically been a pullback, and we'll get into individual names that had those catalysts, like your Roblox and your Coinbases. But for now, it's about that market. 142 on Amazon. That's going to line up pretty well. 42, 44 are the big levels to watch. If there is any dip whatsoever in Amazon into 138, that is to be bought up here this morning. And I'm not going to sleep on it. I don't usually trade Twitter, but this morning I'm going to be trading Twitter. The fact that that came into the upside does not matter. I will be sitting in front of 44. This did not move. I like the fact that it didn't move. It puts it right in the pocket for me. I'm not shorting 142 on Amazon, but that is the resistance level I had put in there. If I'm still looking at that at the open, that's actually fantastic because it should give us either the pop and fade trade or the breakout still to come. Big move to the upside, 3%, pretty solid. Worth noting that some of the names that were squeeze potentials this morning for me, Roblox already gone. We'll have to test that 40 even. Obviously, they're going to be down on earnings, but the hole didn't break the low, only one place for it to go. It's a bit different when at 8:30 you have the entire market booming to the upside. That's something we got to look at 9:30. Still have an hour to go, and lots can still happen in the midterm.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks on the chat there. Yeah, that was a good trade. I mean, we're really happy with the way that one turned out, obviously. And congratulations to everyone behind us, man. Everybody pretty much behind us killed that number. So good job, guys, and everybody. Good job, Stephanie. Good job, everybody behind us, making a lot of cash on that number. So, I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to make trades. We're here to trade for you, look at some different names. And, I mean, for me, all I put on there was a stop order. It was pretty simple. If it took out 36.50, I wanted to get, or 35.50. Or well, actually, we're talking about 34.50. That's how far up we are now. We wanted to take that trade, right? So that was a pretty easy one there. You don't have to worry about analyzing it too much. There's the donut. Thanks, Ray. Thanks for the coffee. That's much appreciated. But there you go. That's fine.
Did he not give you a
no, I didn't get me shit.
You know the crazy thing is, I told him I didn't want one.
All right, so I did want to talk a little bit about Roblox as well. The one name that we did have on the sticky note, or not on the sticky, well, on the sticky note, but was Microsoft up there to 290. So that was also a level there to look at. So 290 for Microsoft, it just ripped up to that. This name was super strong. Yet look at the moves. Some of these, like, I'm wondering, do we just get out now on some of these trades? Like, 885 now for Tesla off Elon Musk dumping almost $7 billion worth of.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, well, why? Because he does. Oh, yeah, because he needs to raise money.
Because it means the last couple of days it was kind of down.
Yeah.
In due in part because he's dumping it, and then he's saying he's done. If he's raising it for the Twitter thing, then in some ways it's a little bit bullish because we know that he's already sold the shares, and then in the midterm, maybe he does in the future if things go even more sideways. But it feels like the last couple of days of pressure on Tesla might be over. Don't sleep on the meme stocks, by the way, because Bed Bath & Beyond and AMC both getting moved to the upside. Everything got dragged up here. AMC reclaiming 23. Bed Bath & Beyond also coming in. I don't even know if we're going to be going over these ones on the watch list. Probably not. I'm not sure they would have made it. And Bed Bath & Beyond trying to get back above about 1060. Previous resistance support turning into resistance this morning, looking for a potential break. It looks like it's dragging everything into the upside, guys.
Quickly, guys, I can show you the Fed funds tool here. Instantly changing to the downside. So remember yesterday, this was 0.75%. It was about 62%. Instantly, we go to 50 basis points coming up in September at 64.5%. now 75 basis point increase, 37.5% chance of that coming up in September. So we'll see. Obviously, another month to go. One more CPI reading we'll get before we get this interest rate decision in September from the Fed. We'll get August in September before we get the Fed decision. So a number of things to discuss this morning. I saw Meta also popped up. They closed that bond deal at the end of the day yesterday, $10 billion, I think it was, for Meta. Big volume spike there as well on that number.
I mean, everything did. So it's like, look, 121 just got taken out. That was a monster level on Meta. They closed the bond deal. It's interesting because, I think you put in the note there on the watch list. Check out the Trader TV watch list, everybody. That Meta, one of the last big names that didn't really look to have that debt on their balance sheet. And when you're trying to do something like the metaverse, obviously you're gonna take a run and have to generate some cash. It's gonna be a long road for these guys, obviously. But that 171's come and gone. I'll probably throw that one completely out the window unless something really drastic happens and start looking at 173 here. I got to zoom out my 15-minute and start looking at this 172.5 to 173 to be support. It feels like it's going to be a support morning. As I said, I want to try to play Twitter into 44 here. I already have some at 21. If Elon's selling, the logic behind this is like if Elon's selling the shares, then it's because he thinks he's going to need to raise the funds, right? So like that move just has me bullish on Twitter today, and 44.10 has been support before.
I've really liked Meta obviously for a long time. I mean, we've been buying some of these dips. We were buying some on the miss on the quarter as well. So again, down here for Meta, it sucks because our charts don't update properly off the split, but that's okay. So Meta down here, 150, 158, 160 has been a good little level. We just need to break through. We might even just wind up doing it today. I mean, I think this is going to be, let's just wait to see when this market opens up, but this is going to be a really long day, I feel like, as far as long as in you want to get long everything today, because like if this takes out 175, it's bounced around. It's just pretty risky to take shares in the pre-market, especially on a name like a Meta or something like that. So I would say just be very, very careful with this down to 174.50 there on Meta. I like the long. We just got to find spots. For me, we talked about big cap tech a little bit. If we're going to do that right now, to me, the long is here on Microsoft going through 290. I mean, wow, what a monster move on Softy from that bottom, 240 up to 300 again. So, the last time we were here was that little pump in May where we dipped down, pumped back up into this 290. So right there, you're looking at a good level of Microsoft at 290. It's going to be hard to push the long at this time just because it's the pre-market and we just had this huge move up. So will people think that, hey, this is kind of, it's a great move. It's an amazing move to the north side here. But as we know, these can get popped and then faded out a little bit. I don't think that happens. This is the relief that I think the market finally wants. So we'll have to wait to see if there is any pullback. But, names like Roblox, Coinbase, the names that reported, Unity, there's a few other ones, Trade Desk, Meta with news, Microsoft, the names that we're looking at. I think this is where you want to look today because this is going to be a great, great market. As right now we're taking out the TQQs. We're not at the levels that we were at where we got out on the very, very top on that move, but we're definitely holding some bottoms here on the NASDAQ. So as long as we can stay above, this whole rally started at 13,000 today, basically, right? And so you're up now 300 points on the NASDAQ. You're up like 450. It's going to be a very, very good day, I feel like, in this market. Let's just make sure that we don't pay tops, right? Like, let's let this market, there's still 50 minutes until the real liquidity comes in. So I don't feel like it's the time to load into anything, but if you want to take some baby longs, I don't think this market's going to be dropping anytime soon.
That's a great point. One of those days where it's very difficult to have a plan before something like this happens. You mentioned this one, TTD. The ones that were already strong off of earnings also with a continuation move. So 20% now to the upside for the trade desk. Wanted to show you this. This is the 10-year, guys, absolutely tanking right now on that number. The US dollar also absolutely tanking right now. Bitcoin, however, a huge bounce back to 23,800 right now for BTC.
Yeah, crypto, that's obviously something that's been correlating to stocks. About a lot more than recently, obviously. So you're going to see a bit of a bump there. I'll be watching Coinbase, not any of the other names today. That's part and parcel because they had earnings here. But just watch, like when you get to resistance across many names, I always sort of ask yourself, like, is that a place to start taking profits? So if we were to get to 24 and then you're like 24.2 or something like that, you could see, like, even not, I'm not saying the stocks have to stall out too, but one significant asset class hits a level, and then a couple of big tech names hit a level, a couple of big S&P names might hit a level, and then you might have a little bit of a pullback. So you're looking for how do you play trend, and that's going to be usually dip buy. So the first thing I'm watching, like I said, was that NQ. Sort of taking this level out here, 13.4, and if we can do that, you have some breakouts in play. Just what a good breakout we had there. I have Stephanie's lines from the afternoon still on my NQ chart. I was like, I'm going to leave them up today because they'll probably be pretty interesting to play off of. And if you took the break on that line, pretty solid, obviously. Trade desk is through that 64. That breakout has come and gone. I didn't want to have a stop break on an individual name with low volume going into a number like this, but I'm going to like it off of 65 here. The key with trade desk is, yes, you're buying a top, but they had a good earnings beat. And the market was already treating this as a bit of a big bounce to the upside and a strong name to watch out for. And then instead of like pulling back off their post-market highs, it wanted to be breaking out. So I don't mind the long and trade desk off of some of these highs. It just makes a little more sense than buying tops in some of the other names.
All right, so yeah, we've talked about trying to buy some tops in some of these names. I mean, we will get to Roblox and a lot of these other ones that are popping off. I would watch basically right now. You're going to have Tesla on 900 watch again, so that could be a name that you're looking at if you're thinking about a trade right now. That could break 900, or you go short now and then it's $7. You're going to have to watch your account. I don't think you want to go short now. We'd already talked about trying to position up for this open. I think you're going to need a dip down to get long on anything. So if Tesla, let's just have a quick look here on the minute chart. I mean, what a move. That's a move up of $30 basically in a straight line there for Tesla, and now finally stopping. So if you are going to play the short on any of these names, they're all starting to make some tops. So that was Tesla 894 there. We talked about Softy at 900, or sorry, at 900. 900, yeah. Soon, 3 years. You heard
over.
My son. 290 right there, so that just stopped literally at 290. So that's going to be definitely a level to look at if you want to play the break. I think this might be a name that I play a break on, but 290 coming through on Softy. So just look out for some of these names. The one I did want to short, and I don't want to talk about it because we still have time to do this, of course, was Roblox. We talked a little bit about what happened to what I put on the sticky note here, and follow me at Trader TV Sean. There's also some CPI stuff out on that there as well. But what I want to talk about, there's Roblox all the way up here right now on the 1 minute chart as it getting bumped up right now. But Upstart, Roblox, kind of similar. You saw Micron yesterday with the pop and fade. So, Roblox off of a bad quarter, still getting that love here. I'm looking to see if we can go even higher, and then we'll fade this one off the open. But Roblox, an interesting name for me today, obviously, as well as Coinbase off those BTC moves, Brendan.
Few things to be aware of. The move in crypto right now is pretty impressive, guys. Back to the upside, even Ethereum trying to get going once again. You mentioned Roblox there, you mentioned Coinbase. Obviously, we'll discuss both coming up. Just watching a few things to the downside. Some of the smaller EV makers moving to the downside. BBBY, Bed Bath & Beyond, however, just taking out $11 to the upside on a huge move. AMC as well, back to almost $23.50 here. So even these squeeze stocks getting a bit of a ramp up.
Yeah, the breakout is certainly, look, it's everywhere, and I'll get this one out of the way because it's going to come up every time I bring up this chart. Bed Bath & Beyond, it'd be nice if it was up 125%, but it's not. Yeah, I know. It would be sweet, but it closed at like 980 or something along those lines. So it is up, and it's up a good percentage, but it's not that 128. I'm still looking at this one, it's about 1060 to 1070. I didn't catch that break. I'm sitting here at 65. I'm going to pop up to about 1075 just to get a piece of the pie. It feels like after a day of lull or slowdown, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, a bit of a pullback day happened in some of these squeeze names, and reclaiming the support, which is about this 1050, that's what I need to see happen. Like, if you reclaim that support level, you can retest some of those highs. I mean, it's pretty easy to see, like, if we fail below, I think you're going to be testing 10 pretty quickly, so I want to give it to those quarters. AMC is I guess it's the same thing. pretty similar, almost exactly the same chart, right? Like you're breaking out from that same 23 area, a little bit of support on that fail at 27 on the monster day. So you want to try to reclaim that support. That's probably down to the same two levels as yesterday, 22 and 23. And yes, I'm long Todd. I said in the afternoon show that if it was trading where it was at the close, I would come in and I would bid 1s, 2s, 3s, and grab along on Tide. So I am in that position off that $1 level. So that was just a discussion. Trading off those ones like Mullen was good and Hellbiz was good. Not saying there's specific news with that one, but obviously it got a tiny little bump there. But that's just a nice risk to reward. The squeeze names are back in play. I'll be watching these two, but don't sleep on MEGL. That kind of, the volume's actually back on MEGL, that recent issue that went absolutely crazy, and we left it for dead. And yes, it went from $250 down to 13, but it's done a couple of million shares worth of volume today. And as you can see, it is making some power moves as well. Not this, but it made all the way up to 16. This is dark pool printing going through. We're trading back in this consolidation at 13. If this doesn't take out the low at 12 at the open, it has a chance for a second run.
Yeah, we're talking about Bed Bath & Beyond a little bit. So we just got out a little bit there on our TQQ, another spot, as it's just kind of dancing around here at this high level, trying to break through 36 maybe. So watch out here for this name, TQQ. We just took out another piece. So we are now into we only have like 15% left or so of this move. Obviously the big ones doubled out there, doubled out there, doubled out there, and again. So just to give an update on that one, look, we wrote down again on the sticky note $9 for Bed Bath & Beyond. Obviously that never came in today. That bottom there for Bed Bath, we hit it yesterday. I don't know if it doesn't show it up here, but we got long 10 yesterday right here at 10.25 and hit this all the way back up to 10.60. Oh, there it is. Oh, wow, that just almost like magic.
If you leave it up for a second.
There's, so, you know, if you didn't think it was being honest, there it is right there. There's our 10.25 long up there. Took out the last 10 or I think it was 10%, I guess, 10, 20% for flat, but a nice move up. And I'm trying to think about the same thing. This was an 870 bottom with a little bit of a 9 area. So I was thinking about 9 on Bed Bath & Beyond there. So if that comes through, that's a level that I want to look at on this name. But it's already kind of off to the races here. So I don't know, squeeze play or not, this is going to be in play. The problem is, I feel like, especially with this number that just came out for CPI, and thank you for the super chats for everybody. We will talk about, I mean, PayPal versus Coinbase. I understand that that's something that you want to look at as well. But, you know, here's a super chat right here. Thank you so much for it, by the way. Are PayPal and Coinbase strongly correlated? We'll just have to see if they're strongly correlated or not based on how PayPal moves. Remember, PayPal has much more. They have money transfer.
Well, there's another,
they're on,
but the short interest, man.
Yeah,
Coinbase
short
is like 20% short. That's the big difference between the two. Like
this should help PayPal. This number though.
It should. This number helps PayPal. For a trade, coin's just going to be more volatile. There's no way around it. Coinbase is 20% short, right? So that makes it a much different vehicle to be able to trade. I am actually looking for shorts on some point in Coinbase just because the quarter wasn't good. No one expected them to make money, but the whole squeeze style trade that's been free money essentially on these stocks that are beaten up with a high short interest, I feel like that's blown out of the window now because that's a 930 play, and we've already gone 12% on Coinbase, bottom to top here, and now I'm watching 95, 96. If we get up into that range, it feels like that can be shorted. But I mean, like I said, rising tides lift all ships.
Correct.
So yeah, I mean, this had nothing to do with this CPI number. Tide was going to be a playoff of 1 even. I wish I'd got those O2s as well. Twitter's starting to go up. Everything is breaking out these highs. I don't know what I want to buy at these tops, Brendo, but you've got some names on that upgrades and downgrades list that are certainly interesting. One that we just talked about.
Yeah, typical for an earnings kind of day. You're going to get multiple moves in multiple directions from analysts on Coinbase. To the downside, there's a couple here, though. To the downside, worth noting on Coinbase. Unity as well. I saw about 5 or 6 different price target changes for Unity. Not on the board this morning, though. DTTW reported earlier in the week. iHeartMedia on here. There you go for upgrades. It's a bit of a quiet day, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, Take Two, they did report, and there was a little, I was going to be wrong. I don't want to say it didn't do anything, but come on, chart, load up a little more than that. if there was a move, they did move back into the downside. It didn't feel like it was that bad because you had like a little bit of a relief. So it hasn't been doing much. I'd say that's a pretty modest bump, given how the market just ran. The downgrade and the bad earnings is probably winning the day here. That maybe if we go to the upside, that feels like a stock that could be shorted at 125. But the volume is essentially nothing. No one wanted to come to this name to trade it, which is probably a reason why it might be able to be faded here today. But there's way too many things to look at to jump over to take two. I just thought I'd give it a gander. It's going to be Coinbase, I think, if I look for something. And as I say that, Coinbase already peeled off a couple bucks.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some peeling off. I mean, that was a big move to the upside. We just looked at PayPal at some key levels as well. I'll do that PayPal because I want to talk about it before we went back to Brendan there a little bit. I mean, you're up here on this daily chart just because you guys were talking about PayPal, and thanks for the super chat again. You know, you've bounced back up to this $100 mark. So this is going to be something that's going to be another interesting level there for PayPal, right? I mean, it's a great move off the bottom. Like, I was thinking about this today, and I was even going to do it if we got a bad number because I was like, oh my God, like, you know, some of these names just ran so far. But now we get that great print, and I'm just wondering if this is a little bit of an exit strategy for a lot of traders. Wait for this to get back to some key levels on some names that we know have been in trouble. Like, is PayPal really deserving of, from July 15th to August 10th, to go up basically 40%, like from $70, right? Add 40% to 70, you're going to get up to $100. So does that make sense in a month for some of these names? You're going to get names like Coinbase, and just because Coinbase reported as well, and obviously they're moving around. But does this name deserve to be up from $41 back on July 5th or whatever this was, you know, all the way to 100 today? So up 100%, like, you know, $40 up to $80. It's a double up in a month on Coinbase. What's changed? I mean, crypto is still pretty consistently at that 23, 24 level there. So yeah, I just think that a lot of these names have run real hard here into what we all thought was going to be, I mean, I don't want to say we all thought, but we talked about that yesterday, how there's been a lot of people talking about that. We've seen the highest print on CPI, so maybe that's true now. So I wonder if that was the run that we've just seen, not today in Coinbase, but in some of these names, like a PayPal, like a DraftKings, a lot. I mean, basically any of those ARK names. The average ARK name, I think, in her core holding was up like 32%, you know, in a month and a half. Like, that's a ridiculous move up, considering that we still haven't changed that much. CPI is still nowhere near. They want it to be down to 2 and 3. Okay, so you still got to chop this down, and there's still a lot of wood to chop in this in this forest here. So I'm not sure that the lumberjacks are ready to go at this even more than they've already been. So there's been a lot of pushback on a lot of names. I mean, let's just check out. I haven't even looked at DraftKings yet today. So let's just up to 20. I guess we've seen 20 before recently, but that was a nice move. Actually, this didn't move that hard, from 18 up to $19. But this is another name that was down here at 11, $10 up to 19. You know, sure, NFL's coming and all this, and I can see that there is reason to buy a lot of these names, but let's just be perfectly honest. These are growth names that have really run super fast into an expected CPI print, a little bit lower. It came in today, so I feel like there's going to be fades on. It's just right now I'm not confident enough to put anything on with only 35 minutes to go. So let's just continue to look at charts, have our plays ready to go. I like Microsoft. I like the quality names. That's what I started this off with. Buy the quality names right now. I feel like you get a little bit of a runway back up to the upside. The Metas, the Googles, the Amazons, Microsoft especially of the world. Maybe even time to get into some AMD if you're not yet.
And I just saw SoFi guys up 4.5%. So not on that level, but the opposite direction here. We'll talk about a couple of maybe not so quality names. ACHR up this morning on pre-delivery payment of $10 million from UAL. So UAL ordering some of their products. So $10 million payment coming for Archer. Also, Nikola, guys, new CEO named for Nikola. So it's up as well here in the pre-market.
Watch out, that ACHR, that's in the danger zone right there. Nah, it's not really. It's just got no volume on it. But Nikola, I pulled this up when I saw that headline come through thinking, hey, maybe it'll get some volume in there. We always know Nikola sometimes can be good for a little bit of a run, and I always double check. I go right over to Flow Checker because I love that website. 35, it's anywhere from 27 to 35% short. So it's really more about the fact that it's in that squeeze bucket. I mean, I took the long on Bed Bath & Beyond. You can see it there at 1075. And if you were playing the same sort of area on a Nikola, I don't know how big that catalyst is going to be. Let's be real, but now sometimes it just gets some attention. That's all that matters. You're playing off, I guess, that 7/4 on a dip. If you happen to think that we can go squeezing on some of these high short float names again, so Nikola's in the bucket to be sure, but it's not about the CEO to me. Like, the number I care about is that 30% short interest on a day like today. So that's what I care about for Nikola. If it holds these levels, I prefer trading AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond, obviously, but Nikola's in the bucket too.
Okay, so I just realized I didn't pay for shorts on anything. So, like, if I'm going to try to short Coinbase, I think we have to pay for those shorts.
No, they were free this
Oh,
morning.
what? Okay.
Actually, I'm going to check again, but
yeah,
it just
free,
moved
okay,
10%.
well, then I won't pay for them if we don't need them. Yeah, you talked about Nikola. Let's go over to AMC quickly here because apes unite again on that move, up to 23 and change. AMC up 4% on the day alone. So that's a nice. This is a 20-minute chart. You see that bottom of 22. It just ripped to 23.50. So again, I don't know what AMC is going to do today, but that's a beautiful move up there to $24. I was thinking about if we had that run today, that you might want to look at a 25 short, which is where we kind of had that top put in yesterday. So you could, I mean, the top, I mean, we wicked up to 27.50 there. I have to check on that yesterday. Let me just check that quickly because when did we do that? That was not yesterday. That was in, okay, that's that pre-market. So yeah, we didn't actually get up there. I didn't think that was possible yesterday to get up there, but yesterday it was at 25. So it's the 25 level that we're really concerned with here. We went up to 23.70. I think if AMC can get to 25, that's a pretty good play to short at that level. But the thing is, it's not like we're getting in the way of all of you apes. You're at 23.20 right now. A move up to 25 on AMC today would be fantastic. And I still think that you could try to respect this 22 area for long. Yesterday it held out pretty good. So if AMC dips back in, you may want to start to load up some of the longs in this 22 area. That bottom, we shorted it and made some money, so it's all good. But it held at 21.75 yesterday, right? So I feel like for AMC, we know it's going to be a volatile name, but there's 22 that we've looked at a bunch of times. So I do like AMC into $22 there. So have a look at that for AMC. We already talked about Bed Bath & Beyond down to 9 or 10. That's a good one. It's going to be interesting. We have coming up Arun with his future stake.
We'll bring Arun in here and get a check of the overall market, try and get an understanding of what is important now. I saw a few people talking just in the sense of why this is so positive. It was still 8.5%. Inflation still 8.5%, but on a month-over-month basis, it did not increase. So the month-over-month number flat. We get that downtick, Arun, that I think everyone was hoping for and waiting for. What do we look at now as far as the market's concerned?
Yeah, in this market, it's all about the small bets, right? So if the number comes in a little bit lower, it's a great thing. Regardless of what the number is, it's a great thing because everyone's worried about inflation. That's a hot topic. Everyone's worried about what the Fed's going to do if the inflation number continues to rise. So something that comes in even just a little bit underneath what's expected is a great thing for the market. So here you are with the market running up right into that 4,200. But keep in mind, 4,200 is a big area. It's an area that's held well multiple times. If I go back on the daily, you're going to see a ton of action between 41.50 all the way up to 42.10, going back to March, and then you have June, and then you have late May. You have a lot of action and a lot of volume in this little pocket here. So if we can get above 42.10 with this number, then you really do have a chance to run. But as you can see, this market's starting to catch an offer here in front of this big zone. So just be aware that if this market decides, you know what, there's enough here to come back to reality. You know what, this number is still bad. It's a small win, but it's still a bad number. Then back down we go. Just be very, very careful on how you decide to play this because this market is trying to figure out what it wants to do with this 4,200, 42.10 area. So 42.10 is going to be my top point, right? So if we get above 42.10, then I would say this market's cleared any sort of resistance that's been in play. Let's take a shot at the long and let's get a move towards. We really don't have a whole lot going on until we get into that 4,300. So get above 40-10, I'm going to take a shot at the long, see if we can't get above there. If we were to fall off from here, we're sitting at 93 right now. If we were to continue a little bit further down and break back underneath 41.70, I think the shorts are back on. I would take a shot on the short side, put the stop just above 42.10 and see if we can work a move right back to where we started this whole thing at 40. So it's going to be one of those trades where you have to wait until the open because this market's made its move in the pre-market. We'll see how this market wants to respond after the open, because there's been a lot of times where you have these big pre-market moves that get completely reversed when the market's open. So just be aware that you want to see what the market opens. If you're not in position already, then I would definitely wait until the market opens up to see how this market wants to respond to these levels. So that's all I've got. This is sitting at a great location. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm going to be going on vacation after today. So you guys won't see me for 5 weeks or so, but this could be a very exciting time for you guys because, again, 42.10, you clear that, you open up the upside in a big way. So keep an eye. This is at an inflection point. Could be a very interesting summer for you guys.
Enjoy your time off, Arun. We'll see you in a few weeks. Much deserved time and rest heading into September. So we'll touch base with Arun coming up again in September, guys. Huge move up right now, obviously still trying to hold, as you said, below that 4,200. Let's get into everything else you need to know on an individual basis this morning. Make sure you grab the watch list every single day. Absolutely packed today with opportunities, a lot of which were to the downside initially, but I mean, this changes things a little bit. We'll talk about Tesla here a little bit first. Tesla higher this morning on this note, suggesting, I mean, before CPI comes out, Tesla was higher on this note that Elon sold about $7 billion worth of shares, preparing for the possibility he might get forced to buy Twitter.
Yeah, like this, the Tesla news is why I'm long Twitter, and I want to stay long Twitter above 44 today. You can say whatever you want about, Elon and his line about he was done selling shares, and then he goes ahead and did this. But everyone sort of understood that if the deal goes through, to the extent that there is some financing and some partnerships, that some of it's going to be funded by the selling of Tesla shares. Like, that's where his fortune is, right? So let's be real about that. I can throw out, and I'm not going to throw it out, but figuratively throw out support levels for Tesla because, we didn't get that downside move. Obviously, 900 is a bit of resistance. I like to channel to the upside 915 to 925, like somewhere in this range with a lot of chop in that zone. If it gets up there, I think that's a little bit safer if you're looking for a place for any kind of a short. Dip buys, I have to throw out 870 to 875 just because that was previous high that got rejected, and that's where we broke out from. So that's all I can look at for Tesla there. And as I said, with Twitter, it just feels to me, and when you go to the daily chart on Twitter here, after the deal was announced, its initial support, where it got bought back up into 55, was right at this 44 level. And now that people are a little bit more bullish on the deal, which I think makes a heck of a lot of sense, right? Like $54.20, if it gets done without any kind of a negotiation lower, we've managed to hold out that 44. It didn't move on CPI because why would it? Like, you sort of like bigger risk assets might make some more sense, but I'm going to be trying to scalp this one all day long. As a matter of fact, it just got to 44.60, so we're able to take like 35 pennies on that. I think we can maybe challenge that 45 area. But ultimately, you're not getting $1 to $2 ranges on Twitter, I don't think, anyways. If it goes through 45, that'd be fantastic. I'm more concerned about sort of reloading in front of 44, buying the dips, and then scalping some out. But it's about it's the Tesla sale of shares. That's the reason I'm liking Twitter today. Up 4%, and I just think that 44 on the daily can now start to hold out and be a base of operations for some daily trading on Twitter, I should say.
I just want to mention this here. Thank you to one of our longtime viewers here, Internet Enforcers. Listen to this. I watch multiple trading shows on YouTube. I have 2 YouTube TV finance shows on. I'm a paid membership in something called Warrior Trading. Never heard of it. TTG and Zip Trader. All of these, Trader TV is the best of all. So thank you so much, Internet Enforcers, for that one. I mean, not only that, the key thing is paid memberships. I mean, I don't know. This ain't no paid membership over here. So we really appreciate all that talk, and that means a lot, obviously, to all of us as we build this thing up to the moon. And we're just getting started here on Trader TV Live. But I forgot. I mean, how could this guy be a
oh,
bear,
yeah, that's right.
So
yeah.
There it
we
is.
are
Thank
up
you,
a couple
Randy,
points
for that
here.
one. Thank you for that. Yeah, big ups. Big ups. I thought you were doing that, so I didn't want to leave you hanging there. Thanks, Randy, for that one. Because Randy's here, I mean, he comes right where we're talking about Tesla. So there it is right there, 885. That bottom's held pretty good on Tesla. 886 holds there on Tesla. Obviously, if Elon Musk had talked to Randy, he may have not sold $6.9 billion worth of Tesla shares. So, but who knows? Tesla's still a nice little name here. We're going to have to watch it at that $900 level. A good move up that 5%. But Tesla continues to be a strong name off earnings. I mean, we were down here 750, 760. Earnings came, busted to 940. So is that going to be in play today? No, not 940, but definitely 900s in play. And never count them out. Like Neil said before earlier, him selling his Tesla shares does relieve some pressure on the stock. I mean, that 6.9 billion more shares that are out there now in other traders' hands, if he's selling them, guess what, Brendan? Someone else is buying them. So, you know, that gives us a little bit of strength there to say that a lot of the traders, it's like Apple. That big joke was anytime you sell Apple, it either goes into an ETF or goes into Warren Buffett's pocket. So I feel like the same thing might be true here for Tesla. Every time he sells, you know, there are waiting arms there for shares. And I don't think anybody that's bought Tesla in the last week or so on this sell from Elon Musk is going to be selling anytime soon. So there is a lot of pressure here for Tesla to continue to move upside. I would look out. I mean, now we're only 20 minutes away, so we're getting a little spicy here into the close. The VIX is at its lowest level since April. Open. We're not getting that close to the close of the pre-market, I guess. VIX is at the lowest level it's been at since April, so down to $20, not $20, but I guess the price of it is 20. So the VIX down to 20. I like it. I think that this is a good little sign here for today. Whether or not the NASDAQ goes to 3% or not, it's been holding these highs since the numbers, so I'm just excited to see what happens here off the open.
I saw a bunch of these just popping up. We'll get into it. It's worth noting, guys. Retail earnings coming next week, a ton of them. So keep these in mind. But yeah, a lot of these just popped up on that inflation number as well. So retail stocks on the back burner this morning. Here's Coinbase to the downside still. We did get a pop, obviously, with the market. But yeah, earnings not great for Coin.
So if you just go to Coin in a quick second here, but this EVFM, I see a couple of people in the chat talking about it, moving to the OTC markets as soon as I think tomorrow. So that news just came out. That's why a 65-cent stock just went down to 40. Volume's pretty good. It might be worth a trade. I'll check back in on it in a bit. But Coinbase, this might have been the one to short at the top. Not might have been. It would have been. I just wanted it to go a little bit higher on Coinbase. Look, I don't think anybody is shocked that they had a disappointing quarter, given what happened in crypto, to be sure. But the number, like I said, the number that's going to end up mattering a little bit more than the fundamentals is that 20% short interest. The thing that sets it apart from some of the other names that were in that list of names that reported and then managed to squeeze is, well, in the last week, we've gone from 60 into 116 and then now back at 90, sitting in the middle. So you've already, but there were a lot of shorts that already got blown out a few days in a row on Coinbase going into this. So I do wonder, especially, and again, even after that move, how many shorts are still going to be left to cover that weren't doing so in the last couple of sessions there. I think it's turned relatively weak since it made that high. If we get anywhere near 100, obviously I'm going to like it to the short side. I might step up to this 92.5 where it made that wick top to look for some shorts in Coinbase. It's a weird anecdote that we've had to pay for locates on this stock ever since, at least I think for the last couple of weeks. And then today after earnings, it's the first day that they're free. I don't know if that's a trap or not, but I'm looking at Coinbase to the sell side today. Had it been sitting in front of $80, 81, I would have been going long in front of the low the same way we were doing with Upstart yesterday, but $10 higher, it's a fade for me here. Numbers not solid. They're under a lot of pressure when it comes to pricing as well. It doesn't mean that in the long term they can't succeed, but I think they could have just made a little bit of a top again. And the sellers keep coming in every time there's a big spike, and it tends to follow through to the downside the last couple of days.
I mean, there's some people talking about, Mara, and we talked about PayPal a little bit, and Square, and some of these other names that could follow Coinbase. I think it's going to be a Coinbase-specific story because you do have that short interest that we talked about. Was it 28 or something? I don't know what it was, but it was something like that. So, yeah, BKSY. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of names that are starting to pop right now. I just want to talk about, we did get out again, so now we only have 5% left of our NASDAQ long here as it broke back down below 36. So we're going to hold the rest of this and just see where it goes. Honestly, my target's like 35. If it breaks 35, then we'll get out. And then because I don't want to be focused on this. I'd rather play some of the other names, obviously, as this market's going to open up. We've talked about some names and some levels that we like. Look, when BlackRock came in and spiked this name up to 115 or 116 there the other day, I feel like this is where you want to buy Coinbase if you're going to buy it. So I feel like we fall back into this $74, $75 area down into here. So to me, you just wait for Coinbase to do that. Whether or not the trade comes through today, I really feel like we have to be smart about this. Like, look at Upstart yesterday. So Upstart was a horrible quarter for sure. They were down, I don't know, 15, 20% or something. And then you can see what happened there off the morning when and if this chart loads. So Upstart right here closes at 32, opens back up at 28. So that's like that percentage down. We're like, oh, okay, let's short this thing. And what does it do? It breaks the open and turns green on the day yesterday off the open. It basically goes from 28 up to 33.50 in a straight line up yesterday off the open. So, can Coinbase do that? Yes, it can, says Thomas the Tank Engine. So, that one's going to have a nice little move back in for Upstart. So if I look at that and I look at Coinbase and I figure out the same kind of thing that, not a great quarter, kind of big short interest. This pop reminds me of that Upstart move, but of course that was on CPI, so I think that we could even pop even further, and that's why I wrote down something like a 95 or so for Coinbase, which gets us obviously way higher than we were yesterday. I mean, this stock is now up. Now, it's not up. Is that the right number that it's up 10%? Yeah.
It is up.
It could be. I don't know if it's 10%,
no, not 10%.
That doesn't.
It's,
well, I mean, where's the close?
It's slightly up. It's 88 was the close about.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was just trying to do that because we did make that move out on earnings. So yeah, 88 to 89. So you're up maybe a point and a half or so on Coinbase there. So this percentage is not right. I'm sure we have a ticket in for this. I mean, we're not the only ones.
I put the ticket in a couple of days ago.
Good.
So the issue actually isn't that they trade the world. It's our provider has an issue on some stocks.
Okay, but anyways, Brendan, that's Coinbase. I think you got to wait for a little bit more of a pop before you do that. Neil's already confirmed, I mean, I could do it too, that we have shorts, so this should be a fun one. And remember, if we don't have to pay for shorts, it means it's a little bit easier to grab them on the street. So, maybe the short interest isn't going to be in play today, but we'll wait to see. I'm looking at 95 as a top there for Coin.
Let's go on to Roblox here, taking out pre-market highs currently through 44, back to the upside after this happened after market yesterday. Not much positive on this report as far as the numbers are concerned. Even the daily active user numbers down as well. But nice move here with the overall market so far for RBLX.
This is like Coin. It's like
the same play.
It's best laid plans, right? Like the CPI number. I'm not betting for the market to go down in a situation like that. But after Upstart, we kept saying, it's just you gap down that far. Roblox was the one that I felt set up the best for a bit of a doesn't break that 40 even, and you just got to take the long break. And obviously you're well past that now. For shorting Roblox, I don't mind doing it today. It's not like it was a great quarter for them. The user number, not good as well. But 45 would have been the starting point to start thinking about it. And then into this channel where it had the recent top was about bottom support was 46.5. So somewhere in that channel is where I would have looked for that short. I'm going to probably wait. I'll have to sit this one out to the open. So either we push like $1 to $1.50 higher for a fade in Roblox, or I'm looking all the way back to like 42s. I just want things to settle down. What you haven't had happen here, which is interesting, is the futures haven't had much of a pullback. It was a clean move to the upside and a very muted pullback so far. So some of the names that have what that tells me is like a name that goes up 10% and is actually holding that high. Like all it's doing is kind of taking its cue from the rest of the market here. Coinbase had a bit of a deeper pullback just now, but Roblox holding up a little bit nicely. So I wouldn't jump into this short right away, but it's still down significantly, obviously off of that quarter. But I don't want to be too early on this. I'm going to wait till 9:30. I'll look for that channel. It's a wide channel, $1.50 on a $45 stock that I'm looking at. So sometimes you want a little bit tighter to 46.50. Like that's why you'll see me in. I'll probably reload to something like a Twitter because I think it's a play that's a little bit independent of some of this. That's some of this market move overall, not completely, but at least a little bit. But for the rest of these, I almost want to wait till that open because the read from the morning would have been to play off that 40 for support, and you can't do that at 45.
I agree, and that's why we put this here, and it's literally the same thing. Look what I put here. Roblox misses on metrics, similar to Upstart, Palantir, Micron. This might run, right? So again, regardless, all these plays kind of get kiboshed here because of the fact that the futures did go there, and they've already hit some of these levels. So I'm wondering about that for tonight, but there's Roblox 45. We talked about there's initial pop, be patient, short any move higher, wait for 45. The problem is that we're already here to 45. So you're going to have to now, I feel like, wait even higher, maybe 46, 47. But everything has changed now with this number. So I'm really anxious to get this market open. The one name that I'm looking at, again, to load something up. And I saw someone in the chat say that, honestly, a lot of these stock moves don't matter if you caught that futures move. And I tend to agree. I mean, I'm looking here, even when I look at some of the numbers that were posted behind us by some of these guys, numbers that, people don't normally make because that futures move was so upsized and so easy to take there, like it just ran. I wonder if a lot of traders may ease back a little bit on the equity side, but it doesn't mean that you have to. And I think that there is going to be trading opportunities. Look at 286 for Microsoft if that comes in. So I really like that level to come in for Softy. We have to find some breakout levels to the upside. We have one here, 290 for Microsoft as well. So I really feel like that was such an easy move here on the futures, honestly. Like, we took the first trade and then got stopped back there, but then we just put it right back on when it busted up, and it's holding higher. That's what I mean by easy. It hasn't given you sort of that whipsaw. This has been one straight move to the upside. So if there are bears out there. We know there's a lot of bears out there. I want to see that test one more time, because if it takes it out, then I think the bulls are going to be in charge. The bears will let this thing run, and then we'll see a NASDAQ at 3.5%. So, you got to take out this high there for the NASDAQ. If that happens, then a lot of these stocks, man, Microsoft already up today. Meta already up. I mean, we don't even have to look at the 20-minute, but look at this. You're at 176. You're telling me it doesn't want to take that out? That's a big level. Apple, the biggest dog in the yard, they don't want to take out this 168 again, but you could flip it around on the other side and say, hey, these could also be great shorts. It's a beautiful move up. Has the economy been solved? We have layoffs in all of these companies. I mean, Microsoft, go down the line. PayPal, Coinbase already announced layoffs. Roblox announced layoffs. We had someone yesterday, what was it, Google, announcing that they're getting sued as well. That's coming up. They have layoffs. So I feel like the world is not solved here, but some of these stocks acting like they want to bust higher. Let's just see if the market pulls forward, and if it does, then you're going to have a monster day and a possible fade tomorrow into the weekend. But I mean, it's been a monster move up here. I'm not even really seeing any headlines come through. This market's just going to have to sit here, wait to see what happens. But look at this, 168 on Apple. I just ran the gauntlet for you. 176 on Meta, 290. I mean, what about Google? What about Amazon? I mean, all these names. Look at Google, Google 120. I mean, pick your poison, baby. They're all right here. Shout out to whoever this is. I want to get you quickly here because I just saw it come out. What's up, Jose? Jose's been a great supporter of the show recently. Morning, guys. Redbox. Okay. Can you all explain how it's possible shareholders voted? I mean, okay, I don't know how it's possible shareholders voted for something, but merger so that they wanted to lose money, and with merger shorts, do they not have to cover? So I'll have to find out more about this story, because I don't know how it's possible shareholders voted for merger, so they wanted to lose money. Well, again, remember, a lot of the shareholders here are not retail like we are.
Exactly.
So we don't know the prices that they're in. We don't know some of the inside scoop there. I don't even know who do they merge with.
It was that chicken soup for the...
Oh, Seoul?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. So again, there might be some, what do they call it when... You merge together, and there's
for the love of
synergies there. Synergies.
Yeah,
I kept thinking synopsis, but I didn't want to say. That's why I said syn.
Ooh, synopsis.
Synopsis. Yeah, some synergies there. So you're gonna have to wait on that one, Jose. I don't know why Redbox would do something like that. I don't know enough about the story, so it's gonna be a hard pass until I find out more about that.
But shorts. But when you do have a merger agreement, I mean, shorts obviously, you have to you have to give up the shares in that situation. Like, you can't stay short when a merger deal closes.
Yeah.
That's just the way that works. But yeah, as to the specifics, I'm not really abreast of that deal either. You're seeing it's being punished obviously here today. That's why you're bringing it up down 25% and big volume. But that caught a huge bid earlier on. So I don't know, watch out for this like 220. Like, that's wipeout bottoms always interest me, and we just saw a wipeout bottom on Redbox.
Here's a note, guys, for Redbox. Good pickup on that. All stock offer was made on May 11th, 69 cents, representing an 88% discount for RDBX. So yeah, shareholders approved that merger. So we'll read into that a little bit more. Let's go to Unity here before we get to the open. Speaking of acquisitions, remember yesterday we got this news, the $17.5 billion all-stock proposal from AppLovin Corporation. It's worth noting that Unity did comment on this in the earnings release aftermarket yesterday, saying that basically they'll look over it and thanks, but no response essentially. Otherwise, though, earnings not good for Unity.
No, I mean, that's one of those like polite no's.
Unity.
It feels like to me, it's like, okay, well, you give like we'll listen, we'll do our diligence and blah, blah, blah. But nothing really all that solid there in terms of the deal. But Unity, look, everything else made breakouts, so why not Unity through 50? The interesting thing for that is it already had, see, this was another one that was going to be good because it had two levels of support there. It had the pre-market lows for the 50 break and it had 47. So on a dip, there's going to be pretty much, I think, two shots at Unity if it's going to make a secondary push. Given the fact that we're moving to the upside, this is one, like, it's not like Coinbase for me. Like, remember Coinbase was showing you the 15-minute where it had, like, you've got lower highs in the last week. Unity, it's like higher highs and higher lows. Like, if we get up to 55, 57, I'm not going to stand in front of that freight train to the short side on Unity. I'd much rather be looking for buying in front of that support. It's got to get below 47 to absolutely crater, and then if that happens, people are going to be talking about why wouldn't you just take the deal, which I know was valued, I think, a little bit more than that. I forget the exact number, what that 17 billion worked out to when you put it into AppLovin shares. But either way, Unity, I'm going to stay away from the short here. The volume is also not that fantastic when it comes to Unity software. Pretty light on the volume front this morning, so it's going to be a stay away unless I see that 47 bid.
I mean, I'm still looking. I mean, I see what you're saying, Alan Atkins, there about Carvana, CVNA. I mean, there's so many. What? That's a CVNA. Isn't that what it is? Oh, it's a New York stock. Okay. Yeah, off that $50 level. But, I mean, we need to go a little bit to get to 50, first of all. You know, it's only at 45. But this is kind of the levels that we're thinking about here. One name that did report that wasn't overly successful was Win yesterday. Obviously, I mean, I want to say obviously. I haven't looked at it yet. But I was going to say up a little bit, probably more than it was off that. Nah, not really. I mean, the CPI number didn't do anything to this name. Well, I guess just no volume. But anyway, $63 up to 66. These are some levels to look at as well on Win. This is not a heavily shorted name or anything like that, but they did not come out with better profits at all. So Win continues to fall back down here. I don't know. I'm super excited, man. There's only 5 minutes to go. There's lots of names. I'm just trying to find the best name to play here. I want to watch Microsoft on any dip down in, but we do have on our board here Bed Bath & Beyond, AMD, Coinbase. They're all ready to rock and roll. If you can, hit the like button, man. Okay, here comes Microsoft back in a little bit. Not back in, but just broke through 289. The spread right now, actually it's okay, but it was just 289 all the way down to 288.15. So here we go. Some of these names starting to pull back in. This might give us some dip buy opportunities off the open. Hit the like button, please, if you're watching this. I mean, like we already mentioned, this is the best trading show on YouTube, and thank you for that talk there on the chat. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, and join us every single day. Regardless of CPI, man, Neil and I are here every single day until we're forced to take vacation time. So join us. And
they literally did that.
Yeah, which we literally had to do, and we are doing now. Last year, none of us took vacation until we had to, so the three of us, I guess, at the time, were all taking vacation, like basically all of December. One of us wasn't here, but that has changed, and we've taken time off in the summer. Brendan has a trip coming up as well, and I know you're taking a little bit of time off near Labor Day. So
Dallas.
Yeah, exactly. So that should be a lot of fun, and we have some surprises coming for you on who's going to be hosting the show at that time. So lots of excitement coming up and lots of big news. Let's go over to Brendan with a small name here that I don't think we've talked about yet.
We have not. Yeah, SSNT, little one, popped up this morning very, very early. It's worth noting, up to $6. It's come all the way back already. 480 and then 520 on the daily chart. Big time levels for SSNT. Yes, positive news, but it is struggling already at 480 and then 520. Room down to 360, guys, for that one.
Like, all I said was like Dallas, and someone's like, Dallas sucks. I don't like the Cowboys either. I'm assuming you mean that, but I actually had SSNT on my radar as well. So that 3 million float's always going to be interesting, but it needs to actually break out from its consolidation. Someone asked me about Tide, and if you weren't watching the afternoon show, then the context is not going to be there. So just quickly, it broke out from $1, went to 180, and look at the support on the pullback. It's held $1 the entire time. And I said I would sit there, and as long as it wants to be at this price, go longs, 1s, 2s, 3s, maybe even some 4s, and scalp it into 10s, maybe some 15s, and then if it does a parabolic move, play it into 25. Right, so that's just a strategy. I saw it work with Mullen for a few days in a row. Hellbiz was a little bit more extreme than that off of $1, but it's just a simple style play there. It's not a tremendous catalyst or anything like that, but it's $1, so there's going to be liquidity on this bad boy. Lots to watch, obviously, going into this morning. I want to get to, and you at least talked in AMD, right? AMD. So, I mean, Sean talked to AMD. NVIDIA is the one I've been watching the last little bit here. If you go back to the afternoon, you can throw out the 172, but the tops are what I care about. The tops from yesterday, that 174 to 175 channel that we're shorting. I'm looking for that for a bit of a dip buy if it's going to be the chip names here for me. With 2 minutes to go, that Meagle, MEGL, I know it's not Meagle, that's just what I like to call it. Obviously, you can see what happened to it previously, but it's trying to get a second wind here. It already made a couple of moves up, but this is starting to get very weak. Each of these bounces gets a little bit lighter off of 13. That said, until it breaks low, it's got a shot. I'm looking at 1275 here at the open. If you can get even like a 13 into a 1275, makes a little bit of sense for a tight stop, or a wider one gives you 12 even. But it doesn't look nearly as appealing as it did before that CPI number came out there. I thought it would be consolidating, doing nothing, and then making a move. It's already made a lower high since that CPI came.
It's the man, the myth, the legend is on the bell. It's Tony getting ready to rock and roll. Shout out to Yummies, man. Shout out to Yummies. I could use one of those burgers, man. Those are great burgers. In and out. So he wants to look at the new IPO, FRZA, tomorrow, and GCT. So yeah, we'll keep those in mind. Thanks, Yummies. Make sure you message us that tomorrow. Just like $1 super chat or whatever, and we'll be able to look at that for sure. Today, we have a lot on our mind, but FRZA and GCT, I believe. Thanks, Daniel, for that one from Yummies. What great burgers and what great shawarma, everything over there. What he brought last time.
The fries are good too.
Yeah,
man.
The fries, everything. The spice is very, very nice. The spice
it's
is
too early
nice.
for the top food,
right there. So nice. Thank you so much for that one, Daniel, and your continued support as well.
Oh, wait, there's another leg up.
Microsoft, there's another leg up in the futures.
Everything I'm looking at just
everything's
went up,
starting to go upside a little bit here.
Where are the dip buys, man?
Yeah, well, we're going to wait for those. I don't really have anything taking out the tops yet. We are going to wait for Apple to get a little bit lower, near 167. We're waiting for Microsoft at that 286, if that does happen. But we may have to take out some of the tops. Watch out for 290 on Softy coming out very, very soon. But here we go, Neil.
Yeah, with only about 15 seconds to go, it is Tony on the bell. I'm watching a little trade desk because that's very strong there. Obviously, I have a couple names. But Twitter, should we move to the beat of its own drum? Trade desk already at 68, 25% to the upside. 5, 4, 3, 2, and what the heck happened in Twitter? Well, that was interesting.
5, 4, 3, and what the heck?
We forgot to check the imbalances, is my guess.
Oh,
there.
yeah, that's true. We didn't.
Because right at 9:30, like right before, like Twitter went right back up to those highs. I was stacked up at like 50s and 60s, Boom. Able to get a bunch of shares out there. Now I'm just going to go back to rinsing and repeating. I get it's not necessarily going to be a trade for everybody, but I feel like you're going to still be able to get 30 to 60 cent moves there. Yeah, it's a heavy volume at the open as well. So heavy volume for us here, which sometimes means some stuck quotes. That Roblox. I thought we might push into 46 to 47. We're not. We're still holding a tight consolidation. I want to be patient here, but patience is a virtue.
Hard to trade right now.
And Amazon touched 144.
Boom.
So forget about 138. Well, don't forget about 138 just yet, but 144. Every $2 has been pretty good. That looks like a monster level. It is hard to want to take a breakout trade that high. But sometimes you got to grit your teeth and nut up.
Yeah, we did get out of TQQ there on a bad print. I mean, I don't have the stop orders, just bad.
Yeah,
D prints were going crazy there, so unfortunately we are out of our futures long, which we wanted to hold. So let's just get going here again. AMD did dip down a little bit there to 97. Okay, this name is kind of coming off here, so I think we could try an AMD long. I mean, where are we at? 97, 90. I mean, that 99 was a good top there. Let's just wait to see. I mean, this market right here has to settle down a bit. I don't have any positions on. I got to put something on. So thank you everybody for watching. Over 10,000 watching right now. Microsoft just bounced off 288. So I think this could be a level that we want to look at as well for Softy, 288 and change, to see if this wants to continue to move to the high side. But I want to wait for these futures to do something. So right now, not doing much, but Microsoft dancing around that 288. Trade desk moving around. We got to try to look at Coinbase as well. I'm going to put a bid down near 288 in case we fall for Softy.
So what's actually not cratering, but following the most I can see is Nvidia's already back to 175 with the market showing some signs of strength. But Trade Desk just took out 70 to the upside. That's up like 28%. That's super strong, man. I keep looking for dips to get into this stock, and it doesn't want to seem to give you anything. I wanted Coinbase short, but I mean, Coinbase isn't even popping to give you a level for an entry in Coinbase. That's pretty unfortunate. But Tesla, that's the other one that we're going to look at. Open yet. Tesla's falling back in here. Nope, never mind. It was about at 880. I was going to say we could have a shot at that 870 level on Tesla. That's about $12 away. We can take a look at that. For me, it's just I just got to reload again on Twitter, so I just kind of keep going back to the same well over here in front of like 44.10 on Twitter, and then just kind of scalping that. Everything else I want to be patient with because, yeah, even Nvidia there at 175, like that was a pretty big challenge down to that downside and coming in when the market didn't look like it was pulling in as far. So I'd like to see a little bit of consolidation. I have my 15-minute charts up because when you get an extreme move, sometimes I want to make sure I'm getting a real look at some of the significant levels instead of getting, I guess, rushed into trades on my 3-minute.
Yeah, we really like to look for something here. The NASDAQ is breaking the 50-period moving average. We could check quickly. Roblox is not even open yet. So that's something that I'm looking at as well. Roblox not open yet. What's up, Brendan?
Well, and we're having some intercom problems. A little NFT name moving around, guys. Playboy. NFT to the downside so far on this note. Earnings not good for PLBY. There was a monster volume spike, though. You can see at the open there. Trying to get back to the upside for PLBY.
Going to take, we have our first position now. It's AMD down there. We'll look at Playboy in a minute as NFTs. I mean, those things are popping now. We're going to get this. Okay, so we're in it now down here at 97. We're going to watch out for a 97 pop to the downside there. If that does happen, we are going to get out breaking through 97. So this is just another name that's come in a lot here off this NASDAQ move. So let's wait to see. This is not necessarily the name I want long. I do still want Softy long as Roblox, I think, is finally open. So we got to go over to that name as well. But we're going to take this AMD long right now, long 97.20. Let's see if it can fly a little bit. Into the 50s would be nice. We could take something out if that does happen. That's where VWAP is at 52, 53 there. So there it is, a nice little take right there to start the day off on AMD with a nice little winner right there out at 40 something. Let's see if we get back through 50. We'll take another piece out and then we'll see if it can climb. But I do still want to go back over to Softy at some point here and Apple.
Oh, and wow, now here goes Roblox. So it finally opens up here, and he challenges to 46. So that was right in that 45 to 46 and a half pocket that I was looking at, and we touched 46 even there. That's the actual high of the day. I think now I can take a look at that short opportunity if it can play back up into that top. I just wanted to be fading something, and I can't fade Coinbase. Because Coinbase didn't get to the price we want. So I got my offer now on Roblox here. Coinbase never got through the high. Like, that's the difference. Like, Coinbase I wanted in the 92 to 95 pocket. We're not going to be able to get that for a coin. But I'll slip into some Roblox here. And trust me, like, you know what? It's not as big a short interest, but Roblox, you can see the trend in here that we're fighting against. The market's not taking out tops, which is a bit of a decent sign, but 46.5, like that's where the out is going to be for me. I'll add if we get a fail break of 46 even, like we go above 46, don't take out 46 and a half and have a bit of a fail break. Then I'll try to add on the way back down out. You don't always want to get everything in front of the freight train. Sometimes when it fails the price level, like it's trying to do right now, that's a bit of a safer move because you've trapped some longs above 46 to maybe add to some juice to the downside. Oh, I missed a reload on Twitter.
Yeah, we're already in. We're in the same trade there as Roblox as you. So hopefully that can start to make a move to the upside. Brendan's got something.
Alibaba relative weakness here this morning, guys. On this note, SoftBank reducing their stake in Baba as well. So it was down initially in the pre-market, got the move up with the market. But here we go. Day lows right now for Baba.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, good,
right.
good note, Brennan. I didn't notice that because it was. I actually forget who it was. It was somebody yesterday that SoftBank. It was SoFi.
No, SoFi and SoftBank.
SoftBank was selling some SoFi, or at least potentially selling some SoFi, and that's a big one, right? They have big stakes in a lot of these developed names. They took some huge losses, actually the biggest losses in a while on their book for SoftBank. So that's going to be big for BABA to the downside. But it's Roblox right now to the short side. I actually did get a reload on Twitter. I didn't think I did, but I got some there at 21. I'll continue to scalp every 15 to like 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 cents. I'm taking out on Twitter when I scalp those. But I just got one leg there on Roblox out at 50s, some out at 20s. This is kind of what we're looking for in Roblox.
Like Roblox.
46 into 46 and a half. It did the failed break at 46, went up to like 46.17, and then jammed right back into the downside. So that looks like it's going to be a good one. Ooh, I just got AMC.
How low is that?
So, okay. So AMC is screaming to the downside. I thought this was holding up a little better than it was. But I'm like, okay, we'll be okay in front of that breakout price, that 22.50. I grabbed 22.65 and might have gotten in a little bit early here. Let's see if it can consolidate. I was looking for the dip buy there. That didn't work in Bed Bath & Beyond. The only loss I have was trying to buy a dip in Bed Bath & Beyond. Might be the wrong place to do it in AMC, but we'll see. I know where my stop's going to be.
Man, we are
down below that 50s.
Yeah, we are destroying right now Roblox. I mean, we averaged into this trade, took a decent amount of shares, and just covered at 45. So we're not out of everything. Obviously, that level 45 was a key level, so we do take some out. I mean, you know, we could reload this. AMD got pretty scary there, so we did take some out as it get closer into that level of 97, but hopefully it can bounce off a little bit there. Microsoft is the name that's really pulled back in. I was still waiting for 286, so I think like we could probably get that level now as softies come right in for some reason now. Down to 286.50 is a level where I don't mind starting this trade, but we could even start it now. I just cannot believe Microsoft pulling in one of the most here out of all of them, so we'll have to wait. Not relatively strong. Holy crap, man. Yes, sir, the diamond hand, man. We'll see if we can have diamond hands or not, but there goes Roblox. We put on the big trade. It's a sticky note nation kind of day today as we beat up on some of these stocks as we go. AMD just came out. That's fine. We're flat on that stock. Look at this. $44. Thank you. Come again, Roblox. 2 times our daily goal right there on this name. So boom for Roblox. Big time trading. It's on the sticky note, short 45. It's at 43.50. So good trading there. We're lucky, Neil, to get those 46s. What's up, Brendo?
Big mover yesterday, guys. Norwegian Cruise Lines. Remember, earnings not good yesterday. NCLH back to the upside here in a big way. Already 7% for that one.
No. Oh, yeah. Norwegian got its, well, okay, it got its you-know-what. I almost said a bad word. Neil, you almost cussed there, but Norwegian got its butt handed to it the other day. But you gotta focus on the right stocks. We're not going to overtrade by trying to find something new there. And I get it, like Norwegian's probably worth looking at. AMC, I was able to catch a bounce back into 23 just now, but that is a stand in front of a moving freight train move to the downside. And look at the volatility here. I've already scalped out more than half of it here. It doesn't feel all that strong. I just checked Bed Bath & Beyond was below $10. Yeah, I don't want to get too feisty with this one, trying to catch that long. I watched Amazon as well here. I watched Amazon. I'll get to some of the other ones there as well in a second. Twitter, who cares? Like right now, it's kind of doing the same channel. But Amazon, this 142. So it rejected the 144, but 142 is still holding up rather nicely on Amazon. That was a good level for a couple of days, sort of holding support while it tried to challenge 144. So if this can go, I mean, crap, I just watched the NASDAQ actually taking out that 13.3. Yeah, you know, scratch that. So I need to see it test 142 as the market's coming down. So as this market is sort of falling in here, the same way last night or in the afternoon, Amazon wouldn't break 138 when the market was going up. Now when the market comes down, if it won't take out 142, then I'll go long that 142 level. But I need to see it test one more time now that I've seen that floor break.
All right, so we got Microsoft. Microsoft is moving around like it's freaking Tesla over here or something. Like, there it is. We'll take 30 cents on Microsoft, a little bit of a trade there. Hopefully, not hopefully, we'll hold out for a little higher if we can get back to, like, it's just bouncing off 288. So let's put an order in the 70s there as we are now long Microsoft. And again, thank you guys for watching, man. Dab up to everybody that's out there. This has been a big monster day. I mean, we're up 3 times what we were up yesterday already here today off a great TQQ trade. And then obviously off this Roblox short, which which is now $3 in the money on the Roblox short. So you know what? It is a contractual obligation of mine. If you're watching for the first time, I have to spin this every single time we do damage to the market, so it happens quite often. There it is to the downside. Roblox taking out levels right now. I'm waiting at 42.50, man. Let's get us $3 clean on this trade. If actually $3 clean, that'd be almost close to $4 there, 46 to 42. We'll see if we can get that. Hit the like button if you can. It's been a monster day for us here. And there goes Microsoft as well. Hey, how does that feel right there, Microsoft? We knew we wanted to take that one. So there it is. Yes, sir. A 70-cent winner as the money just keeps on piling in for us here today. Short Roblox, long Microsoft. That's exactly as we planned it. It's on the sticky note.
Yeah, Roblox looking like it's fantastic. I think it gets to 42 even I have as my target for the last of those shares there, because ultimately if it doesn't break the low, it's still a breakout for potential long off that 40 to 41 area. Coinbase is now starting to get to that upside, by the way. It just took out 93, so possibly that 94, 95 incoming here. This is why you want to be patient. I'm now on the bid in front of 142 on Amazon after watching the market hold up a little bit there, but Coinbase is starting to churn. It just took a run at that high. I just got the first leg in Amazon for myself. Twitter, I haven't reloaded just yet. It's now finally challenging that 44.10 level. First time it's done so. It's been bouncing 20s to 50s to 60s. This time it wants to hug that even dollar a little bit more. But Coinbase is definitely going to be on my mind here. This is the one name that, well, the other name that I was looking to short off the highs. Roblox got to those tops right away. Coinbase is looking like it wants to try to get there now.
All right, I'm just going to bid out at some out at 43 here. I guess I can cancel my 46.50 on Roblox. We just touched 43 and bounced a little bit, so we'll put a bid there. I still do think that we get lower than that, but yeah, you got to take some profit every once in a while when this stuff does come through. The NASDAQ is coming in here, so we already got out of, I want to be longer on Microsoft, so you know, we've already taken it out. We've taken out a 2/3, so it's going to be a moot point here for us. Google's coming in. A lot of names are starting to come in. There's Bed Bath & Beyond, new position alert for those guys on BBBY as that comes into that 925 area again. So we did this yesterday where we got the price that we wanted and then we started to scalp it out. So let's see if Bed Bath & Beyond can resist that 9 break and start to go back up to the upside. We're sitting here at 35. Would be nice to get some. I'm on this 35 level. Thank you very much. We just got hit out on that one. So another one. DJ Khaled is here. Another one. One more time here. We'll spin it again because Bed Bath & Beyond is sure printing that money, money, money one more time. We'll see if we can get out at 40, and then we'll see about a 960 or so level here on Bed Bath & Beyond. Roblox checking up at 43. Maybe the out is right here instead of waiting for, 20 more pennies? We'll wait. We'll try to be patient. Quickly over to Brendo, then back over.
Big mover, guys, in the healthcare group this morning, little medical equipment maker, OraSure Technologies. Not a red candle yet on a 2-minute chart here. Back to 450 after earnings beat for OSUR.
Well, it's not that strong, but Amazon trying to reclaim some of these highs. It just got back up to 143. So Amazon, every $2, like the even numbers, which my daughter's learning evens and odds, and she's loving it. Maybe a little bit too much there with that number block show, but 143 is diddling in the middle, so I'm going to take some out when it gets there. If it gets to 144 again, I definitely want to cover it. It's time to start playing rinse and repeat because that's the game that worked in Amazon. So buying in front of 142, scalping all the way 43, 43 half, and then 44 all the way to that upside, and it's going to be the same ball game there. If we're just going to hold channels at the top end of the range, you can kind of see what's going on with Twitter. It is making some lower highs, but that just means I take bids a little bit tighter to 44, but still scalp out like 20 to 25 pennies. That's essentially been giving it to you every single time there. I totally forgot about this name. AERC was a late day mover that we were, AERC, not AREC. AERC, late day mover that bounced off of 6 in the afternoon and then made a run to 7. If you're watching the afternoon show, come on. Load up, Jesus. Watching the afternoon show, it's trying to hold that level now. It actually just did a wick off bottom through 6 even, broke the level, immediately rejected, and then found itself right back above. So go away from that 15, and it looks like it's making a wick off bottom. If it can start to hold this 625, I'd be looking for longs in front of 6. I like wick off bottoms for entry points, but there's a heck of a lot that we're watching right now. I don't want to dip too easily into some new name here, but I like that setup.
Yeah, I
What
like
did you
AMD as well. We got a little too greedy there. Microsoft, by the way, is $1.50 in the money. $1.50 in the money on Microsoft. I like this AMD, so I mean, just keep on going. I don't want to get rid of this one, that's for sure. AMD again, you know, in and out quickly. I don't mind getting back into this name if we take down like this 97.10 or so area. So I'm going to put in a bid to do that right now, 97.10, something like that to get into AMD. If it does rip back up to the upside, we have 96. Some of these, oh, there it is right there, going through right now.
What the hell, trade desk?
There it is. Okay, yeah, the trade desk taking out tops. There he goes. We are into AMD right now. Let's see what happens on this one. You were just talking about trade desk taking out the top there.
This is trade desk is up to $73. I mean, it's frustrating because I actually said in my notes this morning, 64 break, but then watch out for 830 to come in, because if the number goes the other way and you're long at the top, if you did that last time, your day was essentially over before it started. So I wasn't going to have a breakout on a stock at the high of the day on one of those when it had low volume. Bit of a mistake, obviously, but that's hindsight. That's 2020. This is now too far for me to chase. I got to think about 75 even. It's free to short, by the way, but 75 even is going to stand out like a sore thumb on this name. And you can also go to the daily chart. It just feels like we're destined to get to this 75 in a couple of dollars. Trade desk is absolutely screaming. I just got the reload on Amazon, so in an effort to try to keep some things a little bit more simple, it's got some in front of 142s. Again, try and place them out in front of 143 even, and then 143 half on the way back into that upside. Coinbase, I kept saying it was getting close. It's close, but it's not really. Yeah, it just got to 94 and a half. It's starting to churn up to that 95. Want to give this one some room. Like on Upstart yesterday, had the absolute top and got wicked out, and then the stock dropped like $5. I do not need that happening here, so I'm going to be very patient as we get into this 95, looking for that turn on coin.
Yeah, we just exited out of AMD. That tried to break, it didn't. So we got out of that one pretty quickly there. Most of them at 97. Our last one on the 75 break, as now it's starting to come back down in. So, okay, maybe we do get this Roblox after all. We are bidding down here now at near 43, as we talked about, as the market is coming back in a little bit. So let's just look at this softy trade. It just went up to 289. I mean, this is probably a decent spot to get out as the market coming back in a little bit. Let's just take this out on softy. Nice. Ooh, that AMD was a good short. We might have to look at AMD on the short side of things instead of always trying to catch longs. There it is, a nice little out there, obviously on Microsoft, as it just takes down that 50 period. So we'll get out. That's $1.10 or so of a win there on softy. But that AMD really made a nice little move down to $96 there. Wow, this move really cracking on AMD. Watch out below on this name. What's up, Brendo?
Big mover. It's a couple of days. Hellbiz, guys, just popping up on volume through pre-market highs there, trying to get going back to the upside.
All right, we just took out. Oh, no, we didn't. We do have a Bed Bath & Beyond order to get out here at 55, as that just makes a move all the way to the high side there. So there we go. We got that just printed 55, so we get some out there at 55 for another one, man. I mean, AMD's now starting to come back upside. There goes Microsoft. I mean, a lot of these names are just going ham, as the young kids say. Look at my favorite name of them all, Meta, up 7% and just ripping to 179 right now. Let's go, Meta. Damn you, Microsoft. We got out of that one way too early, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like if I just jumped in early, it would have been okay on Coinbase. But like I said, I don't want to do that. We're still favoring the long side, with the exception of Roblox. We're still favoring the long side of the trade. I'm going to rinse and repeat every single chance we do get in there. And I was just told that AMC bounced off of what level? Yeah, it did bounce off of 22. So I had that 22 half, scalped it and said, look, we don't want to be too frisky with it. And that 22, which is the level that we like back into the downside yesterday as well, ends up holding up. So I think that's your new support for, not Bed Bath & Beyond, for AMC here. If it gets back down there, I'll probably take another shot at it. It feels like when the market's holding the highs, I kind of feel AMC should at least be able to hold up on the day. Maybe we're going to end up being wrong about that, but if it comes back to 22, then that gets put to the test, to be sure. No reloads yet on Amazon. I want to be buying under 42.50, closer to that 42 even, and I'm being discretionary. Like Twitter, it's got to be now tighter to that 44 before I buy shares, and I do not want to sleep on Hellbiz because it was so good the other day. I see that one churning and trying to make another run at $2. This is exactly what kind of failed the other day. We went 2s, it went 225, then we didn't get that 250 look. Now we're trying to churn, there we go. Now we're trying to churn back up to that 2 even. I think it's resistance before anything else. I'd rather be playing dip buys here. That's going to be 175 and 150. I like the quarters on Hellbiz.
AMD can go to hell because we just went back over. It can go to Hellbiz, I guess. Yeah, look at this trade that we just put on. First of all, roadblocks out and still making moves to the downside, so that's a good one. But look at Apple, man. We just took this at 16s, or what are we long at? 20s, out at 50 there, and starting to make moves to the high side right now. Obviously, we want to try to get some Microsoft back in as well. Coinbase, S&P right now testing and breaking 4,200 right now. Coinbase up to 93. There's that 95 that we actually talked about on Coinbase. That fade coming through as well. But let's go over to Brendan right now and see what he's up to.
Some salad for everyone. Sweet Green reported was down big time after they missed on their earnings. Right back up, though, trying to get positive even after that report was a bit of a disaster for SG.
I was on the train home and it's like Sweet Green is down 20%. That's only down 3%. What the absolute heck is going on there?
Sweet Green.
I'm not saying I'd short it in 3% from now, but
I don't want to short it.
But I'll have a look at it for sure. Coinbase is really starting to slow down. I thought we'd give it a chance to test that 95 a little bit closer, but now I'm just looking at a wick off top here and a bit of a failure at 94 even. It's consolidating a little bit here. So if I can see totally why you might look for a 94 long and try to play this one into that 95 area. I'm going to first go with a short at 94. I keep saying 24 because I'm looking at AMC out of the corner of my eye. I'm going to go for the short first off of this 94, give it to the quarters, and if it wants to make a play at 95, just make a separate trade there on Coinbase. So it looks like it's that consolidation play that I'm going for here, like the consolidation, and then head into the short side because that's what I'm favoring. I'm going to get my stop, and it's not to the high of the day. That's going to be a separate trade. 1-to-1's going to be down below that 75 area. Yeah, it's like get in. It's like whipping me around. You know what? I'm abandoning that. It has to test 95 or forget about it. I said AMC. Look what just happened over there in AMC. AMC comes into 22, and I had my stop sort of set just in case it came in when I'm trading something else, in and out. This is stupid weak right now. I need to see it go sideways a little bit more. Like it bounces 50 pennies off that level, and then the second time it sees it, it's in and out in a matter of seconds. That's not stability. I want to see some stability on the stock before I jump into it. It just feels entirely too weak. That AERC that I was looking for, you can pretty much forget about it. It's now taken out that low again at 6. That feels like it could be done for the day. And
Schmiegel.
Yeah, Meagle just took out the 12 low. So that bounce we were looking for, that support we were looking for, has also not happened in that small cap names. None of these small caps really holding up all that well, except for maybe Hellbiz. That's going to still be in play as it's now pulling back into that 175. Brendo?
Another former runner, guys, that actually looks pretty good on a daily chart. Vuzix reported a loss per share. Not surprised, but big move up here today. 20% took out that high on the daily chart through 9. But yeah, nice looking chart here for Vuzi.
Okay, Vuzi. Just quickly here, just sending out some of these stop orders to make sure that we have them good to go. I don't want to be off track here if that does come through. So, all right, big trade alert happening on AMD as well. I mean, we shorted that that even dollar level there. Yes, sir. There it comes. We identified that obviously that AMD was weak, so we flipped over into the short there off VWAP. So we just shorted 97 there. Just took a piece out at 64. Hopefully it comes back down. We took a couple pieces out. We are also trying to average into Apple against this bottom here VWAP is right here. I was going to probably use this 50 period a little bit lower. We are bouncing off these 50s here, but I don't want to see Apple break lower, so we'll take this average trade now on Apple. What is? Oh, HRB. Yeah, there. Brad yelling out some trades there. HRB all-time high as well. All-time high? That seems... Okay, that's strange, but okay, all-time high for HRB. There was H&R Block. Yeah, remember there was that release of their early report there. Okay, AMD just came back up, so it's a good thing we did take some profit on that, but we still are short 97. Let's take another piece out here in the 70s. There it is again, another 20 cents. So yeah, we're doing pretty good here, man. The only thing we got to worry about now is Apple. Our roadblocks was a good out, I think, at 43.30, so that's going to be a good one. We just got to wait on Apple bouncing around. We are going to average into this price at 90 though, and then get rid of it around 70 if it continues to go down. That's Apple.
Yeah, I got taken out there on Amazon. Finally broke that 142, so we're out of that. As the market starts to roll over, right back over to Coinbase, which is the one I wanted to short at these highs. So we're back into it. It's sub 94. It did make a test at 95 there. I didn't see it get that high, but Looks like it does have a wick up there at 94.60, so I guess somebody could have had it up at that price. Tesla, which it's not to be ignoring stock, but you can see like everything is moving pretty quick, and you want to stick to what is working. Tesla gave it up pretty easily. Yeah, I mean, it's only been going down since the open. It had one little consolidation off that 870 level and is still churning into that downside. So under some pressure here, but watch for this mid 850s. That's the number. In mid 850s is going to stand out because we just bounced off there once. I think that's where the support's going to be. I just heard Trader Brad talk about Trade Desk. I thought collision course 75. It only gets to 73.5, and it's already starting to pull back in. There are some signs that the market is trying to make a bit of a dip. But before we get ahead of ourselves, this is what the ES looks like. That's your high from a couple of days ago. That's that 41.8. You're still holding that. You're still in the channel right now. So I think if you've got levels if you've got something that's trending good, like I'm not really getting out of the last of my roadblocks. I don't think we're breaking that trend just yet. I'm not going to be able to give up on that this soon. Brendo?
CSSE, which is the other side of the red box deal that we were talking about a little bit earlier, just popping back up on volume, got back above 14 here, guys. Buyers coming back into this one. After they picked up RDBX. Shareholders approved that discounted merger.
Okay, we just went short more there on Roblox. So Roblox does make a move back up to 45. So we'll sit there and short it. I mean, this is a level that we were talking about short anyways there. So we'll take that. I obviously do realize this is coming back up. If this takes out that high, we'll get out of this one and then just say whatever to it. 46.20 or so the high there for Roblox. If it wants to go, it's going to go. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. So I just feel like it is going to be a good short. We do want to build into AMD. AMD will get out if it breaks above this like 97.20 or so area. So we're just building into some positions right now, guys. So Apple's been a nice little long here off those bottoms. We've taken that out now a couple times as we go into the 30s there for Apple. So I think that this is going to be a good trade. Get some more out here if we can come back up. Again, it's kind of like in a scalp mode a little bit. We'll take a 30. Come on, Apple, give us those 30s. We'll just take 30 cents on this, or sorry, it'll only be 20 cents on this play, but we want Apple to get back to the upside so we can take advantage of that. And then AMD, God put a bid around this 96.20 or so area, but if this market falls, I'm happy to be short this name AMD here today.
So that was like, you said, and I was like, I thought it was like a good, like make him go, Then not, anyways. You know how old that song? Anyway, that's a very old song, and sometimes in my head I'm like, yeah, it's not that bad. No, it's really damn old. But Coinbase, the story gets old, but you have to be patient with some of these when you're shorting off the top, and sometimes you got to take more than one shot at it. So it tries to reclaim that 94, fails again at 95, jump back in when it rejects 94. I just took some in front of 93. You'll probably be able to guess somewhere in the 91 and 92 channels where I'm looking for that downside. It is an upward trending stock. It has a high short interest, and we've seen these continuously. You know, when they have a big short after the earnings get released, you can have a little bit of a, let's call it a squeeze to the upside there. So that's what I think is going on. And I'm not going to be sitting here thinking it's going back to 88. I'll play it to VWAP and be happy that we're able to try to do that. I didn't get any more Roblox. I was kind of looking for it to take 45 and then come back down. It feels like that's what it wants to do here. And it's only because it had to take, like it had to break out, try to get through that 46 area, and then slam back in. So I wanted to do the same thing at 45, like trap some people going long 45, then come back to the downside for an ad. It's probably just, at the end of the day, it could end up being a distinction without a difference. Brendo?
I just saw some of the energy names popping back up to the downside here. This is crude oil, guys. Just made a fresh low on the day on decent volume. So Oxy here on a downtick, along with a few other oil names moving back lower.
All right, so we definitely didn't have enough shares. Yeah, oil's down, tanking down to 88.50 right now. Yeah, so AMD's trying to work, but again, it just keeps bouncing off some of these levels 50. So that could be, you know, a sign right there that maybe we should be getting some out. I feel like this is a name I want to hold short, so we're going to try to do that. Apple, we got some more out again at 30, but okay, here you know it comes back up to the upside. Let's put an offer like around 50 just in case. You know, that does want to continue its move to the high side. Microsoft's, we don't have any, well, we have one negative name today, AMD, just because we went long there and then got hit. So we are net negative on that, but not negative on Apple right there. He shoots, he scores to the upside. A nice little take there for Apple. Long, 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 and now trying to go higher here as the market's starting to rip again right now. So, yeah, you might be right on AMD, man. I mean, take your profits. I've been doing that. I'm not as heavy on it now. But I'm waiting for this 97.20 to break. So I will average into that trade. And then if it breaks, then we can get higher. But we're already laughing right now. We're 50 cents of the money on Apple. The Roblox trade, we're 85 cents in the money. But that's just still an average price. We've re-engaged in this Apple trade. I know Neil has Coinbase there. If you think the market's going to go down, why not look at Alibaba, as that's so weak. Negative name today, down to $91, but a nice move back upside now for Baba. So
now we're starting to go down.
Yeah, a few things starting to happen right now. There goes the market. So we're pretty happy to have this Roblox trade on right now as it's starting to crack lower. Let's take a piece out at 44, maybe even lower than that on Roblox fail there.
Yeah, everything's starting to roll over. Everything I can find, but I'm watching CCL here. I'll get to Coinbase in a second, but CCL, it just dipped down to 10 even. Strong trend to the upside here, so watch out. That level's been a good pivot sort of area for CCL. So if it can bounce off, then you know you got some relative strength, and there could be some longs to be played there. But Coin just took out 92s and coming right into view. I kind of pulled my bid back. I was sitting in front of 92 and then just watched the market take another leg down. I wasn't able to add to Roblox because it never actually broke that 45, I don't think. But we'll definitely take out that Coinbase. And it's just one of those, yesterday, the mistake got made on Unity when it broke out that high and we had the top, but weren't able to really get the execution done right. This time it's okay, well, accept the stop out, but make sure we get back in if it still sets up and plays back into VWAP. Maybe it goes lower, but we got in, we got out, we took our profits. And guess what just held 44? This could be, and I'm telling you, this is eventually when this happens, it's you keep getting out in lower highs since the open. We'll probably break 44 at some point on Twitter. And the last trade I make on Twitter is going to be a losing trade. If it breaks 44, that goes without saying. But for now, it's still giving you these bounces off that level, but it's running out of time to make a real play back into VWAP. And we're going to Brendan at the big screen to see what's happening now.
Hey guys, we're off the highs, but still a very nice looking board here. Top to bottom, very, very positive, led by the NASDAQ, the composite, and the 100, 2.25% about for both. Russell, also 2% to the upside, the 2,000, 1.8 there for the 1,000, the 3,000, the Dow, and S&P, 1.6, 1.77. Even here in Toronto, nice 1% kind of day, back to the upside right across the board for a lot of names, including, TTD is a monster. Wow, that number is actually correct. 33.5% right now for the trade desk off of a monster report for them, benefiting from the CPI as well. Meta, another one we had on the watch list this morning off that, they finalized that bond deal up to 179 at the top. Bit of a pullback from Meta, guys.
So it looks like something just came out on AERC. So remember, AERC from last night halted to the upside now. So obviously something just happened. I'll take a quick look there. Obviously we're going to get, Brendan's just getting back to his desk there. But a volatility halt, currently indicating a 636 open. And when I don't know what's up, my first thing is confirm that it's a volatility halt, right? Hop over. Yeah, there it is. Just a volatility halt there. HKD's halted too.
What?
That's why I love the halt page, but I didn't realize that stock wasn't dead.
How come no one's mentioned that? Well, I guess people aren't looking at it anymore.
And no one's looking at this thing anymore. Where is it? 185. It halted. Did it halt upside as well? Come on, load that chart, baby. Let's go. Yeah, a little bit. Wow, whatever. It's down from 220 at the open down into 160 and made a bottom. So all it did is bounce off the low and halt up. AERC feels a little more interesting to me, but because we were trading that one heavily at $6. So we'll watch for that reopen in about 2 or 3 minutes. AERC. Let's see if we can actually test that 7 again. It had room to 8, we thought yesterday, and maybe it can happen today.
All right, so we did take, what's ripping right now is AMD. Just took out 97 there and just kept on climbing. So we got back into the short, but we're only short here at now at 97.24. So not great. It came back in. We did take a fill. We are bidding a little bit lower on this name, of course. But an AMD right now, a fun one, as it takes out the top. Those of you on the chat were 100% right about that name, as it was gearing up to go to the long side there. But we're just going to take some profit back on this name right now and then hit that short one more time. So we'll see. If it just made a top there, I don't know. But we're going to wait to see if that is the truth. We're waiting down here near, we just missed that. We're at 97.03 there to take some more out. So right now, there it is. We're taking some short there. We are back into the long now on Apple, off of some of these levels, long at 93. So this could be another take for us. But AMD short, Apple long, that's not a very good recipe recipe. So let's go back over to Brendan and see what he's cooking.
All right, AERC, which is this Aero Clean. This just out at 10 a.m., guys. So one of the products proven to eliminate active Omicron variant of SARS-CoV-2 in the air. Remember, they make air filters and purification systems. So just out there at 10 o'clock.
Here we go. So we'll be open in like a minute or two on that one. But I got to get to this. Thank you guys in the chat for pointing out NEO, high of the day breaking, getting close to that $20 price. We're 10 cents away from 20 bucks. That's what we flushed from yesterday. Probably needs to do at least a little bit of a dip. That 20 level, I'm thinking you're probably going to test that and pull back off of 20. So there might even be like a tiny little short that's worth taking in there. But NEO needs to be on your radar because Tesla, I mean, you look at some of the other EV names. Well, I mean, Tesla's a different beast today. But Tesla still trying to test that 855 into the bottom. Looks like a couple of times it's managed to bounce off that level. That's your last line of support till you get down to yesterday's lows for Tesla. So it's headed the other way. I said the last time on Twitter that 44 would be taking a hit. It broke. I had my stop actually set for 97, so I gave it a couple extra cents, but it did break to the downside. Coinbase, looks like we maybe got out too early, just tested VWAP there. We took 91.5. Now it's going to break 91, it seems, here into the downside. But AERC is the one I want to be watching as it does that reopen in a matter of seconds here. I'm looking for a long in front of $6. It's going to open up 675, it seems. So that likely gives me an entry point off of that, I guess the Hall price currently, that's 635. So if it can bounce off that price in between that and 75 where it's indicating the open, that's what I'll look for. If it's a 5-minute halt, then it should be open in the next few seconds. If it doesn't, that means I'm waiting for another 5 minutes.
All right, so we'll say fail on AMD there. We went short initially, caught the move back down in, so a good move there for AMD as we took that short right there and just hammered it back in. We saw that wick top, did not break 97.50, so we take that trade, bring it back down we're back to the highest spot we've been at here, or almost the highest spot we've been at all day. I was getting nervous about Apple. I really like this long. It's not that I'm nervous about it. It's just as AMD started to fall, I was like, do we really want to be long Apple and short AMD? But, you know, that trade actually worked out okay. Just getting them out for like 10 cents is not great, but, you know, watching this one fall down, Roblox and AMD has been nice. So there goes Roblox. We were waiting at right here. I mean, what literally 44.14 is where we're waiting. So a couple more pennies down and we should be able to get this one as there it goes. A nice little move back upside for Apple. So let's take advantage of this move now. Get some out at 07. Nope. Didn't fill there. Did we get that? No, we did not. So there it is. Now we get it. 07 fills there. Oh, it was Roblox. There we go. Now we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. Thank you so much for everybody that's watching, man. Hit the like button. We'll hit the sirens for you as it is a big show for us, man. We cracked over 10,000 viewers, so that means a lot to us. Thank you so much for the continued support. We ain't going nowhere fast because there it is. AMD, bang, 60 cents in the money. Roblox, $1.70 in the money. Roblox just tanked off that 45. That's a sticky note special, baby. So have a look at that, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Roblox off that 45. It was a reload.
Yeah, it looks like Trade Desk has just put a bit of a, not a capitulation candle, but it looks a little bit like one. I'm trying to zoom in so you guys can see a bit better. Just tried to take out the high at 73.50 and then rejected it heavily on decent volume. I'm going to start working shorts in Roblox, in Trade Desk off of that high. Clearly, it's a 10-minute halt on AERC. If it doesn't open 5, then it means it's a 10-minute halt. It was a limit up, limit down. So that is going to be the case. NVIDIA has too much of a channel. I see people talking about NVIDIA. So someone say it's about to break out. Like, it's not very clean at this price. Like, I like the general area of 174 to 75, that channel, but it has not been trading very cleanly here. It's been breaking down, giving you wicks all over the place. I think I need to see it hold above 175 before I'm convinced there can be any kind of a long there over in NVIDIA. I'm going to stay away from that one for the time being. ARC, in a couple of minutes, we're going to open back up. And then just going back over to Amazon, it's back above that 142. I'm not short. This is me getting out. I'm not sure why that coded as a short sale, but we're long a few times off of 142. The third trade was losing trade. The first two were okay. If we can start holding 142 and the market wants to take out these highs, well, heck, Amazon's got a good level up that 3%. It's shown some signs of strength. Not much of a flush, and the future is still well within that same channel that we've been looking at before. But the new trade for me is the Trade Desk. Now going to be working those shorts after the failed break of the high of the day.
Yeah, trade desk. Okay, I'm just going to think about getting Apple a little bit lower than this. If we can get in like the 80s again, where we've kind of bounced off of, I don't mind that. And then getting out if we break too much below that. I don't want to be net long for sure. So right now we are net short, which is nice. 75 cents in the money. This might be a good spot to take out some more AMD. We really like that short. So I want to congratulate everybody that was talking about the long, because you were right when it was down here and it's down here again. So I feel like this is a prudent area, I used that word yesterday, area to get out something on AMD. So I'll bid, there it is. We just took a 60, so that's good. 66, sorry. Oh, wow, AMD.
Now we're falling.
Okay, I see you, AMD, as that's continuing to go down to the downside. Now down in the money now, 85 cents on that trade. And then Roblox, for some reason, wants to hang out a little bit. So we'll wait. We'll dance with you, Roblox. Hopefully that one wants to make a move back down to the downside. But Roblox right there getting excited as it moves down in. I was bidding 81 on Apple. It went to 85, so we almost got that long. I don't know what that flush was there, Neil, but that looked violent and then stopped. So,
yeah, it's
Trade,
like the same thing happened to me. The trade desk did this little like push down, like it gave me like a 70-cent win into VWAP, and then the second it gives the fill, it was right back up half of that little move that it put in. It's hard to see on a 3-minute chart. I mean, I use 3 minutes here. If I use a 1-minute chart, you might have seen that bounce a little bit better. But either way, trade desk continuing down. I just got Hellbiz for the first time there. So back at that 175, a little bit violent. Like that last little push down, a little bit violent. So it looks like we're testing VWAP here. Sometimes it's how you get the fill. If I'm stepping up to 180s, you actually got a bit of a bid. But the trend for now is unbroken in Hellbiz as much as it's trying to sell off. I got 78s. I want to play this at least to 70 even, and then I'll start thinking about 150 as the possible better entry price for Hellbiz. AERC just opened up,
that was
and
quick.
Let's just say, yeah, it didn't really give you the long down where I wanted it. I'll leave it at that. AERC already challenging $8. Like it didn't give you any shot there beneath 7 to really get any shares.
Yeah, ARC, we killed that yesterday, if you guys remember, but not today. We haven't looked at it. 9 O'Neill's looking at that. Apple, we tried it there and got in and out as fast as you could believe there. Long at 80, out on the 70 break. So a little bit of a loss there. We'll hit the siren for a about 13-cent loss or so on that name. So that's okay. It sucks because, we never like to give back profit. But AMD is coming back up to the upside. So again, do we want to go short? This is the name for me to go short. So I'm going to put in a little bit more on this name here because we want to be wrong somewhere higher. I'm thinking this time if we break 97, then we'll give it a little bit more love past that, but not much, man. As 97 coming through right now on AMD, we really know that this name has a lot of love behind it. So we're going to get out if it breaks like 97.10 or so on the upside for AMD, but nothing wrong with trying to hold it if it does go back down. Roblox dancing again. Maybe that's a good out, 43.50. We could probably take that, but I'm still thinking lower on that. So let's go back over to Brendan quickly.
There was a note on Airbnb there, not really much of a reaction from it. There was a bit of a downtick, in fact, still up 3% though. For Airbnb, they were saying that more hosts joined the service worldwide in Q2, even as inflation was up to a 40-year high. 4 million additionals in Q2. They made 1.8 billion hosted in 2021, which is a pretty staggering number. But nice note there for Airbnb, guys, up 3%.
Strong, yeah. Good numbers for them at Airbnb. Just quickly here, ARC it didn't get to 8, it got to 790, and now starting to pull back in. Has a chance to maybe hold this 7 on a bit of a dip. It's always better to catch it like off that halt in the momentum, trying to play off something like a 7 even on the way upside than it necessarily is at the downside. But there is a bit of a buyer here that I just saw at 30, so I don't know. I mean, that was at 25s, and I just stepped up to 35. But really, I want to be playing off of that 7 even area. You have the halt price, but I think we're way too far away from that 635 halt to be using that as a stop. I don't want to be risking $1 on the trade when you're late to the move. If I'm in the second time, I'd rather tighten it up, take a smaller hit because I didn't get it where I would have liked to a little bit earlier on in AERC. Still continuing in some of these downside plays. If you're short anything, those is really starting to churn. Trade S is continuing to go down. Roblox again is about 250 in the money. Amazon's below that 142. So it does feel like the overall market is again hinting at some downside action. Doesn't necessarily mean that the small caps have to go down, but my stop's just beneath that 7 even. AMC, which I've traded twice, if you want to put it in that bucket, I'm glad I got away from this because I was looking, like I said, I was favoring longs, and I've been long twice, but this just continues to churn lower. There's not a heck of a lot looking good about this one to that downside. I'm going to assume Bed Bath & Beyond is giving you a similar look Bed Bath & Beyond bouncing off of 880, but AMC trending now to the downside. It has to really consolidate for me to want to go back to that well.
All right, so we've just been really banking on Roblox, man, again. So we'll take another piece out right there off that reload. Like, I mean, this is going to be, I'm going to have to tweet this out. I mean, today Roblox has been a great trade. We talked about it on our sticky note short into 45. We waited for that pop. There's the short. There's all the outs right there. And then there's the reload at 44.80. Like, that came rocketing up. And then there's the out at 43.25. So right there, just off this trade alone, even if you forget about all this, that trade alone is 45 down to 43. So a good little take there as the market trying to hold. We're still up that 2%, but some of these names have faded down, including Apple, including Microsoft, and of course the big AMD trade that we have on board as well. Brendan.
A big pop in rocket companies here on significant volume as well. One that worth noting, hadn't really done much so far this morning, so maybe playing a little bit of catch up, but volume on RKT.
Yeah, I'd say it's playing catch. If you're only going up now, you're playing catch up because everything, it seemed like, caught a bit of a bid there. Catching bid right now is Trade Desk. We took some out in front of VWAP there. Now you're going to have what is likely to be another test of the high. The market continues to not want to roll over. Like, we broke the NASDAQ, got down below 13.3 but didn't follow through. ES is kind of doing the same thing there. There goes AERC. The first time upside through 7 was definitely better than trying to catch that dip. A little bit late to that party. If we do get a VWAP break, I'm just simply looking for 70 even on the trade desk here. It's a very strong move. 32% just felt a little bit far there. And going in, I'm going to go to two names here. Tesla, right back at that 855, 856 bottom. So about to retest these lows. It looks like if it breaks the bottom, that's the kind of name that can bring the index with it below that support. So it's been bouncing pretty nicely here. I think you can maybe scalp off that 55, 56. NEO, which has been relatively strong, got to 20 and just rejected. So it's pulling back into VWAP. But I think if it can hold this consolidation at 1950, that can be played to that long side. Just watch out to see what's happening in Tesla in the overall market. But 55 is on the bid to be tested. This could spurn some of the shorts to follow through if Tesla can't hold 55 here.
Yeah, 55 was a key level the other day as well. So, yeah, so far so good here, man, as we'll just continue to hold these shorts. We've been talking about these shorts all day. What's up, Lucas, in the background there? All right, Roblox. Yeah, not much to talk about. We've already done that. AMD is now just a monster to that downside. So, yeah, we smoking that one today for AMD, but let's find some more. It really does suck because we were rating down here and we weren't at 40, we were lower, we were at 20 for Microsoft. This is the name that we want on any dip, MSFT. So, you know, that should have been something that we could have had in there right now. Trader Pratt got stopped on something. I wonder what that was, as he's been watching H&RB and a few of those other names.
Trade Desk, I mean.
Trade Desk probably today. Yeah, Tesla, man, we talked about that 900 fill, and that's really come back in. So has NVIDIA. Some of these names, man, Amazon back down to 142, but we do have a small cap. Oh, it's the same one that Brendan had earlier on our small cap recap. So let's go over to Brendan at the big screen and talk about a name that I don't think either one of us has traded today.
Yeah, we were mentioning SSNT just before the open there. Was very clearly not really doing anything to the positive side. 485.20, I mentioned, go back to the daily chart, pretty significant levels. The market opened and it straight fell $1. So that was as easy as it gets. I mentioned 360 down here. This 375 was kind of the middle. So it just took that trade off in front of yesterday's support. Pretty easy trade, basic for SSNT. Bed Bath & Beyond was another one that was obviously weak right out of the gate. Absolutely collapsed as soon as the market opened through 1025. 1025 was support in the pre-market. If you go back to yesterday, it was support a couple of times as well. So had to chase it a bit, but 1025 goes, 10 goes, and then it straight falls $1.20 for Bed Bath & Beyond. So obviously weak yesterday in the afternoon, continuation move today for those two today, guys, for small caps. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Brendan. And guess what? Bounced off 10 and is heading back toward the highs. That'd be Carnival Cruise Line. So continuing its signs of strength. And I understand like NCLH and RCL sometimes have the news specifically, but I always got to go to Carnival because of the volume and liquidity that's going to provide you. So I'm looking for that 10, that support that's still going to be put in. Tesla just broke that 855, so I don't know if I want to be forcing anything to the long side that isn't showing me some relative strength. Like I said, that 855 could spurn the index to come down. I was just trying to get more trade desk to the short side there, anticipating we're going to get that move, can't even catch it. So, hold on to your shorts at this point after seeing that bit of a failure there in Tesla. Coinbase continues to roll over. Maybe should have held through VWAP there, but again, you're going counter trend. I usually play that into VWAP and only that. 90 could be that next level of support there for something like a Coinbase. But Tesla really starting to give it up here. And Amazon, I think what's going to happen here is now that we've broken these bottoms, Amazon's going to turn into a short off of these levels for me. This 142 into 142 and a quarter or so, that's going to flip me into the short. I just wanted one thing to cause us to break into the downside, start saying you have to be thinking trend down. Now we're looking trend down. That last leg is dropped. So trade desk, I need to get more shares because that's one's still above. And I'm not going to be buying that dip on NEO anymore, not after Tesla gave up the ghost. Can't do it.
Oh, man, yeah, I'm just noticing the same thing here. We sit back down. Obviously, we take down Microsoft in front of 287. Let's see if we go. We just took some out there at 31s. We also do have Microsoft. Breathe. Lots of positions coming through here. Market tanked right there. So AMD did make a move back. No, it didn't make a move back up. Okay, it actually took down 95. What am I talking about? We're $1.70 right now in the money. That can go into the gates of hell, AMD, as that short is Print City right now for us. Microsoft waiting to break through 287. We have that long now. We took it at 20. Let's see if Microsoft wants to work. I'm like, that AMD trade, holy crap, that was a good one. Didn't think that was going to go that high. There's a nice little move back for Microsoft right now today as well. We do have that one to the long side. You know what, guys? I might just cover some of this AMD down here. I mean, this is quite the move down. So let's put a bid on there. There we go. We take that out, and then we watch out for Microsoft as we covered some of that again in the 40s. But this is going to take down 287 right now, and when it does, we will get out. So watch out here for Softy taking it down on the downside. But so far, so good right now. But we'll wait on it. So moves coming here in the market. Roblox $1.80 now in the money on day's low. That's been a big one. Check out my Twitter for that. And then Softy and Apple, those are the two longs. And then, man, did we destroy AMD on that short. This is a big one, man. $1.50 in the money. We just cashed some out. So let's go Softy. Let's go Apple right now.
Yeah, I just got back into it. When I see relative strength somewhere, I think this is where I'm going to try to get back into it. We just reestablished our level at 44 on Twitter. So what was working in the morning for rinse and repeating, if we can start holding some of these lower lows at 43.80, I will now play off of that. It's going sideways, which when we just broke a shelf to the downside, going sideways is going to be strong as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to start getting back into some Twitter longs. Brendan, what's up, bud?
Just saw Peloton pop up on downtick here. Volume downside, there's a note being circulated, guys. Apparently Peloton is having an outage right now. So Peloton to the downside.
Outage? Okay, all right. We'll wait to see what happens with that outage, of course. Apple comes all the way back upside now. It did test some of those bottoms. We did not get stopped out. So let's just try to take a little bit more advantage of this play. Am I on Apple for you? Yeah, there I am. So our long, there it is. We'll take out some 22s there. We'll see if it continues to go. Softy, though, I wish I just would have came back a little bit later because then I'd still be in more of this. Bang goes Softy right there. So yeah, we are getting jacked up today. We have, everything. We don't have a loser on board today. So let's just keep that going as this continues to go to the upside. Look at Softy. Run, baby. Another 36-cent winner here for Microsoft. So yeah, we are on one more time here today. And like I said, we are up about 7 times what we were yesterday. So this has been a big day for us today. Let's just keep that party started and get it going again to the upside. Come on, Softy. Come on, Apple. Can Apple get to this 167.50 area? That would be pretty sweet. So let's see if we get some upside love for this. What a different day was yesterday. You remember in the afternoon show, if you watched us, I was sitting there like, I can't get Amazon. I'm taking 10 cents. I'm taking 20 cents, 15 cents if we're lucky. Today, 125 right now in the money on AMD, 50 cents Microsoft, $2 Roblox, Apple's motoring. So, what a difference a day makes. But I told you, sleep well. The storm was coming, but we ain't caught in that storm, man. We're Dorothy. We're launching to new levels right now. Let's go Microsoft 287.61. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I'm watching this. You know what? I'm not really feeling the longs at this point. I saw $4 bounce on Tesla. The futures just came off about 25 points. I'm not, if it's a good consolidation, fair enough. But I just worked into some Amazon off of 142, right? It's support turning into resistance. So I'm looking for that 142 if we're going to continue trending into the downside. I checked out Peloton and didn't see anything too exciting with it. Outside of if it takes out this 1145 bottom, it's got a lot of room to fall into the downside. So I'll leave that one up on the back burner at least for now. Tesla just put in, and this was my barometer Tesla, it put in that break at 55, bounced off of 50, and then tried to reclaim 55. If it makes a fresh low from here, if it's what just started the actual rollover in the market, breaking that morning range that we just saw, then it taking out 50 is a trend continuation. So I'm looking for shorts. I said, watch out for 90 on Coinbase. That just came into 90 and is already pressing down 50 pennies into that 89 level. So we're able to catch that. Like I said, adding to some trade desk, which is still relatively strong. And of course, Amazon playing off that 142. So we're in a bit of a channel and a window that we can start playing some key levels in there. Just watch out. If we do start breaking up, like AMC, someone just noted, is trying to make a solid bottom again. Like that's a wick off bottom. When I said be patient with AMC, that's a little more convincing than what we saw on the way back down. This could be something I can finally get into, but I've been sitting out AMC for the last $1.40. Finally, 21s looks like it could be a little something.
Oh, wow. This has been, I mean, just an amazing day. And again, thank you to everybody for the support, man. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, and we got monsters on here today. I mean, this is what trading's all about. Like I said, this is what you really live for as a trader. You have to sort of go through days like yesterday or like yesterday afternoon where not much was happening, and then you come in today and you could see the kind of damage that's been done here today. So that AERC, I had that yesterday at the close. I don't know if it's gonna, I probably won't show my trades, but, oh, there it is. Yeah, so we did have that. So it wasn't even at the, yeah, I guess it was at the close, 230 there when we had a nice move. Wound up getting it out at 716 there. It did pop in the aftermarket up to 780, which is kind of funny because that's right where today's high is on AERC. So watch out for that. A good little reload is where we did yesterday at 6. So if that comes down in, that's probably going to be a little good spot. Uh-oh, we are now back to the highest spot we've been at all day right now, as there goes Apple back up into the mid-20s. I was waiting at 29 there. We'll take a 28 fill, though, if it's going to give it to us here on Apple. A couple more pennies up, baby. Give us that 28. Nope, stopping at 27. One more penny up. There it is. Yes, sir. So we'll go bang on that one for that, as we are, like I said, at the highest spot we've been at all day. Look at this, man. Make them say again for Microsoft, as that's starting to go back up to the upside. You see that trade there. Look at this. Bottom pick, bang. Bottom pick, boom. Some nice moves there. Let's just take some out at 77 if it's going to, we put a 77 order and you just saw what happened. So we'll wait there at 77 now, or will I? Maybe I'll go a little bit better than that. We'll take a 69er out right there on that fill. So there it is, or 68. We've taken out there on Softy, and you can see boom, boom, pow on all of those. So good reloads, man. My number one stock today is going to be Roblox. Actually, it's either the TQQs or it's Roblox. I mean, Roblox is going to be position pending, but this was the big trade that we had early on the triple Qs, so we talked about that one. Congratulations. Like I said, pretty much everybody behind us destroyed that number, so that was pretty good. It has come back down, some decent outs here on the TQQs, so yeah, good out also on Microsoft, and not a bad one on Apple, so we'll wait to see if Apple can get up to the 50s now.
I'm going to add, someone just said long or short on Kodak over and over again. I haven't looked at that stock in a long time. I feel like we might be getting trolled, but I'll check it in a quick second. We're back above VWAP on Twitter, so it looks like we're establishing that 44 level. The scalp trade is going to continue to work for this. I let it break that 44 support, and when we get back above, patiently wait for it to get back above, and then we're just right back to the long on that name. I'll go to Kodak in a second just to have a quick look. But Brendo, what's up?
Decent move on this one yesterday, guys. I was just waiting for energy inventory is supposed to be coming through here. Laser, talked about it yesterday, 7.5%. It was up big time yesterday on earnings. Continuation just took out day highs here today.
Yeah, I'll say neither. For someone said long or short on Kodak, I probably wouldn't trade it. The volume is under 1 million shares. I don't see much of anything other than, look, it made a bit of a run when other names are going to be squeezing sometimes, and you can catch that little bit of a breakout. But it's put a wick off top in. I want to tell you it can support $6, but you're diddling in the middle. So if you really like it, wait for $6. Otherwise, volume doesn't seem to be there. I'm going to be staying away from that one altogether. But I don't mind looking at anything because, look, we've seen days where I'm not watching something that's important, and maybe it's like a NEO this morning. Didn't have a single look at it. It ran at $20. Now I got my eyeballs on that 20 level to be sure for NEO. I didn't get any on the bid here on Amazon. It came down and almost touched me in front of 141. We'll see if we can't get some out there. But NEO, like we said, relative strength matters in a market like this. That just bounced off of VWAP here. So there you go. Like there's a relatively strong name that makes some sense for the long side as it pulls back in. NEO, that 1950 holding for now.
All right. Okay, so yeah, Brad now is the owner of my Pixel 6, so he's holding up both phones to his head because that's how balling he is right now. So, all right, Microsoft, just not to talk about the same names. Oh, you know what's been moving there, Brendan? Maybe we can look this up. CGC, I saw someone point. So the weed names back in play right now, so we'll go like that a little bit and throw it over to Brendo.
Big move in oil here, guys, on a huge build. 5.5 million to the upside on this crude oil inventory number versus a tiny build expected. I'll check CGC there, but big build on crude.
Weed stocks moving again.
CGC.
Yeah, people talking about
that's
a
why.
big move up there for CGC today.
I'm
So,
like,
of course, last night I made burgers, homemade burgers, so they're going to destroy what we get here. But today's menu, cheddar and beef burgers with black pepper and herb-crusted potato wedges, Neil. We had that discussion last time about the wedges
we're getting
versus...
salad. So.
Yeah, we'll get the salad anyways, but just,
that sounds good.
Some people like it. Some people like to hear about the meals. So, all right, just looking at Microsoft and Apple, I just want to stay net long, man. My net just keeps on growing here. Apple's the weak one, though. So what's been really strong has been Meta. I don't, neither one of us, I don't think, has been in that one, but Meta up to 179. That was like a monster off the open. It just kept on going, gone. And right now, trying to look at some of these other levels to come back in here, 176.20, something like that for Meta. So some nice trades happening, man. Very proud of all the viewers today. Very proud of all the traders behind us. And it's just been such a great day so far today. So absolutely nothing wrong. We'll look at a reload maybe on AMD if we get up to 96.25. But for right now, this short has really come in for us today. So AMD on a good little move. As there we go,
Watch
man.
Tesla.
Yes. Yeah, Microsoft going. You got Tesla breaking.
No. Well, I took NEO on Tesla, broke that 856 back to the upside. I went NEO long because it's above VWAP and it's relatively strong. So I went to the stronger name. We'll see what happens. And obviously, we're going to see Tesla. If it bounces back to VWAP, I think we can back to highs in that 20-level challenge on NEO. If we break those lows on Tesla, well, then they're both going to not work out. We'll see what happens as we go to Brendan for social sentiment. I can't believe one of those names on that board.
Needless to say, quite a bit more positive on this board so far today, although about 50-50 as far as positive, negative. AMC to the downside still. Notably, the size, at least notably large. MEGL, yeah, that recent high flyer back to the upside as well. There's Hellbiz over in the corner there, also very green. Tesla, very green. SPY, DWAC, TTW or TTOO, not Take-Two Interactive, but T2 Biosystems back to the upside today as well. Bed Bath & Beyond, we talked about a little bit earlier, but back and forth we go as far as some of these smaller ones are concerned once again today. AMTD, EVFM, we talked about a little bit. If you missed it, going to the OTC market as of tomorrow after the NASDAQ gave them the boot, I guess, for minimum bid requirements. Phase on here, SIGA and NVAX, guys. Lots and lots of stocks being talked about.
Yeah, that MEGL is a little bit surprised. I mean, I guess it has been a big one, but that started to give it up. I think it halted down at one point, so if you're still looking at that, I kind of feel like it's dead at this point, so I'm not going to be watching it too much. AMC, you might not be able to get these 21s again, but it's now starting to round off. The trend is unbroken, so you want to see it like hold and try to make a bit of a high break, at least over to VWAP there. So we'll see what happens. I'm not sure it's going to make that move just yet. You know, I decided to go in. This is what, like, when 855 broke on Tesla, this is where I went long to NEO after it tested that 1950 and managed to hold. So the out will have like 1945. It's actually 44, that bottom wick. So just beneath that, probably 1940s and 39s will be the out for me on NIO. But I go over to Tesla, and if you just went the same time on Tesla, at the same time on Tesla, it breaks that 55 back up and goes $7. So I know it was relatively strong before. NIO's not like it's working, but Tesla's like there's working, and then there's like what Tesla's doing right now. So hopefully we can get that $20 level on NIO here. And if it takes that out, I think I'm looking separate trade on a break of the high of the day. I'd rather scalp at the 20 and then work on a separate trade to be able to take that top end break there. So the trend unbroken once again in NIO. We'll grab that one. Trade Desk is still beneath the high somehow. Strongest name in the entire market. Tries to get back up to that high. We played it to VWAP, we reloaded. I'm holding off on getting any more shares until it actually tests that top. If it starts rolling over from the top, I'll short it again into VWAP. But if this wants to take out highs when the market is bouncing off of the low, well then it probably, like I said, that 75 level collision course incoming for Trade Desk in 75 if it can take out this high.
Wow, Trade Desk. Unbelievable. You know what name that we haven't looked at yet today? Let's look at Google. Is there anything you guys, actually let's look at Google first, and I want to go over to AMC because Bed Bath & Beyond was a good name and then it tanked down there. So we were able to take some profit on BBBY and then out. So Google, again, you know, that was, remember I lost a lot of money the other day trading 120 break there, right here on Google when we punched that long with probably my biggest Google position ever. We punched that into the long, and then we were able to get out for 30 or 40 cent hit, but that just faded out the rest of the day back down to 117. So I'm just thinking right now, you've touched 120 again today. On the knot, I mean, Google's high of the day is 120 flat. So if you were shorting into 120, using 120 as your breaker 19, you would have not gotten out. But I just feel like right now, as we're looking at Google right here at that 120, like I said, you go back a couple days, it hit 120, tanked back down in. So if you're looking for a short right now, possibly this Google trade off of 120 isn't the end of the world. It's 1040 here on what is CPI day, August 10th. That's going to be, you know, an interesting level. So if the market starts to struggle a little bit, you may want to average in, but I wouldn't hold this through a 120 break, but you do come up to a level there. So if you're looking for a trade, to me, it's going to be Google looking at this 120. I mean, we're long. We're 40 cents in the money on Apple, 70 cents in the money on this Microsoft long right here as well. As look at these bottom picks, man, 287, bang. So some nice little profits here on Microsoft to the upside. There it goes. Yes, sir. $1 in the money AMD short, and then these Microsoft, Roblox, and Apple trades while also looking at Google.
And thank you so much for that super chat. Uber Munch? No? Yeah, Uber Munch. I think that's the name. So far, Bed Bath & Beyond's killed my whole family. That sucks. Yeah, that sucks, man. But it hasn't broken an 860 low. So you're thinking about where you can get it to smoke some crystals. I just look, and AMC just caught a nice little bounce. So it's the leader of the pack, and at least it has been, Bed Bath & Beyond as well. So you have some support on it. I guess you mean the higher time frame. Like you're talking about yesterday's low to be sure. So right now you've got a higher low, and the gap fill has held. So I'd even call $8 a little bit of support. It actually sets you up pretty well for a long at about $9 off of either one of these lows. But I try one and done in Bed Bath & Beyond on the way back in. It needs to clear this 10 and maybe set that one up for a bigger breakout. What can happen with these is after a bit of a fail on that last break, it has to calm down and make a consolidation. Like, look what it did when it went 450 to 650. Like, yeah, it came back in that dollar, but had to consolidate for a day or two and then take that breakout. So on a bigger scale, that's what's happening now. Like, you made the break from 6 up to 13, doubled up. Now it pulls back to something like an 850, and it needs to consolidate a little bit. That's all it probably has to happen for the next leg up. So it could be a day or two at this range, which kind of sucks. I get it. You're looking for a reason maybe why it would come up now, but it might just be like a day or two, holding that support level and then making a challenge. But it's always hard for it to break. After a couple of moves like that, breaking that fresh high, the more it extends, gets harder each time. But it doesn't mean it couldn't go back to 11 to 12. It just might take a day or two before you're confident in that support level.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been, let's not, sugarcoat anything. Like it hasn't been a completely easy day to trade. I just feel like you got to watch the right names, right? And I said it early. We saw Microsoft yesterday. Microsoft, I mean, I should still be long a hell of a lot more shares than I am. So, my confidence level on scalping is very high. On holding, we do take some risks sometimes, but on this Microsoft trade, it's now $1.10 in the money and still going. So, we've really respected some of these names twice, right? And I think that's really the key. Like, if you guys guys are on PDT or anything like that, most of my fills today, the AMD short there at 97, at 98 basically, now 97.30 we're short. But you know, some of these trades haven't been super hard to grab. You just had to be on the right names. So Microsoft does pull back in, right? We knew we wanted that from yesterday. Yesterday was a super, super strong name. I mean, Microsoft was just ticking up all day yesterday. So this was one that we wanted. So every time it came back in, we had to find bottoms. And that was the key today, was to be as patient as you possibly could be down there at the bottom. You had to sort of take a little bit of faith and hold out that, hey, yeah, this was going to print for us. It was going to go upside. And if it didn't, we had our outs, right? So this is part of how I trade. Risk to reward. I should do better holding more, and then profits would go up. But at the same time, if you take stupid trades when the time isn't right and you don't have stop orders, then you get stopped out on your full boat, right? So you got to be very, very careful about taking the trades. I'm going to try to let Microsoft just run here. We're above the 50 period here on the NASDAQ, so that's a key for me to hold on to some of these longs. I've been pretty happy with the way the trade's been today, so let's just stay the course here. Let's hold this long. Apple's now 50 cents in the money as well, and I am looking to reload AMD shorts, although we just missed a spot right there at 80 as we were talking, as it hits VWAP. So pay attention to all your positions. That's another key.
Oh yeah, NVIDIA's at the 175's in play for NVIDIA. I just got wicked out of Amazon at 142.11, but I think that's probably the right call. Above that 142 has been significant, so I'm only shorting to that. But 175 about to get tested on NVIDIA. To answer the super chat, someone just asked about that guy who put their winnings or their life savings into HKD and Meagle or whatever and is holding it. I don't think that was true. I think we were getting trolled. That's my take there.
No one puts their life savings.
Like someone said they had it at like, I think it was like HKD at like 2,500 and then Meagle at the top.
Oh yeah,
so,
that's a troll.
Yeah, I felt like that was a little bit of a troll. And look, I get it. I answered that question entirely seriously, taking it for real, and then they came in and trolled us again. So, you know, sometimes that'll happen. Anybody that's caught in the top one of those, it wouldn't be fun. Obviously, that's going to be the case. But make sure you pay yourself out. And that's my segue into, we're not at $20 on NEO yet. VWAP just happened on Tesla's. I watch it. It's trying to hold that level. So if I rinse and repeat, it's going to be back in front of 1950 and then play it into that 20 level for NIO. And I want to, before we go to the board, which is pretty heavy and strong to the upside, remember that strength in Walmart yesterday? Well, it tried to break 130 at the open and failed it. Walmart looking relatively weak after looking like they want to now potentially challenge Amazon when it comes to streaming. So rejecting that 130 on a break, that looks like pretty solid resistance. But the board, you want it to be one way, but it's the other way. No, just strong board here today. There's a couple of red names in there. That's what I'm interested in. Like, what are those pockets of weakness? I know one of them. I want to see the others.
AMC?
No, Win.
Hey guys, yeah, big move to the upside today for the overall market. 1.75 right now for the S&P. Not much in the way of weakness, as you were saying. Bottom corner over here, that's the energy group. Oil to the downside, so energy stocks following suit. There's a few individual names as well off earnings over here. Win reported, downside for Win. ACAM is the other one, AKAM, downside in the software names after earnings. But everything else is great so far. Consumer discretionary names specifically. The cruise lines back to the upside. We showed you Norwegian right out of the gate there. Norwegian now up 11.8%. RCL, CCL about 10% each right now. So all of the travel names very much benefiting from this number this morning. Retailers as well. Again, a ton of earnings coming in the retail group next week. So we'll also get retail sales next week as well. So retail names will be on watch. Tech stocks are strong. Industrials are strong. Financials as well, all to the upside, despite that number, which could indicate maybe slowing interest rates. Energy stocks, as I said, to the downside. The only one keeping this market back. Guys, back over to you.
The only thing holding us up, but I went over to, I showed two names that you guys were talking about there. One of them was NEO. I went to that long watching Tesla, but never got to that CCL off of $10. Well, there you go, CCL breaking out the highs, and NEO struggling at 1980. Like, you can't seem to get past that 1980 lower high, and CCL is absolutely churning. So I might have picked the wrong one to go long. Next time, just go both is the name of the game here. I think now 10.20 probably looks pretty good. Just watch out, because a couple of days ago, we broke 10. We broke out from 10 and got to 10.50, and then a hard reverse. So I think it's got like 15 more pennies before you might have not a serious pullback, but at least a reasonable chance for a pullback in CCL. That's going to be. I want to say there's going to be size on 1050 to be sure in CCL. Like, you're probably going to see a ton of shares on that offer and a lot of people shorting 1047, 48, and 49 to clog it up and maybe dip back down in. Hopefully before it gets there, we can see some 1020s on a bit of a dip by there. And I just said, the one time all morning that I'm not long in Twitter, and it decides it wants to go back toward those highs. So I'm back to starting longs at 20s into 44 just to get a little bit more aggressive. But I'm just down to NEO, still holding that Roblox because the trend is still unbroken, and Trade Desk hasn't broken that high, so the reload still maintaining those levels. And I do want to keep checking in on Tesla, like not just because I'm in NEO, and because if we don't hold this consolidation and break higher, I have to think about exiting NEO, because if Tesla makes a leg lower, well, I don't see any way that this NEO long is going to work out holding VWAP. So Tesla still being the barometer, but it's holding the higher end of that support here, at least for now.
Okay, so sorry, not sorry again, but like Britney Spears, oops, we did it again, because there's another short there for AMD and just cashing out 20 cents. Like, it's sometimes, like I said, you pick the right names, you sit on the right stocks, you understand what momentum is and the right way to play some of these. Some days it works, some day it doesn't. You got to have your outs, but there it is on AMD. We short that into 97. I mean, it's the same play again, over and over again. At this time, though, it's 10:45. The market's really not doing anything. Do I like the short on AMD? Yes, but we are now out of half of that trade. So I guess I can alter now my out, because I can change the share size. And you see, that's what I'm doing right now. So now I'm just dumping out my shares there on half of my order. So we went risk to reward 1-to-1, like we said that we're going to try to do. So sometimes it's hard being on the show and, you know, analyzing risk the proper way. But, you know, if I just do that 1-to-1 ratio there, where I'm short at 85 right now, my out's going to be a break of 97. That's 15 cents. Add a little bit for slippage. That's 20. Well, we just took 20 cents on half of the trade. So, you know, that's where it's working out for me right now. It looks like AMD's really getting spicy. So this is probably a decent short. Or sorry, a watch out for your shorts, because it is starting to pick back up and just hitting some levels. So watch out for AMD. I mean, meanwhile, Softy right now, hit the siren one more time, because Microsoft is now $2 in the money and ripping upside right there. So, like, there's not much more we could do rather than, you know, trade the strong names like we keep talking about. And this one is Microsoft. It's a $2 winner, and we've got it twice, man. The first time we got them all out at $2.88 for $1. This last time we're holding for a little bit longer win here. So that is what we're doing. There goes AMD. It does take 97, so we're out. So that's going to be 1-to-1. So we'll fail stamp on that, because whenever we go in and out and wash the trade, it's not a win. So there it is, another one for us on AMD out there as it takes down that 97. Maybe this one's turning heads again, because the futures are now upside. Maybe the AMD short is not until 97.50, but I'm going to leave it alone. We have 75-cent win on the long for Apple, $2 on Microsoft. And Roblox, I mean, I don't want to reload this one. I mean, I see some people asking about it. I don't want to load this until 45, so there's still a little bit more coming.
Yeah, I mean, that one's, the trend is pretty solid there. I just took some out of Trade Desk back into 72. This is from Trader Prad, by the way, and I forgot to mention this in real time. He's been trading it all morning, Trade Desk, and he saw 71.65 iceberg buyer. So I'm going to take note of that and be a little bit more cautious, taking shares out in front of 72 on the short side. But I have to, two things. First of all, Frank, the answer between Bengals and Bills is Bills. You knew that before you asked it, and I'm not going to hold it against you because you've been a fan of the show for some time there. So maybe you were trolling me a little bit. But I have to talk about Affirm here for a second, because Affirm is up 13%. On a day like today, yeah, of course Affirm is up 13%. The beat-up names have been able to make a bit of a churn. But look at this double top at 37. Big move, double top at 37 today, and then go back a couple of days ago. So this is a long way of saying you darn well know I'm going to short Affirm off of this high. If it takes out 37, it's like, you know where your risk is going to be. And it's not about, okay, Affirm is always a short. No, it's been ridiculously strong. And the other day, I even said that when we got back above 30, it kind of turned into a long, and I was sort of doing the same thing. I was shorting and then reversing at key levels instead of initially looking to any kind of a long side of the trade. But it's a trend break. Once it got above that 30, I think that was pretty clear. It just extended itself to this 37 even. If the market takes out the highs, well, maybe I need to be willing to reverse into a long at 37. For now, I'm shorting it with a 37 stop. There's no secret about where the out has to be here. If it does a failed break, like gets to like 37.10 or so, maybe I jump back into the trade. But it's hard to get away from a look like that. Both a double top here, and then looking back on the 15-minute chart, it gives you double top again.
Yeah, we might have got, I'll go back in for small shares on AMD. We might have just got taken out there at that 97.20 high there, wicked up and then came back, plus the futures coming back down a little bit. So, 1-to-1 here, I think this is pretty much worth the trade on AMD. If we get back down here to 65, that'll be a 30-cent win. Give us that high again as a possibility there. So, just looking around here on AMD, looking around here on some of these names. So, so far so good, but not great trading there on AMD. I mean, I wish that we had a little bit more of a plan. Well, we do have a plan. It's just, it keeps getting taken out right there. That's 97.11. I mean, we could try it up. I don't know. Again, like, to be wrong, I don't want to be wrong that wrong all the way to the upside and give back some of the profits that we've had here, right? So we'll try. We'll average in. We'll go to 97.25 because obviously this is a pretty aggressive name here as it continues to dance around AMD. So this has the chance to fall if the market goes, but maybe we've seen the bottoms on this name. So there's one last take, and here it goes up to 97. I'm just going to respect some of these levels here. That's 97.30s. Yeah, like 97.25, something like that. I just don't want to hold this too far against me. So we'll give this one a little bit more, and it looks like we'll be wrong on the last one here for AMD possibly.
It would be nice if I'm out out of Twitter because I'm an idiot, and I should still be long that one. But it would be nice if at least something actually challenges these highs. That firm looks like it's going to make that challenge at 37 even. But Neo, I was about to get more shares out here at the 80 level, and I'll probably still do so, or around the 80 level. I'll probably still do so, but I'll hold on to a few more. I'm going to hold through for a potential 20 break, just in case I don't actually catch it, because I didn't get any more dipping down there when the market started to pull back in. So I want to hold on to something in case this breaks out at 20 even. Market now turning up. Tesla looking like it wants to take out these highs. If the top goes, 37 obviously is going to be in play. I'm trying to talk myself into going long on a 37 break on a firm. I'm not really there yet, but it does look really nice. I mean, you look at that chart, and it does set up pretty well. I'm still going to be watching Tesla for that barometer. And again, like, it tests up at VWAP. It's like, will it break? Will it break? And then it just starts to pull back in. If we get above VWAP and start running above 870, like, you know what Tesla can do when it gets going. It can be absolute monster. That's why I'm leaning towards maybe holding on to some of Neo in addition to taking that 20 break. I haven't mentioned, well, Brendan mentioned Alibaba, SoftBank, maybe getting rid of some of their stake. I haven't looked at it until right now. It is barcoding, putting a nice little flag in. You've had the same level for the last little bit in the morning, 91.25 with higher lows all the way. So one of the weakest names in the market. There goes 37.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. I decided too late that I want to get the reverse. I'll sit on the bid here, but it's like, that's so strong on a firm. I should have just said straight up reverse that trade if you can get it. But Alibaba is sitting in a similar bucket. It's trying to go green on the session to that upside. And we know what can happen when you get a wipeout bottom on a BABA. This hasn't gone yet. See, if I reverse on a firm, your bias can get the best of you. If I reverse on a firm, look how easy that is. Right into 37.50. I mean, instantly. You're long, you're getting it out at 50s. I'm going to buy the dip here because it's so strong. I'm going to only add to Neo if I can get it VWAP or taking out that 20 high, but I don't want to take any more out till we get to that 20.
All right, so AMD, any sort of a spike up, man, this name gets like ridiculously excited to the upside there for AMD. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to flip over to our longs. We only have 7 minutes left. I'm now out of AMD there. It took out that level, so we take another 20-cent hit, so not nice there on AMD. Play nice, AMD, but it's not doing that right now. So we're going to have to wait to see what that does. Oh, I did want to look. So I'm done with AMD short. We'll go over to AMC and play the alphabet game right now because that's making a move back into 22 again. We had that. I cannot believe that. I mean, I was ignoring this all day. That 22 break yesterday, we liked the short. That would not have worked because it ran all the way back up to 22.50. So I don't think that you've had to be patient with this short. It hasn't been clean. I mean, it's been clean off that 22 break the second time, but even then, that was 21.70. You might have got out. I don't know if you would have held it all the way to the downside there for AMC, but either way, 20.80 bottom, and right now you're right here back up to 22. So to me, that could be a decent level to go short here on AMC. But again, if a lot of these names stop running, then we know retail can come back into this name and start to really trade it aggressively. So what is that wick high? That wick high right there is 22.30. We could probably give this one a little bit of pennies here on a move just to see where it goes, but I don't mind going short on this name if we can get back. Maybe that is 31, 32. So yeah, I mean, back up here, 17, 18, 19, something like that. Let's try a short here on AMC against that level. But again, we do understand, I'm going to try short on AMC right now. So if we can get a 19 or 20, which we just offered 19s, we'll take that against that high. But only, guys, only 15 cents here. We know what can happen with AMC. So anything you want to review there? I know you're on
just
the trade
quickly,
desk.
someone was asking about trade desk or what's going on. It's still in the same channel, but Brad mentioned a 71.65 iceberg, and look at it try to hold that level time and time again here. So I've been short in front of the highs and scalping it out in front of VWAP. I'll continue that, but like a firm, if it takes out this top, I think it's headed to 75 even. Now let's go to Brennan. It is time for Money Talks. Ooh, what a move by a certain cryptocurrency.
Hey guys, yeah, I just said to Fahad, the dollar is running out of chart to the downside here. What a move so far today. 1.5% right now for the DXY to the downside following that jobs report. So everything else on this board going to be sharply higher, obviously. As a result, 1.35, in fact, for the euro, back to 103.5. Remember, we spent some time below parity for the euro not too long ago. A full percent for the Canadian dollar, 78.3 today. 1.5 as well, almost for the British pound, back to 122.5. Down here, we'll go to the bottom end. Bitcoin, Ethereum still holding on to nice gains as well. Back above 24,000 for BTC. Yeah, full 8.5% for Ethereum, 1,843. But wow. What a move over there for the dollar today, guys. Back to you.
Super, super strong. I guess it's a little bit to be expected, right? Like that correlation. I mean, a strong move to the upside in equities, right? And then move to the downside in the dollar. We kind of expect that to happen from time to time. So Tesla got through 870. Put in I don't want to move from my Neo chart here for a second, but Tesla got through 870. Looks like it's trying to hold that bid. So it pressed up, kind of tested back below. Now it looks like it's trying to hold that bid. But Neo is checking up at exactly the same moment. It's almost like they're going lockstep. Tesla, a bit stronger off that bottom. Neo just getting off of VWAP. But the second we started pulling back off that 70 level, Neo started pulling back. So this could be that chance for that dip buy that I was talking about on Neo back into 1950. It doesn't have to be true, but hopefully it can be. Of course I get into a firm. I'm like, yeah, I'll take it on the way back. Let's just try and trade the breakout. And now it wants to be retesting that breakout level. When it's significant like this, like look at the daily chart on a firm. I mean, if it's a level like this, above 37, does give you so much room if it continues to move, that having a 10, 15 cent trail on it doesn't really make a heck of a lot of sense for a move this potentially big on a firm. It's got like room to $40. If the market takes out the high, a firm is the kind of stock that can get another 3 to 5% on it in an absolute heartbeat. So I want to give this one a little bit of churn to that upside. I think we have some earnings to get to. It was a big one today. Ooh. Oh, yeah, there's a big one on that board. Let's get to the earnings, Brendo.
Yeah, here we go. A few interesting names. I'll leave one highlighted there for you for the morning tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, Veru. Okay, now it looks too.
That's not what I meant.
Dark. There it is.
Not bad.
Yeah, there. Okay, there it is. Yeah, we got to highlight Veru there. Oops, where'd it go? There it is again. Yeah, Walt Disney, obviously. I mean, a big name there. We've seen some of those cruise lines move around, and obviously the airlines as well as travel. Brennan also hinted at Airbnb with that move. I like the Hut 8 tomorrow. We've talked about cryptocurrencies a lot. I always mention Hut 8, so watch out for that one as Ether's ripping. So
Bros is heavy short.
Yeah, a lot of these names I think are going to be pretty short. That Traeger Grills at the bottom left as well. That's another name. Nintendo, shout out to the pink sheets there. NTDOY making an appearance there as well. So Sonos, yeah, there's
Canada Goose. I saw Canada Goose on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of good names on there.
I don't want to look at that chart because I feel like it hasn't been that good for Canada Goose in the last little bit. But yeah, a little bit of Canada action. We'll see. We'll have a look at those. But the short interest has been the play. Okay, here comes Tesla's coming back in, so I'm anticipating Neo's going to dip a little bit here. We'll see what can happen. I'm going to be buying. I'll be on the dip for Neo almost regardless. And I feel like the other one that could come back if there's a market, forget about it. I was about to say the one that could come back is CCL pulling back in. Nope. CCL is still churning toward that 1050. I'll probably be shorting 48s and 49s with a stop right at that high of the day. For now, I don't really see a ton of shares on the offer, but as it gets closer, I think we'll get a better picture of what CCL 1050 does look like.
Okay, so just quickly over to here, we talked about this trade a couple times. Google right now is at 120, so I am going to try the long on this name. I've told you before that it hasn't worked, but I would feel silly not taking it this time when last time we got crushed on it. So let's try it one more time. We'll lower our shares as it's 11 o'clock. Like, I'm not expecting this thing to hit 120 and then just absolutely motor on the way back to the upside, but we'll wait to see here if that does happen. But there's 120 coming on Google. We've talked about this level a couple times as, I mean, I'm going to go long if it breaks, so you don't have to worry about that, but there's the 120 last time back on the 8th, so it's only the 10th now. So 2 days ago we tested it, and then we went back down to 116, of course, and then today we take off to the upside. So we're going to stare at this one for a little bit. Microsoft is nicely done in the money now. AMD's starting to take off. So yeah, there's lots of exciting names. And yeah, it's not going anywhere, man. The midday madness is about to happen, and there's a lot of names moving. So get ready for that. Trader Prad's locked and loaded as well. The weed names, Trader Prad. MindMed is up 12%. CGC up 12%. Lots of stuff starting to go, man. Tesla back up to 870 as well and starting to run. That red box, we got a couple notes on that one, although not traded yet today.
That was getting crushed.
Yeah, 220, 260 right now for red box. Okay, here goes the market. So I do expect Google to try to go upside. I mean, right now as well as the market trying to take out those highs. We're right back. I mean, it's not the ultimate highs, but it's kind of these highs that we've been looking at here. So we got to take out this 13,360 and then we're jamming. But for right now, Google, I'm looking at it. And then Roblox, guys, goes all the way back to 45. This is another interesting name. So watch out for your Roblox trades. But yeah, 11 o'clock is here and we are wrapping up.
Oh, and what the timing of it, because the 120 is going to be there. CCL's at 1050 as we speak. Trade Desk is right at that top for potential breakout long. Affirm is at the high of the day, so the excitement continues as the market tries to take out these tops. It's going to break it right now, that Google 120.
We just pulled back. Iceberg.
Maybe a good time. Iceberg is still in play. Let's throw it to Trader Prad and Luca over there as these levels are all lining up. It should be an exciting midday.
Oh, baby, is it exciting or what? We got the CPI number coming out. It's a beautiful Wednesday, bright and early. I'm up. I was tweeting at you guys to wake up, you filthy animals, and I'm glad you guys are up here, ready to party, ready to take advantage of these moves that the market's giving us. Real quick, I'm just going to have to close my AMC short, and hopefully that will update the board over there. Not really, but yeah, AMC has been one of my worst trades for the day, but thankfully we have other stocks on there that we can take advantage of. Here's the S&P 500 long that I've been waiting for since 9:30. Just been waiting for the 4,200 break to happen. Finally, 4,200 break taking place. We are long about 3 points in the money on the futures. Let's see where this one goes. As Luca would say, this is most likely going to be my best trade of the day or my worst trade of the day, and probably the trade that makes or breaks me, because I have been very, very careful on the equity side. And talking about the equity side, man, look at these longs on TTD. Trade Desk, absolute beautiful opportunities, up 30% on the day today. Every time it would come down to 71.65 area, it would break it, but then instantly whipsaw right back on the 71.65, hold it, and just not go too much below it for longer than maybe 5 to 10 seconds, and then pop right back to the north side, give us $1 per share, $2 per share. Right now, $1.88 in the money on Trade Desk. Absolutely loving the opportunities today. There's so many of them. I can't even tell you what to talk. I mean, look at Coinbase. Well, I even mentioned the Coinbase play strategy in case you were, if anyone were listening. I said, watch Coinbase come out with the negative report, but still go on SSR and then just launch to the moon. And that's what Coinbase is doing here. 15% to the north side, even though it's on SSR with the negative catalyst behind it. My futures position now 4 points in the money. I'm just waiting for that position to get really fruitful so I can start taking profits on that side and bank it on futures once again. That's going to be 3 days in a row that I've been banking it on futures. I've been loving the opportunities on that side so far. Some of the stocks that you guys are looking at in chat, maybe TTD is a short from here. Yeah, if you believe that TTD is or Trade Desk is not going to go any further than here, then yeah, go for that short opportunity. I am already locked in on the long direction, so I'm not really looking to go away from that direction just yet. I'll just be patient to see if I can get that price target of $76 on TTD. If I don't get $76, that's fine. I'm not crying too much about that because I've still banked enough money on that one stock today where we're chilling. We're big chilling. Continue. Let me know if anything changes. Yeah, cool, Fahad. Coming back to you guys, NVTA apparently pumping. Chat's calling out NVTA. Lots of stocks moving for sure. Lots of excitement all day. NVTA on New York. It is on New York. 13 million shares traded on this stock today. And wow, 46% trying to make a new high a day every second, I guess. It says the stock was on SSR. I'm not sure if it actually was. I could clarify for that later on by going on the websites or so on. But here we're watching the stock absolutely launch with the volume increase coming in exactly around 11 o'clock. Perfect time for a volume increase because it's about to be midday market movers mayhem, baby.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day, staying profitable, staying consistent. And guys, you know the deal. Let us know what you're trading in the chat here. We're getting that breakout on the ES here, like that final breakout through 4,200. I think a lot of people have that 4210 area, which is interesting. So like, let's see if it gets through that, and then we got a ways of upside to go. Kind of surprised that, kind of felt like everything really was going to push in the morning, but, kind of had that nice pullback. But very nice bounce off of the VWAP area here, and now through 4,200. Somebody's saying GNLN. I'm not sure about that one. Let me quickly have a look here. GNLN. Oh, this one's light volume. 180,000 shares traded approximately. When you see things like this, I think, I'm seeing this one like obviously up on the day, but very, very light obviously from a day trade perspective. You want things that are moving for sure. I think there was one CWLT, if I'm not mistaken, CLWT. This one kind of interesting. So did some volume, but slow to move. Obviously had the morning pop. Was watching this. Really thought maybe we could go, but now obviously subsided below VWAP. And quick glance at AERC. If I'm not mistaken, this one halted. Oh yeah, this one. Oh wow, I didn't even actually pull this one up this morning, and that's actually a crazy halt. Yeah, yesterday the move obviously was very, very crazy. And it kind of opens lower and SSR, right? So it's interesting when you see these very strong moves to the upside, and then they kind of fade back SSR. You get that kind of action, like pop to the upside, like good risk to return on the bet there. Hopefully somebody had that. Is Luca wearing the same clothes from yesterday? It's the same vest and the same hat, and obviously the same glasses. But for the most part, no. It's the shirt is different. So yeah, but good eye. And MEGL. Let's see here. MEGL. MEGL was kind of interesting. Like this thing, obviously, like yesterday had like a extreme down move, and then in the pre-market was showing like 2 million shares traded. Today and doing like a much more than that right now. Kind of fade off the morning, and interesting how it had that bounce right off of 10 area. Kind of like I think the issue price on this is like $4. So overall I'm thinking, okay, maybe you get some support there, but kind of interesting how it had that bounce off 10. Psychological level, but interesting name, interesting symbol to say the least. So yeah, I don't know where this one's going. Probably not going to trade it today, but yeah, it kind of feels like now it's done, and once it breaks 10, like maybe it finds support around 4.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the ES as to what levels I could expect it to go. It did break 4210, by just about a point or two, and now looking to come back in. Hence, I did cover my first profit target at 4210, as Luca was talking about that, and now coming back in are the futures. So keep in mind, if you are long off that 4200 break, it is possible that we come back in through 4200, maybe go back into the sideways consolidation range that we formed after the 830 number that came out, and slowly inch our ways to the north side. Anything is possible really at this point. Let me show you my worst trade of the day. I guess my regret position of the day was AMC. I wanted to take the 21 break, wasn't quick enough on paying for the shorts, so missed out on that break over there. I should have called it out way earlier, just missed out on that move. Later on, I took the shares anyways, and I guess I kind of FOMO'd into this trade, gave back some of my money that I made on TTD, but thankfully we're still good over here for the day. We get to use the futures to help us on that front without any problem. Here comes the pain, says Marcelo Costa. Pain, I'm guessing you mean move to the downside. 2% move on the S&P 500 to the north side today. NASDAQ with the 2.5% move. I don't think we're gonna see too much pain, honestly. The CPI numbers came out way better than expected. Even though things cost a heart and a lung and a kidney right now to buy stuff, I guess CPI number is giving you a different spectrum. Maybe they're tweaking that number to help them, help them with their trying to fight inflation cause and whatnot. And I saw the inflation act also went through. So lots and lots of reasons across the board to see what the market will go through. I was honestly expecting if 4,200 did not break today at some point, then we're obviously going back down tomorrow with the big steep fall. But so I'm glad that 4,200 just did break at some point today, allowing me to build into that long. Now the question is, how high can the market really go from here?
Yeah, how high can it go? And if it wants to hold above that 42, maybe we get the blow off top towards 43. Obviously, not today. That would be a very, very upsized move. But, maybe get a couple days of continuation. It'll be interesting to see. Obviously, my kind of first experience watching this overall market and how it's trading, bear market, whatever you want to call it, kangaroo market jumping around from time to time. But yeah, that 43 area, definitely interesting. And it'll be interesting to see, are people really going to buy it above 43? Are there going to be shorts that step in and then it goes higher and more people continue to get squeezed? So yeah, definitely interesting. Now that the kind of morning, played itself out, looking for longs here, as long as that 4,200 holds, there's definitely room to the upside. So, let's see if Amazon wants to hold this area. It was below 140, obviously now back above, and, maybe get some continuation and finally go for that 145 test. I think the high of the day being like 144.5. So, yeah, maybe definitely room to get towards there.
Inflation deniers. Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. I'm just trying to find where's my web link for the watch list? There we go, tradertv.live.members /watch list. And that I see right away Bed Bath & Beyond sticking out, and a couple of you were yelling out Bed Bath & Beyond also right as the show got transitioned to the midday show. I'm guessing that's because Bed Bath & Beyond doing some wild stuff. The percentage most likely wrong again. Let me go confirm what the actual, for some stocks on our platform, they're fixing that bug, so it says ridiculous percentage to the north side. Bed Bath & Beyond is actually flat on the day. AMC too, very flat on the day, whereas it was actually negative by a percent or more at what point when I was actually watching AMC. So Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC, a bunch of meme stocks coming back into the north side a little bit, not bleeding as much as they were bleeding earlier on in the day. Unity also being mentioned in our watch list because of earnings report coming out. Earnings report obviously pumping them to the north side, 7% for Unity, holding VWAP throughout the day, not really breaking VWAP, showing you that big buyers are at these levels and are there looking to accumulate the stock up and send it to the moon maybe eventually once economy maybe gets better or whatever it is that they need for the stock to go back to those values that it once was. Keep in mind, Unity also recently had that acquisition of IS, I believe is the ticker name. Ironscape something, which was Iron Source, thank you. Which was an Israeli game dev company. So a merger, we'll see how obviously that merger will play out for Unity, and we're still waiting to see how Activision's merger, if or when, will go through. And I believe that was a DOJ who has to look at that one.
Yeah, people also saying NVTA pumping. Let's have a look. NVTA. On the New York, up 55%, looking very strong, holding trend. You're getting this consolidation action, and I'm assuming, kind of small cap of the day, whatever you want to call it, goes for the high, goes for the secondary high, then you're getting the flush down, right? So let's see if it holds, looking like, these kind of wick off bottoms here are holding. Maybe you get that 350, 340-ish support if it wants to hold trend and then make a move higher. But, is an extended move. Just keep that in mind. It definitely is an extended move. So if this breaks down, there's definitely room to the downside. And it really comes down to volume and, what the overall catalyst is. I'm not really sure about this on the daily. Let me just quickly zoom out here. You maybe get some, see, it kind of feels like it's over that resistance of like 320, 330 area. But yeah, that $4 area is definitely interesting. That would be like a kind of, for me, that would be like a 50-50, whether this is going to like break $4 and go. I mean, maybe it could break 4 and go, and kind of from a technical perspective, if it does really, really run, maybe you get like 455 test. And then 5, you're going to get some pretty heavy resistance on that one, kind of feels like. So yeah, definitely interesting to watch this one if it holds trend and volume continues to go. So I took a Tesla short here, just kind of thinking, you know, like maybe somebody's like, oh, Tesla's falling, and now that it kind of like had its little run up here and kind of looking like it's fading, market turning back down. So I'm long Amazon, long Apple, short Tesla. And I'm going to see where these ones go. If Tesla, moves back up, I think I'm going to have to get out of this one. But if it starts to go down, then, this one, for some reason, I have this as one of, my like kind of weaker names, just based on the setup right here. There's definitely room to the downside if it wants to continue. You got to probably let this one breathe a little bit, but I'm not going to let it breathe too much. And yeah, looking at Apple here, breaking VWAP, but not convinced. This could easily just chop around before it kind of makes a move. So we'll see what happens here.
Someone said bye-bye Affirm shorts. Hello, I guess Affirm getting ready to push down. Well, not really. We're still at the higher day ranges on Affirm, up 14% on the day. On a day like today, it's hard for even me to look for shorts, honestly. Gotta wait for the perfect time. Gotta wait for the market to cool its jets off. I mean, market did pop up above 4,200, which was a key resistance level for a while now, not too long ago. That factor coming into play, you got to really time your shorts, and if you don't time your shorts like I didn't on AMC, it's a good chance that you give back some of the money you made today. It's easier to go with the trend than it is to go against the trend. So maybe look at the chart for Affirm. It's been bouncing off of VWAP throughout the day. It doesn't really want to go down. I understand the negative mentality behind Affirm and the fact that the company has been struggling to have payments come back and for the loans that they give out and so on. All things considered, just look at the overall trend on the day. If you really want to short a stock, there's so many stocks out there that are red on the day, but are somewhat strong because of the overall market move. But you can still time your shorts on these said positions, like Roblox maybe around some key levels that it popped up to. Look at the daily levels. Look at the 50-period EMA, maybe the 100-period EMA. It popped pretty close to $50 today, which was also around yesterday's high. Yesterday's high is 49.24. Looks like today's high is 46.17. Why does it look so weird on this chart, though? It looks like we popped up to 49 today. Oh, because of the pre-market. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, pre-market level. That makes a lot more sense. This day's low, August 4th's low, around 46. Looks like the barrier to be 46 today. Obviously, hindsight's 2020. In that moment, I would have not have known if that trade would have worked or not. But you could have used that level to go short, wait for this pop to finish off the opening drive, off the pre-market, get short 46, and then you just keep scalping to the downside if you are bearish on the day, that is. It's way easier to just look for these type of opportunities than it is to short a stock that's up 14%, 15% on the day. For example, even Coinbase. You could short Coinbase around $94 or even 95, closer to 95, instead of trying to short Affirm, in my opinion. But Coinbase is up 15% also on that note.
Yeah, so Tesla kind of falling off here, and here's the thing, right? I kind of get the vibes that like if we go down a little, like Tesla's going to go down a lot. These other longs, like Amazon long at VWAP, kind of holding overall. So like the overall theme that I'm feeling here is like, if it wants to kind of hold here or even like inch lower, maybe add into this. And as Tesla works for me, take some off, went for that kind of sell off, pop, reject VWAP, and then fall off. So this kind of like looks really, really good for kind of from like a short bias here. So maybe we get down and get like a 160 area kind of bounce here. If this goes to like 164 area, which is basically this kind of zone here, that feels like, it kind of dropped, did some volume over here, then made the move. Maybe we get that same action, do a little bit of kind of sideways before we break through. See if we could get wicked out in front of 860 and 850. And then, hold a piece for the dream if this wants to break 850 today and go, if kind of that, if this is like blow through the stops at 42, reject the 42.10 on the ES, turn around, go back, test VWAP, and then break. This will be a decent short here. So, like the position, going to hold on, take some off as it works for me. And, yeah, definitely keeping an eye on the longs here. you know, obviously if the overall market, like these things are moving together. So, you know, it doesn't make sense to really have like, you know, if I'm going for intraday swing to be like long Amazon, short Tesla, because, you know, if the market goes up, they're both probably going to like make their way up. But just the overall logic here is this is like kind of sideways, you know, same thing with Amazon, kind of sideways. But, you know, seeing Tesla is like kind of down, right? So I was like, that's basically my logic there. And yeah, we'll see if this wants to continue in favor. And yeah, let's quickly have a look back at, what was that name again? NVTA, yeah, NVTA. People still calling NVTA. I'm going to glance back at this periodically and just kind of see, like, is this now the top? You know, you got the volume spike, just to kind of show everybody here. You got the volume spike running up into the volume spike. Then you get the secondary pop, as mentioned, on an increased volume. So stops getting run and the dump, right? So you get the dump, and now the real question is it going to hold, dance around, and then go for another high? Or is this now the top? And I think the common theme for the past like week, 2 weeks has been like this has been the top, and then it reverses lower, and then maybe towards the end of the day, if there's enough interest, enough volume, it kind of looks good to the short side. You know, shorts maybe get squeezed, and then it goes for another high a day. But you know, obviously you got the volume pop, and now it kind of really just died. Like there's not a lot of volume anymore. So you know, not looking good for the longs here. Especially if it's going to now break that 340 support and go for a VWAP test. We've seen it before, so many parabolas in the past 2 weeks, so I'd expect this to do the same.
James Lamour with the joining the family, the members side. I can't talk right now. My brain's completely farting. But yeah, welcome to the family. Welcome. Thank you for I guess the $5 monthly subscription that you signed up for, which is cancelable by any time, but we appreciate you joining that side. STIX being called out in the chat about this being halted, 53% to the north side. Volume coming in once again. We had some volume at 10:30. Volume died off. Volume coming back in again on Midday Mayhem. Let's see if this volume can push it above more than 500K. Maybe to you know, we'll see some million shares being pushed out on STIX or so. Possibility. I'm just throwing out a random number over there. Let's go see what the flow is. 17 million flow for STIX. Semantics Inc. Not sure what they do, but a halt coming into play. And now I need to go make sure if this halt is a limit up down. What the heck just happened here? My arrow keys moved the window up like that. So give me a second. What was I going to do? I was going to go see if this was a limit up down halt. So NASDAQ halts. It's not open anywhere. NASDAQ halts. There we go. Trading halts, sticks is a limit up down halt, so it is a volatility halt. So we're going to be waiting for that 5-minute market for the stock to open back up and see where it goes. Currently open indication is at 785 and we're halted at 753. So things are looking good. If you're long right now, you're already up 53% in the money based on yesterday's closing price. Let me make sure that is accurate. Also, STIX is up 53% indeed. So yeah, that is accurate. You're already up in the money from yesterday's closing prices. That's where you are. If you're up, if you're in somewhere around 480 or even 550, you're still up in the money. And this stock is getting ready to open up into new prices. So some action coming in today for the halters.
Yeah, you know, definitely action here. Quickly taking a look at Google, broke through that 120 area. I think it was through 120 previously, but now, you know, extra strong. I think the top last time was around 120.16 to 20-ish, I want to say. But yeah, nice move to the upside overall. You know, like have the CPI number very strong to the upside, and now trending. So like looking for that 120 to hold here. Name up 3% of the day. You know, maybe you come back to 20, get a kind of bounce and move there. So yeah, let's see if we get that bounce going. You know, not quite sure it's going to give the vibe of like coming right back through 20 and then really selling off hard here. Tesla working $2.50 in the money, not too crazy. Amazon kind of like not really working, like down like 33 cents on it, but still holding. I'm not really like watching it too closely here, but you know, getting that VWAP action where it bounces around, like let it make a decision. If this wants to break through 142 and sell off, and if the market like really sells off through 4,200, you know, then get out of this one. And Apple, AMC, basically flat here. AMC, you know, kind of VWAP long here, just had the, you know, the move back up. I'm not entirely convinced on this one, but you know, this one I'll cut early if we you know, go back down and break 22.
Yeah, I added back at that 4,200 level on the futures, giving it the stop at the lower day. So I took a profit at 4,210. I added back, so now I'm back to my original sizing that I started off the trade with, but at a slightly better average price, which is currently 2.5 points in the money. So about to be 3 points in the money if this keeps on going. And someone in the chat said Apple about to take off. And if that's true, it's going to help me with my futures position launch itself back to the north side. And if Apple's going, that means Microsoft's going. Microsoft also was a pretty good day for me on Microsoft to the long side until it wasn't, sadly. So I was long around VWAP 288. Then I started going to 287. Then I went down to 286s almost. No, 287. I got stopped out over here. Gave back whatever I made on the stock. So I said, screw this, I'm done. Microsoft hurt me yesterday. I'm not trying to get hurt by the stock again. Walked away from this position and just completely put the damage on TTD, man. The stock has been beautiful. Still not looking to break that 71.65 area. VWAP on the 5-minute currently at $72, but that doesn't mean that we're going to start supporting at 72. I believe that we will still go down to 71.65, test that level multiple times more before we actually get that pump to $75 on TTD. But, these are all just theories, just random guesses that I'm throwing out based on how I've been watching the stock trade today. I could be wrong on it, and I hope I'm wrong on it because I see some of you guys are short. I think Neil's looking to play short TTD also. So based on those variables, I hope it works out for you guys. I am completely out of this trade for now, though. I was waiting for 75. A big seller popped up on the back end of 74. So that was my exit trigger right there. I said deuces, walked away with my profits. Number one stock of the day, TTD. I'm loving it so far. Amazon apparently being talked about in the chat, but I see that Luca's trading it, so we'll leave that one for Luca. I'll talk about a couple different stocks here. So we have a good flow, a good ebb and flow, a good rhythm, a good yin and a yang to all of it, right? Talking about the good yin and yang, let's head over to Meta because we've been watching Meta struggle for a good time recently. But here's Meta today, heading back to $180, breaking 180 by only 48 pennies, but still hanging out above VWAP, up 6% on the day. Thank you, tech market. That's the NASDAQ market that I'm thanking for being up 2.5% today because yesterday we were down 1.5% or so. Market clearly looking good, looking healthy, looking like it wants to rip the faces off the shorts.
Saying I'm loving it. I was about to say, but I'm like, better not say that. But somebody's saying, have a look here at Fuel Cell FCEL. Strong move on the day, up 10%. And I feel like I looked at this name previously, and we were talking about this on the daily, and I think it was a couple days ago. Is it breaking out of this range? Is it going to make a move to 5 and then continue upward? Looking like maybe you're going to get that 5 test soon, but volume could be better. And just keep in mind that the book is a little bit thicker. It's a little bit of a slow mover. It kind of moves, then does nothing, moves, then does nothing. Maybe you get a pullback. But overall, like if it's working for you, then it's working. For me, from a day trade perspective, kind of tough to buy this name here. I don't really think we're going to get to 5 very, very quickly. But maybe a name that you look for pullbacks on, potentially VWAP test here, or even some support at the 450 area. Not 450 to 435 kind of feels like that previous resistance zone now turned to support zone. So that would be 450, 435, like in this range here. Breaking out of the range, maybe it continues.
My neck.
So I'm out of the Tesla trade. And the thing is this, right? Like short Tesla, looking like it's working. I'm like, my worry with this one is like if this turns on me at any point and we run, maybe we like run up another 5 points, right? So, I thought maybe it could have worked, but didn't work. Even if it goes back down now, it's not like the trade that I thought it could have been, right? So I'm out of the trade. I think where was that? In at 868, out 871. If this is now the high and that was just kind of the run of stops and then we go lower, well, it is what it is. Sometimes it'll be like that, right? Amazon, falling off. So, not really sure what's going on here. But, if it's as it's going to continue down, kind of worries me now. Maybe we now run back and test the 4150 area. We might have to cover this one as well. Not a great start, but we'll keep at it here.
So here's H&R Block. Thankfully, never had to use them. Maybe never have to use them now that I have friends who you know how to do all this, accounting friends and stuff. Speaking of my accounting friend, yo, did you want to share your AMC trade, Spencer? Okay, let me know what time and send me your chart. AMC trade that Spencer had not too long ago, a couple days ago. He wanted to give a trade review about that. So you know, we missed out the chance for that yesterday. Maybe today he'll jump on at 12:30 or so. Guest trader of the day already kind of ruined the guest because the guest is the you know, kind of, you already know the answer behind it. But here's HRB. I was going to talk about HRB because you know, H&R Block coming out with the positive earnings catalyst, up 11% off that catalyst. I tried to take the $44 break because I saw that was a new all-time high. What, like, I was shocked noticing a stock that was at all-time highs ranges. Not many stocks are doing that right now. So you know, the fact that I missed out the $37 or even the $38 break, I was pretty upset about it. So I was just like, okay, if this stock is at 44 and at all-time highs, it's got to give me a 50-cent push to the north side. I got in, and then I looked at the volume on the stock, which was only at 500,000 shares traded. So I was like, okay, I'm not touching the stock. Only 500,000 shares traded. Let me walk away from this position, and then probably did the right thing as it completely whipped around for a little bit. Did nothing really too fruitful. Came back down to VWAP, found buyers at VWAP, which is what it's been doing all day, and going back up. H&R Block, obviously a little low on volume at that time, but even though the volume number, which is just an arbitrary number, looked low, at that moment H&R Block had 8 times relative volume. So clearly it had eyes on it. It had traders pushing in. Executions were made. But for me, 500,000 at 940, 930 was just not the right amount of volume for me. Right now, H&R Block with only 4 times relative volume compared to what we saw earlier, which was 8. A couple other stocks that had catalysts behind it, but were also lackluster on volume, was BSFD, BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed missing out on earnings, only 121,000 shares traded on BSFD, but relative volume for that is 1.04. So that means the stock absolutely has no trading ever happening on it, but the catalyst at least bringing in some trading, and that some trading equates to 121,000 shares. So not only are you looking for catalysts, guys, you're also looking for volume, because without volume, you'd be stuck in this trade going to bed all day and calling the market boring. But then if you look for positions like HLBZ, AMD, CCL, Ford, all of them having 50 to 30 million shares on board, that's the type of levels of, that's the type of volume you're looking for in this market to put some real damage in, so you can take some size. BuzzFeed, you put some volume on, real volume on the stock, you try to take, 3,000, 4,000 shares, you're getting fingerprinted and they're coming to stop you out.
Yeah, so kept adding to the Amazon position. Just felt like, this was it's like your kind of positive day, right? You obviously want to favor the long side. And the reason for that being, obviously, you're going to get the sell-offs as you pop. But it's like a grind, right? It's a grind lower, then you get the pop, right? So the kind of nice move, basically now flat on the trade. But yeah, let's see if this wants to now continue up to 143. Take some out at 143 there, and then hold a little bit and see where it goes, see where it goes. Apple working 17 cents in the money, not too crazy, but working, kind of added here. I missed it. I maybe should have added there. But yeah, Apple kind of interesting. Let's see if we get back to like that 40 cent to 60 cent area, and take some off there as well. Let me just get this order over quickly. And somebody's saying NVTA, what are your thoughts? Like, is it going to crash? What's it going to do? So the thing is this, right? With these small caps, you have the extensions, right? You have the volume spikes, and then once it does like that secondary volume spike and dies, and now it's like barcoding. Like personally, I don't like to get involved after the fact, right? So if like with a hypothetical example, if I took like the 3 break, and I'm like, okay, I like the 3 break, I like the potential move that could happen. You got to imagine that 3 to 4 is a nice move, right? That's like a 30% move. So for me, it will be like taking some off or just gauging trend and seeing what happens. Like there's no reason to cover because the trend is your friend. There's no reason to cover if it's working for you, right? So, long at 3, makes the run, now breaks trend, so you get out, right? You get a 50-cent win. That's kind of my approach. Or if you're fading it, you look for these kind of top patterns. You fade it back down. But now, to initiate a trade now on it, like I would not personally, because I just think volume is dead. It's slow. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, the expected move is the volume increase, the upside, the fade play, and then it's dead, right? So it's very hard to understand where this thing is going. It could go down. It could go up. Anything's possible. It could go down, then back up, then back up, then back down, chop everybody around. So, you know, these are just basically my thoughts. These are my approach to these small caps. I definitely wait and take my shots when shots are warranted. But for now, you know, it's kind of slow. Just manage your expectations on those. Quick review of the positions. AMC holding that VWAP level. Whoever said get long AMC and thank me later, thank you for that one. I will be thanking you later. Hopefully this one makes a nice run towards 23 if possible. I think though, you know, like just to be conservative on this, like if we get back to above 2250, I'm probably going to get it out there just because, you know, this thing could easily go 2250, 60, and then reverse and channel again, right? Nasty sell-off in the morning. Just to cover the daily for everybody, you know, this was the last run, right? It had the run, it had the blow off top, it had the first red day, and then it kind of chopped away, and it was like it grinded all the way down, right? So, you know, you have the move, you have the first red day, now you're getting like that indecision candle, that sideways action. It could definitely grind its way back down or kind of hold these levels. It gets super interesting for me if we get above that high, which is 2750, because all the shorts are underwater. And, you know, even though I tell myself, you know, like these shorts, they get short, they probably cover next day a lot of the position because the volume's there. You know, you got to imagine that some people don't, right? Some shorts, like, they really hold on. And, you know, if we get back above those highs, yeah, things definitely get interesting. You know, and there's a lot of to do with options as well if people are hedged there. So, you know, a little bit of gamma squeezes. Got a couple super chats coming in here. Love the morning boys F-Cell tip yesterday. Not sure who gave that, but you know, I'm sure. Yeah, you know, appreciate the super chat. And yeah, I'm just glancing back at Amazon, kind of turning here. But can you look at the technicals for RKT? Yeah, sure. I'll have a look here. So RKT is on New York. No, RKT is on New York. Yep, RKT on New York. Not as much volume as you tend to see. This is a very, very strong extension to the upside. Nice $10 level here. I think, see, this, just kind of looking at, I'm not really sure what this company is, but, you know, same kind of ideology, right? It's like you get the sharp extension, you get the move down. This one actually retraced the whole move, which, like, sometimes you don't see as quickly, you know, as this kind of did, but held, like, that pre-market low area. And now making its way back up, right? This is a sharper move than what I'm used to seeing, you know. But this is kind of like a very common setup where you get the pop above the pre-market high, it comes back down, it holds that level, and then like for the rest of the day, it just kind of trends up. I wouldn't expect this thing to go and run back to like, you know, like 1050 right now. It definitely has a potential of just being sideways, going down, testing 10 area. But I want to say that 10 area is key, right? If we're looking here at the daily very quickly, kind of feels like this was resistance, kind of resistance, couldn't really get above it, had a gap up and a fade back down, but now it's like inching its way up. If we get above that, you know, that 1050 area, it'll be a new recent high from the looks of it. So, you know, maybe room to run towards like 11, 12. Not so much today, but, you know, you're getting that like that kind of consistent sell-off, that little bottom action, and now it's like, are we going to break out or just kind of go back into the range? So these are the questions I would ask myself for that particular name.
Questions that you would ask yourself is a very, very important thing that you got to do. Always got to ask yourself questions. Why am I entering here? Why am I getting out here? Why am I doing what I'm doing? And why am I made the way I'm made? Right? That's the main question right there. You got to ask yourself sometimes when you're taking some really question mark trades, you're like, why am I the way I am? Like, what's going on? Why do I take these positions? But thankfully, we don't have to ask ourselves today on futures those questions because we keep on going long 4,200 and we keep scalping the positions to the north side until 4,200 breaks. We keep taking that, we keep putting that damage on the longs on the futures over there. Absolutely loving how futures have been treating me these past few weeks. These past few days of every single day of this week so far. I think I've been 3 for 3 on futures. Oh my goodness, hold up. Stop babbling. Look at HLBZ. There's about 900 lots on HLBZ right now. It randomly showed up at VWAP, $1.73. Let's see if this level has some importance behind it. Are we going to break that level? It says HLBZ, BZ, whatever you want to call it, is on SSR day 2. So if that is the truth behind it, and it looks like it very easily could be on SSR day 2 based on yesterday's down move, that means that size cannot be touched by new short sellers. Can only be taken out by people who are already long and are looking to take profits. So if this is true, and if HLBZ BZ is actually on SSR, that's a good level for you to lean on. Give it that good risk to reward ratios on that setup. Maybe we push back to the high a day to $1.95. Maybe we break the $2 level. Only time will tell, obviously. Just got to be patient and see where this one goes.
Yeah, it's all about seeing where it goes. Added a little more to Amazon here, kind of playing off that 142 area. Like if we break and sell off, it'll probably be obvious. 4,200 will probably break and go. But yeah, if we hold, we get that upside action. So kind of like the position and just averaging into it very slowly. Somebody else said TSM very strong. I'm not sure if I misunderstood the symbol there. Let's have a look here. TSM. So your semi name. This wants to load here very quickly.
Oh yeah!
Wow.
God.
That's extra strong. And here's the thing, right? Here's like the same kind of pattern. It's like you get that morning action, creates the range, but holds, right? Holds. This is like right at 9:30, kind of, sell off. Pre-market action, kind of interesting here. Not really giving you like a defined level, I would say. But like strong move to the upside with everything else, and holding like this general area, right? So like bounce, 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 then finally takes off, right? So yeah, nice long for anybody who had it there. Not sure this is a particularly interesting daily level, but kind of dragging it over very quickly. You're getting the bounce, bounce, bounce. Are we going to break 90 eventually and then go and make a run towards like that 9,800 level? Yeah, we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting, but kind of feel like overall that 85 level is definitely interesting. It's kind of far away from it now, but, had the defined out, right? Like below 84, it's like, okay, we're breaking down, but we're obviously holding here. So maybe now get a test of the upper end of the range. Kind of feels like just looking at the chart, like 90's far away, already up 3%. Nice upside move. Probably get some profit taking at some point.
Man, that TSM trajectory is straight rocket ship. Not sure if AMD. Oh, okay, never mind. AMD trajectory is kind of looking the same now. Earlier, when I was trading AMD or looking at AMD, it didn't look anything like that. But yeah, it looks like semiconductors coming back to life a little bit, pulling that Undertaker meme. That Undertaker meme where he like comes out of the coffin and just boom. By the way, look at this, baby. Brand new phone. Well, not brand new, but pretty new phone over here coming in. And honestly, I did the math on this. You saved me a ton of money on this, eh? With taxes and everything, it comes up to like $900, bro. So you saved me a ton of money on my brand new Google Pixel phone. Absolutely gonna love this. And whatever it's gonna cost me to buy the brand new, I'm just gonna use that to repair my old phone. And then I can be Kevin Gates. I got 2 phones, one for something else. We're not gonna say something else, but yeah, lots of fun on this new phone is what I'm gonna be having today. Can't wait to end the show and start setting up the phone. But that's enough about Google phones. Let's head over to the Google chart, which was at 120. We were all looking for that 120 break, finally managing to break 120 with the help of S&P 500, clearing that 4,200 barrier, pushing to the north side is Google all the way up to 120.62. And then forming a base at 120 the way S&P 500 is forming a base at 4,200. So multiple reasons to keep on now scalping the longs from 120 if you're interested in. Up 3% is my favorite phone company in the world, and obviously we'll see where this one goes. As Lucas says, 3.33% up on the day with 11 million shares traded. What would that be on a relative volume scale? On a day like today, you would expect Google to have elevated relative volume, but no, it's actually less than 1, and it means that no new traders are stepping up to the table over here, even though the market gave us good green catalyst to play on the day, like for the CPI numbers and so on. So I think that's going to be a little bit of a question mark for us as to where the extra traders are, where are they trading really, and what positions are they putting their money on. And for that, I guess we can head over to my trusty my trusty relative volume leader says Formula One is at the top of the leaderboard. Okay, Formula One, FW, how do I do this again? FWONK, which is Liberty Media for those of you wondering. Formula One K, which is, I believe that's Liberty Media, right? Yeah, okay, so Liberty Media, relative volume 28 times, up 420% today for Liberty. Let's see, maybe it has some catalyst behind it. Obviously, they don't own just Formula One. I believe they also own Cyrus XFM. Sorry, there you go, that's the one. Cyrus FXM and other parts. Sirius Cyrus? There you go. That's what it is. I just didn't know how to pronounce it or say it properly. So I tried. I get A for effort. Okay.
Wait a second.
I get A for effort. Come on.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, somebody's saying take a look at QTRX. I can't speak towards where your sell point, buy point is, just because like I'm not you. I have no idea like how you feel, what your plan is, if you're long or short. But from a technical perspective, this is down, right? It's down, and there was obviously something that happened here. I'm not too sure, but down, right? Down. Now you're getting like a little bit of a bounce day, but overall, when you see a move from like 17 down to 7, right? That's like more than 50% there. It's super weakness, but you get the bounce back. You get the bounce back, but I wouldn't be convinced that the bounce would hold just because obviously, like down. Maybe the like this is kind of arbitrary, but like the halfway point of this candle is like, resistance, and it kind of lines up with 10. So like overall kind of far away from 10, but maybe 10 you get that resistance, for the most part, holding VWAP here, but I wouldn't be too committed to this one personally.
Yeah, I'm just reading the chat here to see if we can find some stocks to talk about. People mentioning CCL, your Caribbean cruise line, 10% to the north side. We saw the Norwegian cruise line come out with, I believe, a negative report yesterday, right? NCLH. Let me quickly go confirm what that was. There we go. Yeah, negative earnings report. But obviously, with a day like today, I guess, it's just launching to the north side. Even CCL came in with a negative earnings report not too long ago. Where do we short this stock? We're heading into maybe resistance areas. If so, then we can think about a possible short. Look at this consolidation tops around these. So anywhere from $11 up to. Yeah, I think around 11 makes the most sense. So we're at 10.50 at the moment. I think we could push it the stock could easily go up to 11 or even 10.80 or so before we see a real rejection coming in on CCL. I think we just wait for that. Look at the bids, man. The bids are stacked. Obviously, if you see repeated numbers, that means that I have multiple books showing the same thing. But if you see 98, that's the same book, so ignore that. But the bids were pretty stacked compared to the ask, but now the ask is getting thicker too. What we want to focus now is how many trades in the minute are going into the ask and how many trades in the minute are going into the bid. Find out the ratio, and then we'll be able to see exactly where the direction of CCL wants to go to. Up 11% on the day. I'd be careful trying to short this. Maybe time it with the market. The market doesn't want to go below 4,200 just yet. Once the S&P 500 is ready to break 4,200 to the downside, then I think you can instantly hammer shorts on a couple positions. Some of those positions would be Roblox for me, Coinbase, maybe CCL over here, as we are near pretty good resistance areas also.
Yeah, somebody's saying Roblox 45. Obviously had earnings down on the earnings move, but back up with the CPI number. Nice extension to that 46 level, then kind of flushed back down. Now really just dancing around. Kind of feels like that 45. I'm going to say the 45 to like 45.50 area is that resistance area. Could not get above, wicked up, could not get above, then broke, quick flush back down, and then one rejection. Kind of feels like almost two rejections. Maybe get 3 rejections and then back down to 44. Maybe worth a shot here. So yeah, I'm going to start a short position on this one as well. And we'll see. We shall see if this one wants to go or just kind of continue up. And, if it does go up, easy to find out. I think if we get above like that 40, 50 area, then it's out of that one. So, call it a 50, 60 cent risk, depending pricing on that. Took some off Amazon here, just top of this range. Looking for that continued move upwards. And as we do go up, I'm just gonna scale out of this. I'm just gonna continue to take fills. Just kind of looking for this move to replicate itself. And then we'll see where this one goes. Apple, slowly working. Not too concerned about that one overall. And NVTA running. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's pull it up again. NVTA, New York running. This is the. I don't really call this running, but I see what you're saying. Moving upwards. The key level for these things are the high of days, right? If we get high a day, it's a very clear indication that every single short that is interested in the name today is underwater if we go high of day, assuming that they didn't cover, right? From a long side perspective, like you don't want to see like the pop, drop, and then close of a candle. So like, these top wicks are, I'm not going to say bearish, but it's like it's not showing strength, right? It has the run and kind of sell off, and then are we going back down? With these names, you tend to see the pops, right? You see the pops, and then when there's just no more buying, it kind of fades back down. Just to give everybody an idea, like one thing you could look for, like if you're watching the book, I wouldn't rely too much on it because it's like small cap, not too much size here. But looking at this name, it's like you have like okay, now we have like a little bit of size here on the bid. Before this was there though, it's like you have the offer stacked, and I don't know if you guys could see this. Maybe my head is covering it, so I'll just do this. You could see the offers, right? So the offers are there, and the bid seems kind of thin, right? So when you get that setup where the bid is thin, the offers are a little bit thicker, it's less likely that it runs just because it has to run into all this resistance, and that resistance lines up with towards high a day. So that's why I like to say if it breaks high a day, then it gets interesting. If it's right here, for me, not a long, not a short, but I definitely keep my eye on this one.
Can you do us a favor and throw it to Spencer?
Yeah, of course. We're going to pass it over to the man, the legend, Spencer, to share his trade at the big screen.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to show you a trade I had from Monday. This is AMC. AMC had that massive day on Friday, I think from the bottom of 17 all the way to 22 on new share class news. The apes loved it. I come in Monday morning. I see that this thing's gapping up 8-9%. I'm thinking the momentum's going to continue. Okay, so I'm looking at the chart. We're around 25. I'm looking to see if this thing starts printing above 25. I want to get in. I put my order in. You can see it blasts right through. Pretty happy with my exits here. Obviously, I should have held a little bit. I got out right before the halt here. And this was an A-plus trade for me. And then as the day went on, I tried to play around the 25 level again, just scalping. Around the 26 level, just scalping. And then here, trying to be a little cute, gave a little bit back. But yeah, really happy with this initial even dollar breakout trade that I had on Monday morning. Thanks, guys.
Amazing job, amazing explanation, amazing trade. That was an absolute banger trade. In the money right away, 25 break. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. He had it, I had it. It was a solid trade. Show love to Spencer, and I'm sending him all these comments because you guys are too funny here, making me laugh, and I'm sure he'll get a good kick out of that. Yeah, they're all dudes. Is that what it? Yeah, it's much love here. That's good stuff. Good stuff across the board. Love to see it. And anyways, back to the market over here.
First name Spencer, middle name Giga Chad.
Yeah, back to the market here, glancing over at my positions, everything's slowly working, Roblox, 10 cents in the money, Apple, 10 cents in the money, Amazon, 10 cents in the money, just waiting for them to continue. Lowen saying, send them all, Luca, send them all to him. It's kind of funny. If you see my screen kind of light up, I'm just doing a quick snippet action here. Definitely funny. You got anything going for you?
See, there's barely any females usually talking in the chat, but now that Spencer's on there for his 2 seconds of fame, all the females like, hey, put him back on, put him back on. Like, okay, I see how it is, ladies, I see how it is. But no, that's the homie, that's the boy right there. And if you want his number, let me know. I'll sell it to you for $2. That's all it takes.
Sell it to you.
Sell it to you for $2. But that's a real quick line, direct line to his cell phone, right? But let's get back to the market. I'm glad you guys enjoyed seeing Spencer one more time. It's the second time there. Great trades from him on that AMC. Absolutely demolished that trade setup for himself over there. But here's CCL trying to take out the day's high, and I did mention that, I think CCL has that room, that to go to 1080s, 1120s before we see a real rejection coming into play. So keeping that in mind, maybe shorting this just yet is not the setup. But if you want to short it in front of 1060, give it that risk to reward setup for yourself where you're risking 2 pennies, which is the high day, and then for a possible reward of a flush down to 1020, which is where VWAP is. That is a trade that you could take advantage of if you want to go for that route. Currently, I'm still scalping the absolute crap out of the MES futures. Just going long 4200, getting out 4206, 4205, and I'm still holding some for a possible move above 4210, 4212 to see if we can get a nasty green candle coming in on the market. But for now, we're going into lunchtime, 12 o'clock coming in 7 minutes. Volume about to decrease in the market. People who are already up millions of dollars getting ready to take their profits and go eat hibachi and whatever they want to eat. So all those factors coming into play, we're probably expecting market to come back to VWAP, and that's below my average price. So I don't want to be adding constantly to that same level just in case lunchtime brings in some profit-taking flushes and takes me out on that level. I want to make sure I hold on to my futures profits today, as I've been doing so every single day of the week. CCL still running with NCLH apparently. So yeah, that's part of the reason why I said I'm going to be a little careful trying to short these stocks today. Even airlines were pretty strong, right? American Airlines, I believe, up on the day. Yeah, here's American Airlines up at 4.33% to the north side with 18 million shares traded overall.
Somebody, Chrono Dude saying, yo, could you mention my super chat?
RKT.
Oh, the RKT, yeah. We spoke about RKT.
The technicals on RKT.
Yeah, you could watch it. Just okay, quick. I don't know if you missed it there, but quick thoughts on this. You got the extension, you got the pullback. Now you're just getting that slow trend. If it holds above 10, kind of looks good. 10 being the psychological level. So yeah, I'd be watching this for some continuation. But yeah, definitely 10 interesting with VWAP being there as well. That's my thoughts there. And yeah, everything else kind of moving. Market interesting, right? Moving sideways. And oh yeah, I'm definitely amused by all the comments. Keep them coming, guys. And
Spencer is my wife's BF. These comments are getting too out of hand at this point. But man, yeah, we are loving the fun that you guys always have in the chat. As Luca was about to say before I cut him off very rudely over there, throw some stocks in the chat for us to talk about, because we pretty much ran through all of our watch list for the most part. The stocks that we've been trading, he's been trading, and our Trader TV watch list. So we'd love to see what you guys are talking about. At the moment on my watch list over here, not watch list, on my screen I have RKT because that's what the viewer was asking about. Luca kind of gave you a rundown of that, so we can move away from that. Walmart, let's go. Actually, not Walmart. We'll do cryptocurrency right now. Cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. Bitcoin once again green on the day. Ethereum 8%. Woo, only down 70% right now from my average price. Then with Ethereum being 8% on the day. Solana also green. Shiba looks like it's the lowest of the basket over here with only 2.8. So obviously cryptocurrency is absolutely to the north side booming. Can't wait to see if we can reclaim this 25,000 level for Bitcoin. I think that would be monumental. So far we have been creating higher highs and higher lows, which is the trend that you want to see in case the markets enter into a bear territory, right? I was asking Brendo this question: how do you know that the market is no longer in the bear territory? Does it only mean the fact that we're no longer down 20% from all-time highs? Does that mean we're not in bear territory? But Brendo told me, he's like, generally there is no written in line rule, but generally people look for higher lows and higher highs. So for cryptocurrencies, how much did we drop from all-time highs? Let me quickly try to calculate that. We dropped about 69%, obviously. That's the number that would show up. That's not the right. Come on, let me calculate this properly. From those highs all the way to the downside over here, about 70% or so is what cryptocurrency looks like it dropped from the all-time highs. And ever since then, we've been making higher lows and higher highs. So it is possible. It's still lower than 20%. So still bear market for cryptocurrency, crypto winter, crypto doomsday still. We'll see if these higher lows and higher highs trend allows us to take the market back above 25 and back above 30K for Bitcoin.
Somebody's saying UPS moving to the north side with everything else. Very, very strong move right out of the gate, breaking that 200 level. Kind of interesting on the daily. Kind of sad that I didn't see this from before. But yeah, breaking the and kind of now moving back into this range. Keep in mind, this was the last drawdown below 200. Then it kind of rejected, fell off, came up, broke through, and then it had the runaway, right? Volume kind of increased. We're not getting that same kind of action, that same volume, same follow through. But for the most part, you know, resistance turns to support. I would look for this one to continue. For the most part, from a day trade perspective, I'm not really sure where this goes. You know, I don't really have a feel for like these kind of names, these value names. But you know, as long as it's holding 200, which is kind of way down here, this may be a dip by 201 VWAP bounce area. Could be good look. And yeah, Neo for once in the chat. $20 interesting, getting that double top action around it, hitting like 96, 97 area twice and then rejecting. I didn't actually see this until right now. Just quickly pulled it up. I think that 20 level is a fade play. If we get there, it's like a clean to find out. You know, like watch 20, let it break. Is it going to get over 2006, 2011? These are kind of some like little areas that I'd be looking at. And you know, is it going to kind of go to 2006, reverse itself, come back down, come back, and then test this general, you know, 1990, 1985 area? For the time being, I'm not really loving the long into 20. But yeah, I'd be looking for that level to kind of break and then, you know, make a decision after that and see where it goes.
Not sure what currency that is, to be honest, but thank you for the super chat. Nice for the info, Prad, for Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, I don't really trade Bitcoin too much, so my info on that, you know, maybe you should be taking a little lightly on that. But, you know, we're just calling out the technical analysis, which for the most part carries across the board, futures, cryptocurrencies, and the stock market. But yeah, I don't really day trade crypto, so be a little careful if you're trying to make executions off of my 500 pesos. Oh, okay, pesos. Didn't know what currency that was. Pesos. Thank you for that. That's not pesos? Oh, Filipino pesos. Got it. Thank you guys for. I just want to know what currency was. Filipino. We do have a Filipino friend here, and he's in the office today. Hopefully, he's doing a lot better. It looks like he sounded a lot better. So that's a good point for him. I'm watching the NASDAQ market make a new high a day, baby. I believe it's making a new high a day, or am I tripping? Let me quickly pull it up over here. It's trying to, right? It is looking on my second screen. It looks like it's trying to make a new high a day, but here, let's see it. Yeah, so new high a day attempting for NASDAQ market. That means S&P 500. Yes, sir, it is. It's even more in the money now. 7 points, 8 points in the money for the S&P 500 futures. 2 times the shutdown on the futures market for myself. Absolutely loving it. Let's see how high can we send this position. We were talking about, you know, the 4,200 break all day. I was waiting for it since 9:30. Thankfully, it came in at 11 o'clock, exactly when the show started, for me to take advantage of these moves live. But yeah, oh, my headpiece is missing. I guess you did say that. It's time for Happening Now with Brendo at the big screen. Oh, okay, send it back to me for a real quick second as we're getting some things real sorted out. Please show your support. Yeah, as we wait for Brandon to come back, please show your support by smashing that like, subscribe, and all the notification bells, all those bells that need to be rang. You know, it helps us out on the YouTube algorithm. Every time we get the new like button or a new subscriber, we're at brand new 330K subscribers now recently. That's a big milestone. Wow, the chat's moving so fast right now. Holy moly. Show your love by super chat if you feel like you want to. A couple of you have already done so. Brand new members coming in today. Lots of new members. I think we're at record viewage for the midday show. 5,200 views, 2.6K likes already. I'm sure we can get that higher. On the morning we had like what, 10,400. So absolutely killing it, man. Clearly we're going up in numbers. We're going up on every single statistic that we want to, except for the subscriber count, which is stuck at 40% of you not subscribed. So please lower that number by hitting more subscribes. And now let's head back to Brendo for Happening Now.
Guys, yeah, quick check on the market as we head into lunch hour. As Brad was saying there, yeah, back to basically session highs right now, 2.6, 2.7-ish for the NASDAQ composite and the 100 leading the way so far today. The Russell, worth noting, all three of them, 2+% for small caps. It's the 2000 though, 2.5% kind of a day. The S&P 500 just clearing 2% as well to the upside. So big time moves right across the entire board today. A couple things of note. Travel names leading, consumer discretionary as a sector leading the overall market, but travel names so strong. 14, almost 15% here for Norwegian after the move down yesterday coming off earnings. But impressive, guys. Back to the upside for cruise lines. Back over to you.
Yeah, cruise lines are absolutely taking off, almost like they got the SpaceX booster rocket strapped in. Don't they gotta know they gotta stay in water, not in like outer space with these nasty parabolic moves? I mean, what is it, up 14% over there? I'm looking at the big screen. Someone in chat though mentioned Prad SQQQ long question mark. SQQQ is the 3 times leverage ETF of the QQQ to the short side. So every time QQQ goes up or NASDAQ goes up, SQ should be going down. And based on what the NASDAQ has been trying to do so far, which is hang out by the high days and not too long ago actually break the high day by only a couple points, I think it is possible for it to continue into that direction. But what I'm noticing on the 5-minute candle, the new 5-minute candle forming it wants to be a red candle. So if it's going to be a red candle, then yeah, SQ longs over here near 36 might be something to look into. I believe in the bullish move today, so for the most part I've been just going long. So SQ would be not a trade for me. But yeah, if you have the risk to reward parameters set up for yourself, and if you can classify this trade as an A+, then go for it. I just want to go long today without a doubt, so I'm just going to be patiently waiting for the market to have those minor pullbacks in it, allowing me to add more size to my positions and then ride them to the north side into the sunset. You guys can be serious asking about CPI. Not sure if anyone asked about CPI, but if anyone is missing about that information, it's okay. You know, you might be behind on getting the info on it. I believe the number was what, 8.2?
I think 8.2, yeah.
8.2 was the number, which was last time the number was 9.1, now 8.2, so obviously numbers getting better. Inflation looks like it's slowing down slowly maybe, but at least it's going in the right direction.
Yep, definitely going in the right direction there overall. And Arlene, welcome to the Trader TV family. Hopefully you're enjoying the show, doing well across the board. And you know, looking at names, yeah, guys. Remember, let us know anything that's moving. You know, let's quickly glance back. NVTA over here. NVTA. Just have a quick glance at where this thing is. Yeah. So this is the thing, right? It's like sideways action. You know, like volume is the tell, right? If volume picks up and it really goes, it'll be very obvious. You know, volume, it kind of dies off. It does this kind of sideways action. Makes it difficult for me to sort of hold those positions. AERC, people talking AERC as well. Yep, AERC had the move yesterday. You know, SSR today had the morning pop, but now dead, kind of below VWAP. See this thing? It's like when you get these kind of setups where it's like it dies off, it runs up, halt, up, halt. You know, prints, does a lot of volume, then kind of dies off. You know, maybe you get those like midday pops or like towards the end of the day pops, maybe like run towards 7. But for me, I mean, like if if this is a part of your playbook, I don't like it because it's SSR, but if this gets up to like 7, maybe a nice fade play to kind of pop to 7, do a bunch of volume, not continue, fade back, break back through VWAP, and then test like the 50s, the 30 areas again. Might be a good risk to return if that sets itself up. I'm not sure I'll be able to catch it if it happens very quickly at any point. But yeah, definitely interesting overall. Yesterday being, and this is the thing, right? Look at the daily here. Like this had the run, right? So you got to imagine some people are bagged. Some people are long here who didn't sell. It just kind of faded off. So if it does get to the 10 area, if it does run, you're running into that resistance. So not to say that there's no room for this to really move, because obviously 6 to 10 is a large move, right? But you got to imagine that like here, like starting from like 850 to 10, you're getting some resistance. And then at that point, like, maybe 10 psychological level, if we get over, kind of have an over-under there. But, respecting that moving average, the run up to it, and now kind of open down here, are we just now going to fade very slowly and replicate this move but going forward, if volume dies, right? Volume is the tell. Large volume kind of went up, died, volume died out, and it just kind of slowly faded. Now you're getting that, like, call it a whatever, dead cat bounce if you want. Might be short-lived.
So in the chat, Hanzo coming in asking and saying, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but what do you think about Roblox for the rest of the day? I think Roblox just doubled tops and actually pulled up Roblox on my charting platform to see if I have any levels mapped out. Looks like I did. I had this consolidation low and this consolidation high mapped out, which is around 53s and $46. And if you actually pull back over here, notice where Roblox has been getting rejected by off the opening drive push, 46.17, and now coming back to that same level is Roblox, already with the negative catalyst, which is the earnings catalyst into it, missing out on key metrics. I believe they dropped on daily active viewers too. I actually didn't read that metric, see if it went up or down. I just read a quick summary on the watch list to see how Roblox ended up playing out, and obviously the direction of the stock moved down to off the pre-market itself will tell you what that report was. I should though, however, need to go in there, go look at what the numbers are for the daily active viewers, because that's a very key metric for especially video games such as Roblox and so on. And the sad news is, as kids grow up, and they grow up pretty damn quick, right? They stop playing games like Roblox and so on, and they move on to like your Call of Duties, and then eventually Call of Duty gets boring and you move on to other games. So that is a fear that Roblox still has. It's going to go into that nostalgic game section, like, where for people like me, I had Minecraft when Roblox was like for the kids who are younger now, right? So for me, as nostalgia, I open up like Age of Empires 2 or like Minecraft or something, but I'm not there playing Minecraft every single day. I'm not there putting money into paying for Minecraft servers and stuff, right? There's different avenues for now. For me, it's called the bar. And Heineken and so on. So as people grow up and the game slowly dies off, those are the natures. Those are the directions we expect.
Now you have the stock market.
And now you have the stock market.
Yeah, now you got the stock market there. Maybe you want to take a look at RSLS.
RSLS, what is that?
On NASDAQ. Halted up.
RSLS halted up. Let me see what that is on the Reshape Life Sciences with 2.64 relative volume. Halted up is RSLS apparently with the 16 million float. So one of those halted at 66 cents. Oh, yeah, it is. I was like, why am I watching this chart at $38 if it's halted at 66 cents? I was so confused for a second. My chart just didn't update. So here we go, up 34% on the day. RSLS halted at 66 pennies. It's a penny stock. Halted at the range high. Also halted at the 50-period EMA. Let's see where this one goes. The infamous lines from Luca. Just got to be patient to see where it opens up. Currently, open indication is 4 cents higher than the halt price. I'm expecting that to stay that way. And then maybe we see the $1 level coming into play today. This is a stock for the low flow god though. So you have any opinions on this?
I took one look at it. I just thought, like, I don't know. It's kind of really light. Like, it didn't really do
stock
it.
with 200,000 shares.
Yeah, like the thing is, like, there's no volume. But somebody mentioned, this thing kind of opening up here. Gonna probably do quite a bit of volume. I'm not sure if there's a catalyst here or what the reason is. But yeah, you got that dollar level. Just keep in mind that, once these things go and test the dollar area, if it even does get there, it's a whole different game, right? So like from the sub-dollar level, you got fractional, and once it gets above $1, it trades in 1 cent increments. So gets there, whole different ball game. So just keep that in mind. With this one, I don't know if this is going to continue to halt, or I don't know, again, what the catalyst is. And I'm just looking at the daily, like, couldn't get above 1 the last time it got there, and I'll drag this over. Couldn't get above 1 the last time it got there. Maybe it gets there again, but it really has to get over, like, I want to say that, like, 110 area. Then you do have some resistance. And this is basically what I'm looking at. Like support, break through, now it's resistance, break back through, now it's support again, break back, now it's resistance. So if it gets there, maybe it's resistance. And this is a large move, so if it does get there, maybe a nice fade play opportunity. But you'd want to see this do a little bit more volume, personally, if I was going to get involved. And I added to Amazon here, basically adding around the bottom. And, I'm going to scalp it out. It obviously took some here. I feel like this is just like recycle a lot of shares. So I'm just going to keep recycling as long as this range is here. And took an AMD short, basically playing off of, the high over here. I kind of feel like it could easily break 99, but this is a very strong move to the upside, right? So like we're not going to continue higher and higher and higher without pullbacks. And my logic here is, we could pull back like the same way we pulled back over here is the same way we could, pull back again, kind of like within my expectations. I think if we get below that 98.50 area and then get to like 98.20, maybe, put the stop back in 98.50, lock in the for sure win and see where this one goes. If we can get a 98 bounce, obviously everything is kind of, what is the market going to do? It's between the 4,200 area and the 4,210 area. And this is a very, very key area, right? Because it's like, it's like you got the breakout, right? This is the breakout into the new level. And it was like, oh, our stop's being moved to the upside where it's like, slow break, continue. Or whether it's like a channel, breakdown, come back, and then end of day, real like aggressive buying to the upside. So yeah, a few scenarios on how it can play out. But overall, for the most part, if 42 does break down, these names are going to really break down. And if 42 holds and goes to the upside, these names are really going to continue upwards. So, that's AMD for you. AMD, 2,500 lots at 98.50, actually. Kind of interesting there. That's a pretty decent size. I don't know if you want to have a look at AMD as well.
People in the chat are saying they're lagging, so try refreshing your browser, guys, if that should be able to fix it. But if the stream's effing, just put Fs in the chat and we'll be able to see exactly what's going on. Lucas over there monitoring the stream output. Lucas, throw me a thumbs up if you think everything's good on our end. He's throwing me a thumbs up, so everything's good on our end. So it's just, if anyone having issues, just hit that refresh button, that little refresh button on the top right corner, or is it top left corner? Anyway, just press Control R on your keyboard, and you should be able to fix it. People saying it's back, so awesome, it's back. It lagged for everyone. Could be YouTube servers that kind of pooped over there for a second. Short Google. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening as the NASDAQ market pulls back over here. NQ/U22 NASDAQ market pulling back. S&P 500 also coming back down to that 4,200 level. At which point I am ready to take my long one more time at 4,200.
Yo, watch 98.50 on AMD.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying watch 98.50 AMD. You got some size there. If that size blows through, like this really going to kind of sell off and get that 98 test a lot faster. If it holds, you're getting some front running in front of the size there. But for the most part, I kind of feel like it's going to break. I'm going to take it short, extra short below. And if we quickly reclaim, I'm just going to get out of the short position because it shouldn't reclaim. It should kind of break through, and we should get like a nice flush, like at least 20 cents there.
Yeah, my boy with the Carter in the back. He's got the dunk Carter, the elbow Carter jersey on too. So let's go. Much respects to Sharif, the muscle jacket shirt man. You got no jackets though, so I can't say jacket. But anyways, we got to come up with more. Over here, man, NASDAQ pulled back a little bit. S&P 500 also pulled back a little bit, but still above 4,200 for S&P 500. Shopify being mentioned in the chat, so let's head over to Shopify. What is Shopify doing today? Up 10% and still launching to the moon. Surprisingly enough, I pulled up Shopify today on my own, which is something I'm not used to doing because the stock used to trade at $1,000 per share. But now that after the split, it took me about 2-3 weeks to get used to the fact that the stock even had a split. Pulled it up today, didn't find a reason to go long on it or even go short on it, completely left it alone. But I guess I should have scaled in at the VWAP area when I was looking at it because, man, look at this position, up 10.7% today, all the way up to $41 almost. Crazy moves coming in for Shopify almost every single day. I see at least one viewer talking about Shopify almost every day. So now it's got to be on my watch list. I'm going to start looking at the stock more. Does pretty decent volume too, 23 million shares done so far. What is that on the relative volume scale? 1.33 relative volume for Shopify, Canadian company, so it should be listed on the TSX side too, where we actually have free shorts. So not that Shopify on New York is not that you have to pay for shorts on that side, but just something to know, throw out there for the viewers. If you are using Day Trade the World and you ever want to short Shopify, and you run into that problem on New York, you can always jump over to TSX and not have that issue. Here's the S&P 500 though, pushing down to 4,200. Give me my third fill of the day, and there's my stop. So we got stopped out on that. Still profitable on the S&P 500 for now. I'm expecting a possible move down below 4,200 too. Is it gonna hold? Really? Is 4,200 gonna hold like that?
This is the question, right? It's like obviously strong. You know, is it gonna hold? Is it not gonna hold? Took the extra short here on AMD. You know, the break of the size, 2,500 lots. You don't generally see that randomly sitting at like 98.50 this high on AMD. You know, it did all fill, so now we're getting that sell off. The question is for the short side perspective, what you don't want to see is this go back through 98.50, right? It's like I don't know if anybody's with me on this trade here, but you know, I don't know where I would be looking to cover this. But it kind of gives the feel that, like, yeah, look, at 4,200, if we're going to come down below 4,200, like, there's room to now fade back to the downside, like 4,190, 4,195. So, yeah, if AMD, you know, in the next couple minutes, like, it should continue downwards if it's really going to be good. And then if that's the case, yeah, we probably bounced off, like, 98.10, 98.20, 98 level over here, just because this was the bounce, right? Now, maybe we get another bounce, and it kind of goes like that. That's my expectations. So let's see what happens. But yeah, if this like wants to just like run back up and that was just like a quick drop, because you know like it's kind of weak, right? It's like it breaks the level, it goes 15 cents, the overall market looking like it's going to sell off, nothing really sells off, and then boom, flips around on you, rips to the upside, makes another new high, right? So it's like not going to make a high and continue unless you get the pullback and continue, right? So these are the things I'm cognizant of. And you know if this wants to continue, I'm going to let it work for me, and if not, whatever is what it is.
Yeah, so flip short over there at the 4,200 for a quick little scalp, maybe to VWAP. Let's see what ends up happening over here on the future side. Just trying to scalp my way in these ranges, right? We have some good solid ranges to the upside, solid ranges to the downside. There we go, already pushing down, already in the money on this one. So still pretty clean trades for me on the MES today. Absolutely loving the opportunities coming in, but I know some of you are not excited about all the sideways action coming into the market today. Ever since that 830 number came in, the market pretty much stuck to those levels and just started prancing around sideways. I guess that's a little boring. You know, I will agree with that fact. But man, if the market's gonna give us ranges like this, we just get to constantly take advantage of said ranges and then go longs at the highs, go shorts at the bottoms. Go shorts at the highs, go long at the bottoms, and keep on scalping those profits every time we get the opportunities too.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so I think I'm long Google now. I had an order there for the 120 bounce-ish area. Everything's selling off, so kind of I wanted it over here actually, and now I got it over here. So you know what? Let me just get out of that one because that wasn't a part of the plan. And yeah, Amazon, you know, making its way back down. So yeah, got some out, kind of fixing the average overall. Basically 20 cents out of the money on this. Yeah, if we're gonna sell, like I'm short AMD. I got like a little bit more size on that one because it was a really good trade. And, you know, Amazon, yeah, if this one, I mean, this is the thing, right? Amazon is one of those famous names for like midday, just bounce around. So, yeah, maybe hold on to this one. If it really gets below 41.80, then like whatever, I'll take the L on that. But if that happens, then that just means that AMD is going to continue lower. So, yeah, we're getting that bounce action. Let's cover a little bit more over here. I'm going to cover as this works for me. I almost want to say that the 98 level is critical for like a bounce because we probably break the level and then quickly reclaim 20 cents. So, you know, if you got the majority of the size, probably a better idea to get that out at 98 and then hold some for the dream. But yeah, I'd expect a bounce here at 98. Most likely like break 98, flush, and then if it does reclaim, you're going to get that 20 cent bounce for sure.
Yeah, people covering their profits so they can go afford lunch, as apparently someone in the chat saying. That's pretty hilarious. Pretty close to what I said earlier too, right? People just trying to take their profits and come back at a later time when the volume shows up in the market for them to put some damage in there. Microsoft right now also pulling back along with the overall market. Still up on the day though, up 1.95 for Microsoft. Apple also pulling back to VWAP and slightly under VWAP. I could expect a move to 167, which is also below the 50-period EMA. Not too far below 50-period EMA, though, would be the low of this range over here. Would also be the low of day, I believe, if Apple decided to push down with the help of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 here, which are trying to go down to the VWAP areas, basically. So here's NASDAQ, VWAP around on the day chart. I see on the 5-minute chart over here, I see 13,300, but I see VWAP over the 50 period here over here at the 13,300. Maybe a long to be attempted around said area for myself at that price for the NASDAQ futures as we're pulling back slightly. I don't think we're break VWAP. I don't think we have that much weakness in the market today. Clearly, lots of positive catalysts in the market. So we're just going to try and lean on said positive catalysts in the market. Still pulling back is S&P 500 over here, now at 41.95, 41.96.
So guys, you can't even see the candles on my chart anymore because I'm covering like a madman. AMD, this is basically expected running into the 98, 90, 90, 10, 98 level. This is where I wanted to cover the majority of it because I thought, we're going to go to 98 and then we're going to bounce. It just kind of makes sense. It's a liquidity vacuum, right? When you get a hard sell-off like this, you got to imagine that it could reclaim it just as quickly as it sold off, right? But for the most part, what you tend to see is the big sell-off, the bounce back, and then in the next minute candle, if it's good, it'll go right back to the lows, right? So I cover using the volume to cover, right? And this is like a good learning experience for everybody. If you're trading a little bit more size relative to whatever you're trading, obviously look at the book to see kind of what's trading, what's moving. But just understand that you want to use the volume, the strength or the weakness to get yourself out of the trade. That's the main thing. Because now as it bounces back, if you have all the size still and you're bidding or you're thinking maybe it comes back, like the sell-off was here with the volume, now it's like the sideways action. So it might see your order, not fill it right away. It might stress you out a little bit more. So yeah, for the most part, this is the logic as to why you use the volume to cover. Because if you don't, if you're the last one out, then it kind of makes it a little more challenging managing that execution. But for the most part, the thesis was take the short, saw the size, figured, okay, on the break of the size, it'll probably add that steam to it. So it's like a really good trade. So, you take a little more size, cover, and still in the position, got a nice average, 98.44. And, if we continue lower here, it's going to be good. I think, let me just get out a little bit more here because I'm just going to get out a little bit more here. Because I'm looking over here at the market, and it did break through 4,200. I'm not convinced that we're actually going to break VWAP and sell off hard. I'm not convinced. And with that in mind, it's like we look like we're going to sell off, and then we instantly rip back through 4,200, and guess what? AMD will be right back up at my average, and I'll have to cover over there. So let's just continue to take some off. Keep that profitable trade. But hold a little bit in case we do break down and continue. Obviously, this is my trade. I say a lot of we, but for the most part, just kind of from a technical perspective, it kind of feels good. And if it wants to hold trend here and continue, it'll be a nice VWAP test for sure. And Amazon, Amazon not working anymore. It's selling off a little bit. A little bit lighter on this position, out of the money, 15 cents right now. I think I could probably get out for flat if I'm patient. Yeah, like my average is 24, which is not even too crazy. It's right around here. I think I'm done with this trade. I really thought we were gonna go, and now that we didn't, I'm like, hey, let me work out of this because it's a slow mover. I'm not really adding to a loser. I'm more playing the range, kind of within expectations. I have the defined out there, but yeah, let's just actually take a little bit more off over here, and then if we pop back, get some more out over there, and essentially will probably work itself out to a break even.
So someone was asking, so red candles are buys? No, so for red candles for him, most likely a short entry, and the greens are, that you're talking about is AMD trade, right?
Okay, yeah, so basically my candles, if it's initiating a short, it'll be red, right? And blue it's always blue for buying, but if it's a short position, it'll be red. If it's a long position, it'll be, the take profits will be yellow. But sometimes what happens is I'm long, right? I'll be long, and then I'll put a stop order in. So I'll be long, I'll have a stop order for the full size. If it comes down here, just get me out of the position. But then it works for me. And then when I take it off with the stop order in, it'll show up as red because it already has the sell order. This is just our program. It's essentially, it has the sell order. So it's okay, this factors in that you're going to sell your long. And this is now initiating a short. So it comes up as red, but it's actually just taking profits. It's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, if you're watching the trade, obviously, this is long. It shows on the board too that I'm long. So obviously I am long. And if it comes up red, just know that that's just a system thing. And yeah, for the most part, the shorts are red. This is a nice short here. And yeah, let's break that low. I don't even know where it is because I can't even see over. Let me just remove my my things very quickly here. Removing the fills because I can't see where the low is. Yeah, 97. Oh, it didn't break 97.90. Okay, I got some more out of Amazon there, so that was pretty good. This is going to be a flat trade overall, but yeah, 97. I kind of like this trade a little better. Like if this continues, if we do like sell off, if we break that 97.90, looks good, right? This is where the consolidation happens, so this is like where the expected kind of bounce range action is. This is not really like an example of like anticipating, but like another good lesson here is like going back to that using the volume to get the fill. You know, it's like if you say like, oh, this looks like that zone where it like made a decision before it made the move up. The expectation is that like this is maybe the zone where it's going to make that decision before it decides where it wants to go after that, right? So the logic is make your life a little bit easier, get out in the zone when it's going into the zone using the volume because you just get the fills like very quickly, very nice smooth fills. You know, and then because then if it's going to bounce and you're trying to get out of the trade, it makes it a little more challenging. So that's basically the logic. Like you have the idea of where it's going. Get out when it's a little bit easier, and then hold a piece for the dream. So yeah, holding a piece here, percentage-wise, not really sure how to calculate it off the top of my head. Sometimes I scale out in random numbers just to be, you know, keep things interesting. You know, excitement is always good. And yeah, happy I got out of that bounce of 120 on Google because this thing now below here, maybe 120 resistance, right? It's like I got above, did all this action above, break below. Now maybe we go sideways and go down, but obviously, you know, depends on the overall market. Does it want to continue to sell off? Does it want to bounce back, go higher? So yeah, we'll see what happens. And last thing I'll take a look at here for you guys, RDBX. Let's have a look. RDBX. Not sure. Red box. RDBX. Let's have a look. Back at 2. Okay, yeah. So this had a run to 5 and just died, and like now it's like really dead. Like this thing is absolutely dead. It's SSR though. You know, when it's SSR, I don't favor the short. I just don't like the short. Tough trade. But yeah, down 42%. Not looking good for any of the longs on RDBX. Feel bad for anybody who is long, but you know, I'm not looking to really trade this name today. But yeah, thanks for bringing it up. You know, absolutely dead. Sometimes I pull up these names and I go 2. No, did I type in the right stock? This thing's at 2. I thought it was like at 5 like last week, and it was at 5 last week. Holy, okay. Yeah, so Amazon now working.
I love watching you get excited.
11 cents. Somebody said yesterday, they're like, Luca is more passionate about teaching than he is trading. Yeah. And it's kind of funny because like, when someone's like, oh, like, can you give an explanation for this? I'm like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, like, let me talk. I could give an talk for days, talk about this and that, whatever. And then I'm like, okay, now I'm trading, and I'm just like, yeah, trading. Okay, yeah, back to this. Let's see what happens with this one. No, because trading, it's like I'm locked in. I'm kind of stressed out, you know, like whatever. It's trading. Everybody knows.
That just means you're taking your emotions out of your trade. You're being a robot, and then now that you're not in the trade, it's all about let me explain stuff. Let me put my heart into it. Let me put some emotion into it.
It's so much easier to just teach as opposed to trade. I'll tell you that much.
Someone in the chat said, "What's for lunch, boys?" It's actually funny. I walked back there to grab my apple juice bottle, and I saw, you know, Sean's little healthy bowl meal, salad meal. I saw Steph's salad meal, and then I saw Brandon and Neil's salad meal, and then I have mine, which is just straight up fat boy meal, just a burger just sitting there. I was like, huh, so there's a clear discrepancy in people's food styles, and you can just see directly over there. But, you know, I can't wait to try out that burger. It looks like some of you already ate it. Hopefully it's good. Not sure if you guys ate it. Actually, pretty good. All right, okay, then I can't wait to try it.
Pretty good.
Pretty good is what I heard. Yeah, that's a good answer from whoever said that. Someone also mentioned, actually, now that we're talking about burgers, real quick, let's go to Wendy's, because Wendy's had a earnings report in it today, and they missed on that earnings report. I actually got short on the break of low a day, which was around $20.20. I wrote it down to $20. I thought 20 was going to break. It didn't. It popped back. I added, and then I got stopped out. I added again, and I got stopped out. I said, forget the stock. I'm not taking more damage on this position. Even with the negative catalyst, because the market was strong, it just kept you know, retaking some of these levels to the north side, and now holding at VWAP is Wendy's, not really trying to go too much to the downside. Another comment that I picked up from the chat is watch the market go to 4,200, reject 4,200, and then pull back to 4,175. I don't really want to see that happen. I would much rather watch the market go long at 4,200 and break 4,200 over here. As Luca also mentioned, which is I can't see the market going too much below VWAP today, man. That CPI catalyst is way too strong of a catalyst to watch the market go back to the downside. Maybe it can go to the 4,175, honestly, which is the level that you called out, futures trader. Maybe it goes to 41.75 to find some buyers, maybe to the 100-period EMA, but it's going to be really hard for me to see the market below VWAP for too long. So if it does go down there, I'll be taking way more long than I have been going long, and I'm currently long again at 41.98, and I've been taking profits. So just scalping my futures trades constantly in and out, just adding to my P&L.
Yeah, kind of insane here. Yeah, if the market wants to go back above 4,200, then the short AMD is not gonna work. But if it breaks down and then scales me out here, then it will be nice. It will be nice.
There we go, 4,200 breaking.
Yeah, like I'm now. So yeah, Amazon. Just to kind of highlight this again. This is basically what I did here. It's like I loaded, I took some out. I took some out just because I'm like, well, if we continue down, then I'm going to get out anyway. So let me just start to get out. So get out. Holding a little piece now. Basically a flat trade. It's like this whole process is flat. I'm basically flat on the name. Managed it decently well. And yeah, that 98 kind of holding.
You good
like
there, bud?
98 feels like it's holding. Like if we get, it feels like if we do break the 97.90, we're going to flush and then reclaim. That's probably what's going to happen. But if the market wants to go up right now, then yeah, this could turn very, very quickly. So I have orders to see if I'm going to get wicked out on those, but for the most part, I'm covering slowly covering over here because yeah, this thing could easily like whip back like 30 cents to the upside, and yeah, I mean, if it goes up and then everything goes up, like I'm getting out, so I might as well get out in a winner as opposed to getting out in a loser there. But yeah, holding some for the hopeful downturn. GROV halt. Let's look at that. GROV, not on NASDAQ, on New York. GROV, maybe you want to have a look at that as well. GROV on New York.
Bro, you're the low flow god.
Well, it's not. This is another one of these. So guys, this one I have nothing to say on these. Like it's like there's nothing happening. There's literally no candles. Like there's no candles. And then it's like then all of a sudden, boom, to the upside and halt. So, and a crazy move. So I don't know. I mean, you're like, no thoughts on this. Thanks for the heads up. Appreciate it. No thoughts on these. This is always like a no trade because like there's just no liquidity. It kind of goes insanely wild. I think the common theme is like everyone's like waiting like, oh, like what's the next low float IPO HKD that's gonna run? MGL did it. Is GROV gonna do it? Like the thing is this, right? It's like, I mean, like if you want to gamble on it, go right ahead. But it's like it's hard to say, right? Like you look at it, I look at it from my side. I'm looking at the daily. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like this thing, like I guess like 8. If it breaks 8, then it's gonna run to 10. Maybe it breaks 10, and like the high being like 23. So like anything's possible. But it's like I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine on that one. But yeah, definitely appreciate the heads up on these halt plays. Love to see it. ARRY, sure. ARRY. Let's have a look. ARRY. Is that Array Biopharma?
ARRY?
This is a biotech. I think this is a biotech. If I'm not mistaken. I remember ARRY stock. Let me just quickly
Array
check.
Technologies.
Oh, no. Okay, this is a different name. Yeah, I don't think this is correct. It's not 100%, obviously. ARRY. Oh, this one's actually like decently strong here. Dragging over the daily, kind of spent some. And look at this. This kind of feels like a reverse head and shoulders. Going back to these like pattern plays, it's like this is like a pattern. Like on the daily, reverse head and shoulders, showing human behavior. Then you get the breakout of the neckline, and just to draw it for visualization purposes, it's like creating that inverse head and shoulders, then the breakout, then the test, then the run up, right? So this is like or you could even justify maybe some sort of cup and handles, but looks like head and shoulders, like shoulder, head, shoulder. Then the breakout. It's like if you catch these patterns on the breakout, and this is what I think people try to do, right? It's like, look at this, it broke out. Is it going to continue? Well, if you, sorry about that. If you kind of pull it back from here and you're looking at it and you're like, oh, okay, it broke out, some sideways action. Is this going to continue? Like, nice odds on the bet. If it falls back through, you say to yourself like, okay, yeah, it's kind of like dead, falling down, whatever.
They don't give you one?
So yeah, it definitely interesting. It's kind of extended now though, so it's like from a day trade. Like I mean, I would be looking to fade this, but it's like a strong move to the upside. Maybe you get that like, and I'm just looking at this level here, that like 23 to 24 resistance area. So just basically kind of gauging it from this. It kind of slowed down a bit, but yeah, if we get back sort of like a little double top on the intraday, but if we continue up that 23 to 24 area, it is interesting for a resistance area. So yeah, I'd be watching that to see how it kind of reacts. Just quickly glancing back at Google as well. I'm just wondering like how is this holding up against the 120 area? Yeah, exactly. We're getting these like kind of wick through 120 and then reverse. Not really sure I want to short or long this name. Might just stick with my positions right now.
Yeah, don't worry about it because I remember watching reviews saying they don't give you a charger in those boxes. I remember watching those reviews. If you guys heard us yelling across each other with Luca in the middle, we apologize. I initiated that. I apologize.
It's funny because you guys like start talking and like I just get louder and louder because I'm like I need to hear myself speak or I don't know where I'm going with this sentence.
Yeah. Can you take a peek at CDZI, whatever you want to put the Z over there? $4 stock with only 100,000 shares traded. A little light on the volume end, but what does it mean on the relative side? CDZI. Come on. Bang, bang, bang. 1.18 relative volume, which is good. Anytime over 1, it means it's doing decent amount of volume for itself, that is. 29% to the north side, but we did give back some of that move that we got off the opening market. Looks like the stock has been popping up for quite a bit now. Not sure what happened over here. Maybe I'm missing the data, but clearly looks like it's a green side for the most part. We had one red day for a lot of green streak on CDZI. What does this stock even do? Cadiz Inc. What is that? Cadiz? What is Cadiz? What sector is this even in? This is in the finance real estate development sector. Ooh, then if this is in the real estate, then I think it's a short, honestly, because the real estate market is going down for the most part. So we'll see how that one ends up playing out in the near future. What water infrastructure? That's what CDZI does. Okay, real estate, water infrastructure. If it's just real estate infrastructure, then maybe I would be a little bearish about it, because the real estate market has been bleeding for quite a bit now. My friends who recently bought a house, their neighbor's house sold for like I believe below asking price. So the market's clearly struggling in Toronto, and Brampton, where the market's not supposed to struggle at all, is struggling to sell houses. Then that's a big red flag for me. We'll see obviously where that one goes to. Obviously, something that made me really look for is timber futures. I was watching Big Timber on Netflix, and I was bored. I was nothing really to do, Luca. Don't laugh at me.
No,
I was watching Big Timber on Netflix. I was like, oh, that job looks interesting. Maybe if this job doesn't work out, I can go try out that job. But more importantly, the cost of lumber. Like one big tree is worth like $50,000 once you chop it up and everything. It's like, wow. Yeah, like these are some tough jobs, some real crazy jobs over there. But these prices of lumber keeps on going up, obviously, because of COVID a little bit, and supply issues also caused that. Let's see how lumber prices keep on going up or not. I'm thinking about buying some timber futures for my long-term account, but I don't know how to roll the contracts for my long-term account just yet. So I've been a little patient on that. I need to have a conversation with Arun or my broker, I guess.
Yeah, just kind of update here, scaling out of this AMD chop action. Really, if the market is going to go back up and go back into this range here, got to get out of that. Got to just kind of like scale myself out there. But yeah, holding a piece for maybe like a VWAP bounce. That's kind of the logic on this one. And Tesla ? Yeah, sure. Let's have a look back at Tesla here, see what's happening. Yeah, the short was not good, right? Like shorted, I thought we were going, we didn't. It's a bunch of chop action. I probably could have like not lost on this, but at the same time, it's Tesla, like things, it's just like, yeah, it's going to go down. It's like, nope, we're going up, and who knows how high we go. So this thing, it's like this could be an extended move to the upside, and it could just keep going, right? So it's like, that's why it's the challenge there. Yeah, Amazon working, now, but so yeah, maybe maybe actually get a win out of this one if we run to 143 area. But yeah, top of the area. If this holds trend and continues, probably just get out in front of 143 there. And yeah, 42. Q. Can you give your thoughts on Q? CUE. Sure. CUE. Well. Let anything under 500,000 shares traded, especially on a $5 stock or lower, is not really like something that interests me. Because keep in mind, like we're day traders, right? So like we're day traders, we're looking at things that are moving.
Yeah, day trader.
We're waiting for like some type of catalyst, and we're saying like, hey, we're gonna jump in over here because it makes sense from a risk to return, right? So if you're looking at like this, and I don't know if you're just asking in general, like what are the technicals? Because now it's up on the day, but this thing is like dead, right? It's absolutely dead. Kind of bottomed out here at 250, but it really needs to like get over that 350 area for a potential move to like 450, like 5 type thing. But yeah, I mean, look at the chart; it's pretty self-explanatory. Just down, right? So any pop, like pop, drop, pop, drop, pop, drop, pop, drop. So now pop. I don't know if history repeats itself. Maybe another drop coming. But down on the day, right? But, there's no volume here. There's just really no interest. For me personally, would rather be in things that are moving. Yeah, I guess, like, and here's the thing, like, AMD, not to go back to this, but just one more thing I'll say before I'll just let this, like, hopefully work for me. It's like, I'm like, oh, yes, it's going to do some chop action. Then it's going to probably fade, so I'm going to hold some. If I was actually, like, an amazing trader, I'll be like, I'm covering nothing because this is definitely getting to VWAP. And it like does exactly what I think it was gonna do. Then I'm like, wait, let me get some out in case it pops. And then finally, everyone's like done doing the same thing, which is probably covering over here. Then you dip down, and now the real question is this gonna reclaim and then go back up? The Tesla, the Tesla, what I said yesterday. Obviously, like CPI is like, it's like CPI. We go up, we go up, we go down, we go down. I was thinking like maybe we're gonna go down, but obviously we went up. The thing is though, is like look at the move, right? Like you have the move. The strong move to the upside, and I was like, we're not going to see 900 again, but we were actually super, super strong. We're getting so many Fs here.
Yeah, we're good. I'm signaling to Lucas. We're good. If anyone's having signal issues on your side, please just refresh your browser, and that should fix it. I actually jumped out of my futures long at once 4,200 came back in, but we only came back in under 4,200 for a second over here, so that I'm a little upset now as we push right back above 4,200. I have an order to get long at 4190s. Let's see if market pulls back to VWAP. Maybe we get a long at 4190, but I'm no longer going to battle this 4,200 level because we are whipping back and forth past that. It looks like a pretty pivotal level, obviously, as we have a 10-point room to the upside, 10-point room to the downside for VWAP and for the high a day. I think diddling in the middle, as we say, is something that I'm not going to be doing at the moment. I'm going to be hands off on it, but clearly market wants to go back north without me, which is going to be a little painful, as that was my trade. I had the long right there. I took my profit, my next profit, and then I got stopped out. Let's see if the market can pull back, hopefully, so we can get some of those longs and also pull back so Luca's AMD shorts can pay him off over there. I'm just focusing on the futures. So sadly for you guys, the futures positions won't show up on my position board. I see a couple people in the chat saying, oh, no positions, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I am in positions. It just won't show up on there because it's a futures position. If it was equities position, it would for sure show up on there. Brad, the audio is messed up. Not sure about that. Everything looks good. I think just refresh your browser, my friend, and it should be good. But yeah, let me know if it doesn't work after refreshing. Click refresh if audio, video is out of sync. Yeah, that's what even Bears versus Bull is mentioning. So I think refresh should be the best fix that we can point you towards. Sadly, it's not on our end. It's the YouTube end. Let me see on the work chat. Hold up, sorry. This is a pretty old news, I guess, because I was talking about FWONK, which is Formula One. Prices, upsize, private offering, $425 million. Atlanta Braves as well. So those were the couple catalysts over there for Formula One stock, which is, again, what was it? Liberty Media.
I'm always blown away at how, like, it's like, oh, I'm short AMD, I'm long Amazon, and they're both working. Like, go figure. How is that possible? But yeah, nice to see it. And I was going to say something. Google coming back down to VWAP. Going back to the Tesla thing that I was talking about. So you got the 200 period, which is at 910 area, right? So this is the logic. It's like you have the 200 period. It's sitting at the 910 area. I don't have it on this chart, but if you pull it up, you'll see it that it's at like the 910. So we had the kind of, not blow off top. I don't want to, say that, but it's like we ran to 910. We did that sideways action, then we failed, right? You had Elon selling shares, so we failed off of that level. It's kind of holding this like blue line trend area. So it's like obviously like, you had earnings, break of the range, kind of bounce, continue. Now is this bounce or is this like weakness and then fall back through? I don't think, this is the thing, right? I'm short bias when I was saying I don't think Tesla will see 900 again. And not to say what confirms it for me, but it's like, look at this. Strength in the morning, everything up, but Tesla, couldn't even get to 900 and then just failed and just below VWAP and now like sideways action, right? So maybe for the rest of the day, it's just going to be sideways action. Maybe you pop, you drop, pop, drop, and roll, whatever. But, for the most part, if we get, I want to almost say like if we do sell off, get below like that 840, even like that 800 is obviously far away, but it's kind of like if we like start to make lows as opposed to have inside days, then there's definitely room to go to the downside. You're going to get 800 support. You're going to get maybe that 760 support. And then if we're back in this range, like if for whatever reason 4200 is the top on the ES and we turn from here and sell, like, you got to imagine there's room to go on the downside and Tesla might test that 650, break the 620 and go from there, right? So anything's possible. Kind of playing off that 910 area on the moving average. You definitely got to let it breathe because it is Tesla. But again, it's like you don't want to get in the middle. Like I tried one time, it was a fail. Kind of felt like we're going to sell off. We didn't. But yeah, I'm not gonna try to overtrade this name too much. These kind of outs look good, but man, I wish I had my orders here still. Those would have been nice fills over there. And somebody's saying no commercials. Yeah, no, we don't have commercials. I don't think. We could have commercials in the future, but the YouTube ads. Okay, I see. I was like, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not a. Yeah, okay, I'll just leave it there. It's forming a cup and daily on the handle. Hexo potential breakout trade. Why do I feel like there's going to be no volume there? Let's have a look quickly. Hexo. Oh no, decent. Oh, but this is 20 cents.
What is?
Hexo. Wasn't this like
$7 or something?
Okay, this is well, no words there. Just guys, come on, like this. Like look at this. I don't know. Like it's like I'll just leave it there. No words.
The wheat stock, right?
I think it's a wheat stock.
Yeah, the marijuana ETF, the marijuana stock, still waiting for their catalyst, I guess, to figure out what they want to do. Honestly, I was itching to diddle in the middle on the futures here once again, but no, we're gonna slap ourselves on the wrist. We're gonna stay disciplined. We're gonna try and just wait for our levels to come into play. We'll see if we can get a maybe breakout of the high day at 42.12 for the longs, which I don't think are happening until the power hour or the longs at the VWAP area below 4,200. We're not going to diddle in the middle. That's right. Workhorse being talked about in the chat also. I believe Workhorse's earnings report was a couple of days ago, or was it today? Let me go actually make sure. KHS. It was yesterday. Okay, yeah, so August 9th, yeah. Yesterday after, before market open, Workhorse earnings report. Obviously missed on their earnings report. Big down move ever since that catalyst about, I believe it was the president canceling the deal with Workhorse and so on. Anyways, everything's considered. Workhorse today up about 11%. Thank you to the market, honestly. Besides, if the market wasn't green, I don't think Workhorse or any of these other stocks, even SoFi today, sadly, would not have been green. Is SoFi been green? And what's going on with my, are we frozen? I'm frozen. Luca, take over. I'm
yeah, sure.
frozen.
Looking, somebody's saying, is AMD going to get back above the 98.20 level? I mean, it tried, right? It gave that one try and it couldn't. And now it looks like maybe we're going to go lower. Like, this is the thing that I personally hate. And this is a product of, like, midday moving. It'll break. It looks like it's going to break down. Then it quickly reclaims. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to fly to the upside. It just means, like, it breaks down, it reclaims, it goes back up. Then it starts to break down. and it really like starts to break down. So I mean, I'm short, like you guys see, I'm short, and I want this to go down, obviously, you know, work for me. I think it's reasonable that this could test 97.50, like on a flash down, you know, 97.50 area. But yeah, I kind of expect this to like, if it does get down there, it's gonna like get down there, it's gonna quickly reclaim it. So this is one where like, yeah, I better have the orders there to get the fill. So let me double check that. Where are my orders here? Maybe me be a little more aggressive with that one. Yeah, 97.50. I think we get there. You know, you get the down move, you get the chop action, then you get the continuation. Pretty textbook, pretty solid, pretty happy. I'll cover if we get 97. I just don't want this to reclaim. This is my problem as a trader. I don't know if you guys have this problem too. I see it, I'm in the money. I'm like, oh, should I take the profits? I'm like, let me take the profits. Then it keeps going. Then I'm like, maybe it's good for another move. But yeah, no, just got to be patient and, you know, see if this one wants to continue to the downside. Maybe get that 60-50 test here and continue. The overall market is, you know, kind of, this is the thing, right? And going back to just overall market and how everything's moving together, it's like we broke 42, we came back, we're curling back down, but it's not really selling off. It's like grinding, right? So like, because it's midday, less volume, you're expecting this action, but at any moment, boom, we pop, right? And if we pop, you know, this quickly goes back to 98. So yeah, you know what? Let's just cover a little bit more here because I was going to cover here anyways. Take the 80 fill and see if we can get back down to 97.50 and go from there.
Yeah, it's we're good to go now. Looks like it was just my my specific Ethernet cable that got messed up, and you know what it takes. The old Indian meme. It's not the Indian meme, but the old IT meme. Did you try restarting your computer? It worked, thankfully. Why do I gotta say it like that? It's my people, man. I can say it. It's my people. Did you try restarting your computer? But yeah, SoFi over here.
The best part is that like when they say like you
My
know
name
like
is Bob.
oh, tech support, did you try restarting it? Like no, and then you restart it and you're like it worked. It worked.
Oh,
Okay,
you're a smart guy. You know what you're talking about.
kind of amazing
Damn.
how it works.
But yeah, I don't know how that works. How does restart always work? Or like plug it out, leave it for 30 seconds and plug it back in? What about plugging it out and plugging it back in always works?
There's some questions that will just never
Never be
know.
answered, right? Maybe it's the alien inside of our wall. He's like, I'm just gonna mess with the connection a little bit. I do
Yeah.
believe in aliens. That's
Could you
right.
imagine?
S&P 500 pushing back above 4,200. Sadly, without me, so that's gonna be a little upsetting once again. But that's fine. Let the market do what it wants to do. It's that time of the day where Prad's just gonna be a little bit on his hands and not get burnt over there. You know, no reason to play with fire because we're gonna have lots of fun, lots of fire to play with later on in the day from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. That's called the power hour, and I don't think the power hour today will turn into sour hour. So we're gonna have some good long opportunities if market dips down to VWAP, and if the market doesn't dip down to VWAP, then I guess we're just hanging out by 4,200 until 3 o'clock, and then we can take that longs at 3 o'clock near 4,200. Here's SoFi, 7% up on the day as I wanted to talk about it, but my PC kind of froze up over there. Still trying to hang out near the high day after yesterday's catalyst, which was pretty negative. Yesterday we rejected $8. SoFi over here trying to reclaim $8. If there is a stock that I would attempt to be short on, it would be SoFi near 8 most likely, as that level is going to stand out for me. We're gold now. It was just my P Pro 8 that froze up for a second, but restarting it was everything's good. But that's a Randy for anyone wondering who was there. You go. You want to wave, Randy? Hey, we got the man with the Superman shirt on and everything. He's here to rescue. So thank you, Randy, for coming by. Markets still
Guys, hit the like button for that. Awesome shirt there. Hit the like button. I think we're sitting at like 2,800 likes.
Let's go.
We could easily get that to 3K, right? We got 4,000 people watching. And, you know, I love to see it when I was like, guys, hit that like button. I know you're enjoying the show. And then the likes just start to pile in, you know, so it kind of blows my mind every time. You know, hopefully you're enjoying the show, staying profitable. And great question, Prad, are you from India?
Yes, sir. And this is not red, bro. He said I'm straight to, you know, we're not gonna mention the name of the gang or whatever affiliation, but this is not a red shirt. I'm not Suge Knighting it today. This is the orange golf shirt. I'm representing my uncle's mortgage. Yeah, I'm not sure igniting it today. It's my uncle's mortgage company, Greater Toronto Mortgages. For anyone in Toronto wants to get mortgage, holla at my uncle. And uncle, you better give me a cut out of that paycheck, boy. Because listen, he gets box seats to like these NHL games and basketball games because of BMO and whatnot. And he's yet to give me a single ticket. I'm here representing your company, bro. Come on, hook me up. But we're gonna have lots of fun in the future. Hockey season starting up soon, NFL season starting up soon, basketball season starting up soon.
You know what that
Brad's
means.
bank account going to zero.
Betting season coming in hot.
Betting season, that means Brad's bank account going to zero.
Somebody, Pablo asking, guys, do you trade after hours? When earnings reports are released. I don't know if you're asking like when our earnings reports are released. So like they'll give you and I don't know if you're asking, but I'll just cover this quickly. I don't know if it's like they'll give you a time, right? They'll give you like 4 o'clock it's coming out, or like 4:30 it's coming out, or 4:10 it's coming out. Then you'll see like the crazy move in the price action. So it's the thing is there's a lot of like algos that are trading after hours as well, and there's like not as much liquidity as intraday. So you're gonna get the whipsaw actions. It's gonna be crazy. Things are gonna move. I like to say it's more of like a gamble, like after hours, because like you never really know. Like you don't know if they're going to be good earnings or bad earnings. You don't know if they're going to be good earnings and the stock's going to go down, or if it's going to be bad earnings and the stock's going to go up, or if it's going to go up and down and then not even move, like Coinbase. But yeah, for the most part, no. Like I don't trade after hours. Intraday trading here, and but always exciting to see those moves and kind of how they move. One of the other things I look for is the implied volatility of the move. So if it's like expected 10%, like if you are trading after hours, you see a 10% move, let's say like you're long and it goes 10% in your favor, maybe a good area to take it off because the expected move was 10%. So, if it's really strong like Amazon was, the expected move was almost double. The real move was double what the expected move was. But for the most part, you tend to see the expected move. Like the option market normally has it correct for the most part. Dave saying aftermarket, the real casino. Yeah. That's it's like different kind of casino. Like there's all types of casinos around for sure.
Let's send it over to Brando at the big screen for volume leaderboard.
Hey guys, busy afternoon. Here we go. Look at U.S. listed stocks for you. Nicely positive. According to this graphic, this is 10,945 individual listings on this board, 8,259 of which are in positive territory, about 1,000 basically flat, only 1,700 to the downside today. So very lopsided on the strong side so far today as we head into the afternoon. 962 lows, 102 new highs. Top of the leaderboard today, this TTOO, little 14-cent stock. 121 million shares traded so far today. TQs, SQs on here as they normally are. It's been a long time since we got to 100 million shares for TQs, but looks like we'll probably get there today. Helbiz, number 4 here today, 63 million. AMD, CCL, SOXL on here, the semiconductor ETF, Ford and VTA, 45 million as well for that one. Down here, this is the actual percent gainers, 62% is this little CLWT. Had news in the pre-market this morning, $2 stock as well, 41 million for that one. So all kinds of volume, all kinds of movement, regardless of where you're looking, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, TTOO, take, it just reminds me of Take Two with that ticker, but it's not Take Two, it's T2 Bio something. Let me quickly check what is in T2 Biosystems. And someone in the chat saying 122 million volume is not enough for, or not considered a lot for TTOO. I would actually deny that statement on that side. I'll say you're wrong on that actually, because relative volume is 9 times when it's bringing in 123 million shares. That's actually a lot. Anytime a stock has more than 2, it's a lot of volume coming in behind it. So you got to keep in mind that certain stocks might have very low volume on the board for it, but that doesn't mean it's low volume on it. You got to always do it for a relative scale according to that stock specifically. So average, what is it again? Average daily volume is something that people look at on a daily basis. I look at relative volume because I think relative volume is more minute by minute / I think I don't know how Trade Ideas calculates it exactly, but it's probably around the 10-minute marker every 10 minutes or so it updates, or probably updates every minute. I just haven't watched it that much to know exactly. But TTOO doing tons of volume. You want to see penny stocks bringing in hundreds of thousands and hundreds of millions of shares. Sorry, anytime a penny stock is not doing 100 million shares, that's when I'm not interested in it. Is there something you were looking at, Sean? Oh,
Yeah,
futures just popped there. Okay.
It's kind of funny, like you know, I have like obviously my screen is to the right of me, and this is like the chart screen in front of me, and then it's like nothing's happening, and then like green all at once, and then Sean's like, oh, and I'm like, oh, what's moving, and I see, I was actually thinking, I'm like, I want to cover this Amazon so bad, and the reason being it's just not working. And I had an order. I'm like, okay, we're now running to 43 or 143. My order's sitting there, and just cannot get there. And I didn't like cover here. Just dying to get out of this one. But yeah, whatever. And AMD maybe that few. And this is the thing, right? It's like we're not really selling off. So at any moment we fly back above 4,200, like we go, right? We go to the upside. So maybe maybe this is the bottom. I have such a small position left on AMD though, and like this is the money. Made the money, have the small position going for like the extra 40-cent move. So I'm okay to actually let this go back all the way up here and stop me out. Like I'm okay with that. Just to hold. I mean, it's like obviously paid myself a good portion there. So I think the right move is to hold here. So I'm gonna hold it. If I get stopped out at break even, I get stopped out. Whatever is what it is. But yeah, Amazon, not so sure I'm going to hold this. I just don't know. It's not really selling out. It's just like making my life difficult. Look at this. Scalp in, out, out. Holding the last piece for the out over here, but now we're back down. Whatever is what it is. Guys, we got 2.9K likes. I don't see like the numbers behind that. Can you see the numbers behind it? Or you can only see? No, that's it. It's like 2.9K. Are we at 2,994? Like, 6 more likes, get that to 3K, and then it's like, okay, sick. RDBX about to juke a bunch of people battling. Wait, let me read this. RDBX about to juke a bunch of people bathing in chicken soup. I like that one. Guys, and I was saying something yesterday about quotes, like trading quotes, and I found the quote, and I sent it to you. Not you, but I sent it to the group. Oh, okay, now it's going to be way at the top. So maybe look at something as I find this one.
Yeah, you're good. RVNC being called out in the chat. 795,000 shares traded so far, trying to continue holding its trajectory. Did not once come back to VWAP ever since 11 o'clock or so, or 10:30 actually, was the last time it was at VWAP, and it just straight rocket ship to the north side is RVNC today. Pretty insane move, honestly, if you ask me. 17% already coming in as the NASDAQ. Someone in the chat, I think it was Dave. Dave hates 808s. Not sure why you hate 808s. 808s are a beautiful instrument. Yeah, Dave hates 808s, calling out that we have 4,200 people in the chat. S&P 500 hanging out at 4,200. So let's get that like counter going, baby. Let's see if we can get to 3K today. That would be amazing. 3K likes. Pragi going platinum again. I don't know about that one.
Not on 3K likes.
3K.
See, now things are different now.
Yeah, we get
3K
time.
now. So now it's like if we get that to like 10K, 20K.
Okay, I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We got like what 10, 20,000 people that watch. We get all these views. I don't think it's. I mean, I like to even though I have like my own statements, it's like you gotta shoot for the moon. Like aim high kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's possible. I would love to see it, and I think you look dope blonde. So it's not a bad look. It's not a bad look. All around. I'm trying to find this.
Bro, I'm just out $500 for a new phone right now. You think I want to go spend another $500 for a blonde haircut?
Yeah, you gotta spend some money.
Yeah, I don't want to spend another $500 to go blonde. Are you crazy? Like, I'm trying to save my money over here, my guy. I gotta spend it on Valorant skins and Tarkov skins, okay? I got better things to spend my money on.
I got nothing to say to that one.
Hey, it's like an NFT, It's an in-game NFT. People buy NFTs that are going to zero. I buy skins in-game that don't really go to zero because I can resell them. So my NFT is worth more than your NFT at this point.
Here we go. Okay, I got the quote. I just found it. Guys, sick quote. Trial by fire, learn by doing. That is trading for you. Trial by fire, learn by doing. You're going to get burned. It's going to be a lot of learning. It's going to be a huge process of taking a lot of pain over and over and over and over again. And there's really like nobody who's going to like teach you. You know what I mean? You're teaching yourself, trial by fire, learn by doing, and then hopefully good things happen afterwards. And you got the scalability to, like get the ball rolling and kind of continue to scale up there and do well, I would say like don't get discouraged by losses. Everybody takes losses. Just learn from them and try to come back better and better the next day. And if you're exhausted, size a little bit down. Like don't push the gas too much. I got a bad habit of that. It's like I'm exhausted. Take a couple bad fills. And things don't go well, and it's definitely painful, but it is what it is. It's always a learning experience. Live to fight another day. It's not the end of the world. I mean, trading's hard. You lose, you're sad, but who cares? Because then you come in the next day, you do well, you're happy. I would say don't be sad or happy. Don't even do that to yourself. Just come in, do whatever, and that's it. See what happens after, but make sure you're sticking to the process and trying to get better every single day. Position still in the money, basically both 20, 30 cents in the money. Someone was saying GROV was halted. I'm not sure if I spoke about this. Halted to the downside and printed probably flat if I had to guess. Looks like it printed up, but sometimes you get these dark pool wicks. This thing kind of up, down, but again, there was no volume before, and volume can fall off very, very quickly on this name. So just be cautious of that one. Google's still staying below that 120 level, so maybe should have had the short. I just wasn't convinced that we're like going enough. Like maybe you could have got 50 cents out of this, but I wasn't.
What is
like,
enough though?
Well, the thing is this, right? It's like sometimes I'll see a trade, I'm like, oh yeah, like this is gonna reject 20 and we're gonna go down. But then I'm like, but I don't know because like VWAP's right here, it's up on the day, like we could turn at any point. Like I like the AMD short because we were so high up, right? And we had like that pre-market level where we sold off. So I started the short with like less size. Then I saw like the size on the book and I'm like, okay, this became like a whole different trade now. I'm going to smash the short and like then you have room to move, right? So you have the room to move. With Google on the other hand, at the one, like over here, there's room to move. Over here, a little bit less room to move. With these names, large caps, I'm not thinking in terms of percentages. I'm thinking in terms of cents, just because of the nature of the game. I'm saying to myself, maybe this goes 30 cents, 40 cents in my favor. Maybe it's like a 10-cent risk. So call it a 3-to-1. But when you are looking at small caps as an example, I like to think in terms of percentages because, it's a lot of the time you get the tape teleportation. The moves are very sharp. There's a lot of volume that's coming in. So it's just nicer to think in terms of percentages. So like if you're at 7, like what is like the expected move on this thing? What do you want to see? Like let's say you're short bias and you're playing off the 8 level. Well, if it's at 7 and there's a 70-cent move to the downside, that's 10%. Call it a $1.40 move to the downside, that's 20%. So this actually gave you, more than $1.20. Like this gave you like almost $2 here, right? So it's like $2, divided by 8, whatever the math is on that. Call it 20, 30%. That's the sweet spot. It's like those are the expected moves. Is this going to do that move? That makes it a better trade. That's why I'll size up and then risk off this level. Obviously, you can't do that on Apple. You're not saying like, oh yeah, like I'm short here, 168. If it gets down to 167, that'll be like a 75 basis point move. Like, it's just better to use sense over there. And Jack's saying, sorry, one sec, I'll just keep this going. AMC, take a look back here at AMC. I know because you're always like, oh, Luca's trading it, so have to look at AMC there. So
someone said, can I look at AMC anyway? So I'm glad you're doing it.
This is the thing. I kind of knew it was coming. I'm like, oh, AMC. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take that one. So I had the long here at the VWAP move, and I thought we could get to like 2250, but then we broke down. So I just kind of bad feeling, sold it off, and getting that rejection of VWAP now, right? The thing is though with AMC, this thing will play games as long as it can, right? The meat of the move is the morning fade, coming down towards that 20 area. Now that kind of extension took place, it's probably just going to be inside for the rest of the day. And I don't know if you were there when I was explaining the daily kind of logic there, but it's like it had the move, then it grinds its way down. Like obviously hindsight 2020, oh yeah, I should have just short here and held. But the thing is this is, even if it does it, it's not going to make it easy. It's going to grind lower. You're going to have the 20 level. It might be good. It might not be good. It'll bounce, dance around, like volume falling off very, very quickly. AMC to me is dead unless we get above 27.50, which would be a new recent high.
So I was just reading about the Roblox report over here. Apparently reported 52.2 million average daily users, about 1 million shy of the consensus, which is the estimate. but it was up 21% from year early. So that's actually a good number. That's a good increase if they are up from year over year, but they're just off by the estimates. You know, sometimes these guys throw out these outlandish estimates just so they can mess with the companies. I'm just putting on my tin hat over here. Another key number that went up is average bookings per daily active users was 12.25, down 21%. So that's actually on the opposite side. Does that mean that the average user is paying $12.25 less than they used to? I'm guessing that's what it means over here, down 21%. So Roblox over here, a little bit of a mix because active users went up, but the number of active users paying is going down apparently. So that's not the right key metrics that we want to look at. My futures positions once again in the money. Let's go. I know I said I wouldn't diddle in the middle, but when Sean said, whoa, look at that pop, I said, okay, futures wants to pop and doesn't want to go back below to VWAP. I'm going to go long again. So I went long, scalped out, and now we're holding it for the move to see if we can get a little bit more oomph, a little bit more juice behind this move over here to allow us to capitalize on this position and stay green on the day. We're really attempting to just stay green on the day. My goal right now is every single day green for this week. If that's something that I can do, that's going to be a big boost for my confidence, big boost for my trading mentality overall. And then I can come in next week and absolutely start demolishing the trades even more by sizing up a little bit. So that's something that I'm looking out for myself, just laying out my overall plan, not that you're interested about it or anything. Here's Trade Desk though. What did I say? Why would you bother shorting Trade Desk today? Trade Desk now pushing to that beautiful number that Neil throw out in the morning, $75. The high day $74.87. We did pull back about 30 cents off of that high day, but still looking strong, lean, green, healthy machine for TDD over here. Does not want to pull back, and even if it does pull back, we got VWAP for support. We got 71.65 for support, where the big buyer has been buying up all day, just accumulating shares, and all of those key factors combined, 36% for this position today. Absolute rocket ship. We got a super chat coming in and a new member. Well, I think that's bugged. That James notification has been there all day. For some reason, it's bugged. But we got a super chat coming in. Thank you, MN America, with the $5 super chat talking about AERC. This should be the company that creates the vents for the airplanes, right? AERC. It is, yeah. AeroClean Technology. Should have IPO'd at around.
Oh, yeah.
AeroClean?
No, it's funny because that one reminds me of, AeroClean.
Yeah.
It's AeroClean, but that one reminds me of the Wolf of Wall Street, where he's like, I got a A1, Aerodyne Technologies, cutting edge technology out of the Midwest, and it's like a kid in his garage.
Or when he tried to Steve Madden it, but Steve Madden was actually a decent company, right? Shout out to my boy over there, Jordan Belfort. What was his name? Jordan Belfort?
Jordan Belfort. Jordan Belfort.
I was thinking about Grant Cardone for a second. That guy is another crazy guy over there. Lots of crazy gurus now. These guys are just turning into YouTube gurus, trying to sell classes. That Grant Cardone's class cost too much, man. Maybe I could do something like that for half of that cost and actually teach valuable things for once, unlike what that guy does. We'll see anyways where that one goes.
A lot of the time you could learn this stuff for free. If
exactly.
You put your mind to it.
I mean, look at what we're doing over here on Trader TV Live. There's Discord servers that pay or ask you to pay tons of money to basically show you what we're showing you, but they're not even showing you their executions. We're showing you our executions real time. We're talking about it. We're losing in front of you. We're making money in front of you. We're doing everything. Whereas these people behind those screens at Discord servers who you're paying to, they'll take a position and they'll use you as an exit liquidity, and they won't even tell you about it. So if that's not worth hitting that like, the subscribe, the thumbs up on every single Trader TV Live video that we drop, I don't know what is.
Guys, NVTA made a high a day. I got the short here. Beautiful wick off top. I don't know if it's going to come back through and then run to 4. I have no idea. But if this is the top, because this is classic, right? The high a day move. And I mentioned this. It's like it kind of falls off. It's doing nothing. There's really no trade here. And it's pretty self-explanatory. It's like, look at this. There is no trade. I mean, whatever. You could justify the long. It's holding support or whatever. But for the most part, it's like I'm not really looking at that. You got the wick off tops over here. Runs for high of day. Take the short. And then challenging fill. But now if it wants to run back down here, you know, I have the top. So if it goes up and then makes another high, you know, I'll say it now. You got me, market makers. I'm gonna stop myself.
You got me. What was get me once, shame on me. Get me twice, shame on
You can't get fooled again.
You can't be fooled again.
You can't be
yeah.
fooled again. Hopefully everyone knows that George Bush. That was
again.
pretty funny.
Okay, looking at the chat right now, people are talking about Tesla. I see Brian James constantly trying to pump a stock over there, so I'm gonna stay away from mentioning that stock because you said you wanted to pump that stock. That's your fault. If you didn't say the word pump, you might have got a chance to make me pull that stock up for you. Kenny G has entered the chat like Kenny Griffin or Kenny G? Uncle Sax Kenny G. Which Kenny G? Which one are you talking about? Either way, welcome to both of them. I was going to cover AERC for a super chat, then we got sidetracked over there. So let's bring it back to AERC. I believe the stock, if I remember correctly, was supposed to IPO at like $4 or something. Launched up, or IPOs at $40, launches up to 120 in the span of 3 days, and then dies down, comes right back to $40 in like... the very next day right after that, or very next week, right? Lots of destruction happened on this position, but we do get these random pops to $25. What the heck? When did this happen? I don't remember watching this. I remember watching this, but I guess this is where Luca remembers trading AERC a little bit in these ranges. Yeah, I remember watching it in these range on the IPO. So clearly we did pop back to 25 at one point, coming back down to those $3, $4 area where the IPO was supposed to be at. Now the question is obviously, what does AERC do on the earnings report, which is on the 31st of August, or approximately 31st of August?
Yeah, it's I'm laughing because you're like, I remember it from the IPO days when it was like $20, and I'm like, damn, they did a really good job selling that. Probably Jordan Belfort was on that one. No, just kidding. But yeah, NVTA, you know, slowly, maybe gonna work. So we'll see where this one goes. Amazon working, and I think that 143 is safe to see. This is the thing. If we now break 4,200 and run. Like, yeah, I don't want to sell Amazon here at 4,300 because this is going to go, and this could easily go 44, 45, like into the end of the day. So I changed my mind on this one. I'm taking off nothing. I'm going to let it go. You know, it's kind of like if I wanted it, I should have took it here. And now I'm just going to let it go. I think we're going to go for the rest of the day. That's kind of my feel. Yeah, we're going to go for the rest of the day. So I'm going to hold this. I'm not taking anything off. I'm holding for like 44 if we can even get there. Then I'll be up nice on the name. So yeah, we'll see what happens there.
Why didn't you tell me that before I took my profits on the futures over there? Why didn't you say we're going to go for the rest of the day? Like, you're going to tell me that now after I take my profits? What a good co-host are you, bro?
It's so easy to be like, look at this, right? I'm getting out. I'm like, okay, we're going to go. Then we fail. I'm like, we're not going nowhere. I'm selling this. I even said this. Like, anybody who was watching me, it was over here, and I'm like, I'm dying to sell this. I'm dying. And this is the thing, right? It's like this is the point of max pain for some reason. And they're like, we got him. And I'm like, no, I'm not selling this one. And then they're like, oh, we don't got him. Okay, back up. And it runs all the way back and then makes a high, right? So, nope, not selling this one. I'm never selling this one. I'm 62 cents in the money. It's Amazon, right? I'm never selling. Like, buy forever, hold forever. I'll sell at the close. That's where I will sell this thing.
Hey, man, Amazon and Google yet to break that $100 level. So what's my name again? I forgot. Prats-Tadamus? I forget how to even say it.
Yeah.
But yeah, strikes again. I called it. We're not breaking that level. Someone in chat wants us to take a look at Jumia, JMIA, 15% to the north side. I guess you want me to quickly give you a technical read on it in case you want to make a trade. We got a triple top coming if you want to include the pre-market levels, or a double top over here. I guess that's a good enough of a scalp area for the short side. You can load in your shorts over there, ride it to the downside to VWAP or slightly close to VWAP, and once that level breaks, you just walk away from that trade or you flip yourself long, because as Lucas said, I also believe that the market will continue going to the north side, at least back to the day's high, as we are now holding 4,200. So I did cover some more profits on my futures long, but I'm also holding, let me zoom in over here. Took out another exit over here, but I'm holding to see if I can get that move to the day's high to 42.12, I believe. Yeah, 42.12.25 is the high day on the S&P 500 mini contracts. What is it on the main contracts? Let's go check it out. It's the same thing, 42.12. Upstart doesn't want to stop. UPST. I guess Upstart has a pretty good short component in it too. And also anytime Upstart starts moving around or the market starts moving around, Upstart goes along with it. 35% short floor for Upstart. 17% move to the north side today. SSR day 2, if I remember correctly. I think Upstart dropped down 10% or more yesterday. Let's actually go confirm that real quick over here. NASDAQ. I don't want this. NASDAQ, what am I looking for again? SSR list. NASDAQ SSR list, not NASA. NASDAQ SSR list, short sale circuit breaker. Download this list, Control F. What stock was I even talking about? UPST. So Upstart is on that list. So it is day 2 SSR for Upstart, which means smashing bids will be harder. Only people who can smash the bids are the longs looking for an exit. They can the shorts who are trying to go short, that is, will not be able to punch the bids. They have to wait on the ask and can only get filled as the stock is going higher. So right now they're going to have a lot of people chasing the shorts to the downside. For those of you who think that Upstart's overbought and needs to have a correction coming into it, especially after having the negative catalyst and then not too long ago. Upstart also pushing to yesterday's high, also to the 50-period EMA on the daily chart, all of them giving you a confluence of a trade near $34, only 50 cents away from $34, so I think that's great risk to reward. My phase? Is it popping? That's because they're scamming people again, bro. What do you want from me, man? They're gonna push the stock to the moon and they're gonna pull the rug on everybody over here. There we go. The rug pulls are coming in on FaZe Clan already. 14% to the downside. FaZe Clan back at it again, doing what they're best known for. Always, never failing to do what they do. Offload the shares onto their beloved viewer base. Let's go, FaZe. This is what I love to see. When companies and people do what they're supposed to do, hats off.
Hats absolutely off. Somebody's saying I want a taco salad now. Or that's the Neil's
Taco
comment.
salad? It's not even Tuesday.
Yeah, guys, let's. I'm starving. I'm absolutely starving right now. So try to stay away from the food comments, cause yeah, absolutely hungry here, and and I'm surprised NVTA did not sell out. Beautiful fill, beautiful.
That's a pretty good fill.
That's a good fill.
That's
an amazing fill. That's I took the trade and I was like, if this is what I think it's going to be, this is going to be the nicest fill ever. And I thought we're going to flush, but we're not flushing. We're not flushing. We're holding. So it kind of worries me, but volume, it kind of died, and just got to be patient with it. Again, if it rips through highs, whatever, get out of that. And yeah, I basically said, I'm like, if AMD runs back to my break even, I won't be mad that I lost the trade. And it's okay, it's doing exactly that. It's we were down here and just whoop, back to the upside. So yeah, probably just gonna get stopped out on that one. You know what, actually, I don't even love this anymore. Now market's moving back. Let's just cover this here. I'm just gonna cover this here, whatever is what it is. That was, it's basically got in over here. So it is a win, technically. But yeah, I just feel like it'll stop me out anyways. So yeah, better to just take that off right there. And let me just cancel this other order. And we're good. Holding Amazon, short NVTA, and let us know anything else is moving. FaZe, red, NLD.
AMC getting back above VWAP here, slightly above VWAP, getting back above $22. Obviously, we're watching AMC like a hawk today. It's been up it was up in the positive territory for a little bit, but now still, was it up in the positive territory? Maybe not. Maybe I'm tripping. But the AMC still down 1.34%. Trying to see if we can hold up above VWAP. That's going to be the main question for AMC over here. If we close above VWAP, that's going to be a little bit of a question mark for me in my head. But enough for the apes, as they love the stock and they keep on sending it to the moon. I honestly thought we would see 30 today because the market moves to the north side, absolute green off the CPI number. So I expected maybe we get another big rally towards $30 and then we reject off that 30. But looks like that level never came into play today. Pretty surprised though that we're still above $20 today. If that's the case, I guess I'm not surprised. I'm happy that we're still above $20 today, because if tomorrow's a red day in the market and AMC's red, that 20 break short is going to be something that we're all going to be watching. But if tomorrow's a green day on the market and AMC's close to 20, then a long off of 20 or a long off of 1980, 1965 will be something that we'll all be watching also. Currently, AMC trading sideways a little bit, same as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Still holding on to my long on the S&P 500 futures, waiting for a possible retest of the high day of 42.12.
Yeah, I took a long here at Google. I'm not super convinced, but I feel like we're breaking 120. Just feels like for sure we're going to break 120. And then if we do, we could pop like 20 cents for this. I don't love this trade, so like, yeah, smaller size. But, if the market's going to run back to that 42.10 area and then go for a breakout, like this is a great long in my book. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But obviously, 120 is the general like resistance area. So it's kind of like an interesting scenario for myself. It's like it like popped. And this was like look at this, right? 120 showing resistance, right? I'm trying to make this like basically showing resistance. Then it breaks. Now all of a sudden it's above 120, right? Comes back through 120, rejects, bounces off VWAP. Now testing it again. So we could easily like fail here. And if we do, I'll just get out of this trade very quickly. But if it breaks 120 and goes, then 120 will act as support again. So let me just very quickly. I love doing this. I love getting a nice screenshot here and being like, okay, now if we like either we reject, go down, but if we go up, maybe we could go, do something like that. No, it's possible. You got to remember this. These are not dollar moves. These are like 10-cent increments over here or whatever. So yeah, if we go back up, obviously this is crazy, but this is kind of that resistance zone, right? So. Like we'll see if it like goes sideways over here, then continues, runs for a high a day. This is all dependent on the market. I love drawing, so just figured I'd bring that up very quickly. Kind of funny. That's what I see happening. But if it doesn't happen and we go back down and we break like the 79s, 69 cent area, then maybe we're going back down. So I'll just get out of that one. But this is more of just like a gut feeling type thing.
I'm just talking to Fahad over here. When people in your clan literally have the name Rug in their name as their username, maybe you want to be a little careful over there on that side. Just a little joke with Fahad. Anyways, coming back to the market, S&P 500 pulled back a little bit off the 4207 areas. What did I have up here? Nothing important, so I guess we'll move away from that one.
We got size at 383 here.
Go for it.
Size at 383 on NVTA. 3,000, 2,500 lot. It's not like size, but it's like relatively size compared to the book. And somebody's like, yeah, Luca's about to get stopped out. I was like, no, come on. And then, no, I'm not stopped out. I'm still in it. It ran for the high, but yeah, the size is there. Should I add to this? No. I'll just keep it. I'll keep it. The size is there. I think I'm protected by the size. And yeah, no, whatever. I like the trade still. Maybe we go down. Hopefully we go down. Did I just see everything turn down for the worst now? Okay, watch this. Ready? AMD is now going to turn down. I am the top. Great. Okay, love it. Amazon going to now turn down, but I'm still never selling. But again, smaller position in the money, 47 cents, I think. So yeah, we're good there. And yeah, no, Google maybe no good here. Might have to manage this one. Yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Luca pulling a drawing like Trump's hurricane charts. Yeah, going nuts. Target for Amazon. I don't know. That's a great question. I want to believe that 144.45 is on the table, but maybe not. Maybe it's just a sideways. If we're going to get an extended move, we're going to get it probably going into the end of the day. So it spent so much time going sideways. And then, let me just get my trusty snippet tool out here to kind of show you the logic of where I think this is going. And guys, this is not financial advice by any means. We all know where this one's going. So guys, we came down a little bit. We're maybe going to get a bounce here, run, break 43, and then just like get some of that, right?
It's not got a Google move
Well,
behind it.
because Google, it just
Come on, that's
no, but
weird.
Google,
It's not
Google.
moving, I don't want
No, Google. But this is the thing. Google had a crazy move. It's Google 120.
fail, boo.
boo. Yeah, no, but this is like, slow. I think this will be like a slow uptrend. That's kind of my. And based on this, like I want 145, but maybe 144 should be the target area. So yeah, let me move that down to 144. And we'll see where that goes. But yeah, I don't know, Google, I just feel like that 120, getting that burst action, it either comes or it doesn't. But, Amazon slower in my books.
Yeah, I always love watching your pictures that you send in our group chat when you're like, there's a little correction, it just does a pop, or there's a little pop and it just dies off. I wish moves like that were actually real, but sometimes they do happen. Here's TTD though. TTD pulling back from the higher day of 74.87. If you were short 74.87, giving it the risk of 75, you're loving it as now the position that you were risking about 20 cents on, you're in the money $1. So congratulations for TTD shorts. This is Trade Desk. Trade Desk obviously coming in with a boost in their revenue off the earnings report catalyst, bumping up 35%. Honestly, when I saw the stock was up 35%, I was very hesitant to even go long, but that level at 71.65, I saw how many times we got to 71.65, rejected, and then keep on bouncing above it. So I just had to take that long from there, and thankfully ended up being a very successful long for myself on that side. Here's S&P 500 pushing back to 4,200 and actually broke 4,200 by about 1 full point. Now I'm watching it like a hawk as it gives me my entry, my 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. I don't even know how many times I've been trading this one now. My most traded position on the day are the futures over here. Have been just going long at 4,200 and scalping at every single pop. Right now we're sadly a point out of the money, but let's give this a little bit of a wiggle room. Let's see if the market wants to go back to VWAP and then start going back towards the higher day. If we break VWAP and start pushing below VWAP, I would be very confused and shocked, honestly. But that's where don't anticipate and participate comes into play, because we are all sitting here guessing and throwing out our theories, but we weren't really ready for the other side of this trade, which is have your theory, but be ready for the opposite side of your theory to not work out. I know you guys enjoy listening to us talk all day over here, talking about stocks and futures, but we never really talk about currencies, so it's time to go to Brendo for Money Talks.
Hey guys, quick update for the currency markets this afternoon. What a day it's been, obviously, for stocks, but what a day it's been, obviously, for this board as well. Currency markets, all because of top of the board here, the dollar. Huge move down on this the inflation number this morning, not the jobs number. 106.5 all the way down to 104.5 in a straight line here. 1.3% right now, downside for the dollar. 103.2 to the upside once again for the euro. So 1.07% back higher. Canadian dollar back higher as well, about a full percent. British pound back to 122.5. Big move for the pound. Everything very, very positive, including Bitcoin and Ethereum. 8% move, 1,834 right now for ETH leading the way. But off a cliff went the dollar this morning, guys. Back to you.
Barry Jones apparently sent us pizza, so I'm expecting some supersata pizza, baby. Let's go. The well done supersata, super well done with the super black olives on there, everything. No, whatever you sent us, we appreciate it. I can't wait to see what type of pizza coming in soon then. But here's the futures getting back above 4,200, and we're long 4,200 exactly, so I'm enjoying it. So once again, 2 points in the money over here, and keep on adding to my P&L. Looks like we're not going to go home red today. It's going to be 3 for 3 green days on the day so far. But you know what? The day's not done yet, so we can't count our chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be counting chickens unless you are meal prepping, and then you're like, how many chicken breasts should I eat this week, Guys, I'm just staring at my NVTA fill. Like, if this goes back down and reverses the whole move, like, this is going to be a beautiful chart. I short here, and I'm like, my target, I should be, call it 3. We could really, that's a huge target. maybe we get the view. I mean, it's holding up pretty well. It's holding up pretty well, but volume's not there. But oh man, if this one goes down, that's just going to look absolutely beautiful. Luca, I just sent you guys large pizzas from Frank's. Oh, yeah, beautiful. Thank you so much. Can't wait for them to get here. I love pizza, and I'm sure everybody loves pizza. So you know, definitely super excited. I'm starving, so yeah. Now I can't even think about trading. I don't even know what to say anymore. I got my 2 positions. They're in the money, and I'm chilling.
Yeah, I'm big starving. That's gonna come in very clutch for us over there. Trust me, we thank you for that. It is 1:36 Eastern Standard Time. And I don't know about Luca, but I haven't had anything all day except for liquids and 2 Cinnabons. So that's pretty much all I've eaten. I'm starving also. So thank you once again. AMC pushing back above VWAP. Luca, you want to talk about it, or you want me to talk about it?
Yeah, sure. So one thing I'll say quickly, someone's like, can you have a look at NEO? Which reminded me, I have an order sitting here to get short in front of the 20 level. And it was at this point in time, like when we started the show, like 11, 12 o'clock here. I thought like maybe we could like hit 20, like pop and then drop. We didn't get that action. We didn't get it. We just kind of sold off from there. But the thing is like the thing with NEO, right? It's like it does the move, then it just does nothing for the rest of the day more often than not, right? So in terms of like looking at this now, it's like unless it's at a level that you like I like the level, I like the 20 level. I think technically, from a technical perspective, you could play off of that level. But I wouldn't I'm liking the short. I'm obviously I want to take a short there and like risk off 20 kind of thing. But I don't like the short here. That's the thing. I don't like the short here for like a 10, 15 cent move down. I just don't like it. I would love for it to like break 20, run the stops, come back below, then the trade is on. Then it's on. But until then, it's not on. That's my thoughts there. Oh, and getting to AMC, which was initially the question. AMC, the same common theme, right? It's like AMC, it's gonna probably stay within this range over here because this is like the extended move, right? It's like you get the nice move, you have the nice move, and then it stays inside, right? It just stays inside. Maybe like the volume drops and if this is kind of like speculation on my side. It's like if there's algos on this name, and I say algos loosely, obviously there's algos on every name, but like if there's algos that are using the volume to get in and out, break levels, get in and out, do their thing, eventually it dies off. What happens is it dies off, the algo's done with it, and then it fades off. So that's basically what we had yesterday. It was just kind of the algo was basically done with it and just kind of fell off, right? That was kind of this vibe over here. But it kind of feels like, the meat of the move was this morning, and unless you caught that, I tried the long there, obviously didn't work. But it's not really doing anything. It's just kind of staying sideways. So I don't know if you're asking what do you think AMC is doing in the future? What do you think it's doing today? Really, AMC is done. I think it's done. Maybe there'll be 1 or 2 good trades, but it's very, very small window of edge, right? So kind of nail and bail move right off the morning. That's about it. The guy's stock market hates me.
Elon Musk sold some stock for Tesla, even though he said he wasn't going to sell anything. And some of the speculations are that maybe he's going to get enforced to go with that Twitter deal, right? From DOJ. DOJ might just come in cracking down hard, breathe down his neck, and force him to buy Twitter. In which case, he needs to go through with that deal again and try to get money as much as he can for that $44 billion takeover. Talking about takeover, Swiss Chalet, Sean, something that we always order from when our catering is done, could be going private soon. Apparently, some company Fairfax wants to take Swiss Chalet private. That was a push notification that I saw yesterday. It is Cara Foods, but they want to take over Swiss Chalet over there, Fairfax. So that's going to be something to keep on watch. I guess Cara. I used to work under the Cara umbrella. I used to be a line cook at Montana's. I used to be a line cook at the one that starts with a W, I believe. I forget what that one was. Jack Astor's. So Kelsey's, that's the one. Kelsey's, not W, Kelsey's, K. So a bunch of Cara restaurants that I was at a line cook at. Great times because honestly I learned a lot of things. But one thing I did not like was the fact that all of your body arm hair is just burnt off and you have oil stains everywhere. Oh. So that was the worst part about that job. But besides that, man, I learned a lot on that job. And right now, learning a lot over here too. Learning how to no longer put my physical body body at pain. Instead, put my mental body at pain a little bit for a bigger reward. And loving these rewards as the S&P 500 keeps on giving me these scalps at the 4,200 level area. 4,200 once again, 3 points, 4 points of the money. Getting ready to scalp out some more. Actually, now that I'm saying it, let me just throw the order out there. See if I can get some fills on this push up. Just constantly scalping, leaving some size for a possible move to the high side, which I can capitalize on later on.
Yeah, and I'm just glancing back here at everything. Tesla broke 880. Yeah, you know what? Tesla, this is the thing with Tesla. I'm like, oh, the short is good. And no, the short is not good. Now it's like breaking out. And I was like, okay, maybe the long is good. And then it's going to like reverse again. Yeah, no, kind of interesting. But yeah, you know, you definitely want to play off of key levels with Tesla specifically because, and let me just show this very quickly, you know, just to kind of, for everybody, watch this. Ready? Boom. It's a ghost town. So there's only, like, this is like very different, obviously, like, than Apple. Do you know what I mean? As an example, like Apple, you got like liquidity over 2 lots on the book, right? Tesla, ghost town, right? Ghost town. So that doesn't mean anything. Obviously, there's liquidity like in dark pools that you're just not seeing. You know, there could be iceberg orders, but for the most part, you don't want to depend on like these random levels that show a bunch of ones there. So things can go. And somebody's saying inverse Luca. Oh, that would be awesome. Like inverse me. You guys can, right? Like our positions are coming up, so go inverse my trades. And then let me know the results there because for me, I mean, it's doing not too bad. Like that AMD trade was like super solid. That was kind of like really good. And Amazon like still in that one, but for the most part, everything else like Tesla was like a loser. Like Roblox was a loser. Google was like a flat trade overall. Like that was basically way less size. AMC basically flat less size, and you know Apple winner there. So yeah, overall, you know could be better, could be worse, right? But yeah, that'll be awesome. Luca, gotta watch Google again. Yeah, the thing is I just like cut it because I'm not like watching it, but maybe it's gonna go now.
Yo, price is way too high. You need to cut it. Your price is way too high. You need to cut it. Cut it. That was a banger, but when it dropped for like 2 weeks and then it just died off completely, exactly like it should have. But here's Roblox. Your price is way too high. You need to cut it. Roblox, man, trying to make a new high a day, breaking above $46 now. I know Sean's loving it. Sean was long on Roblox today, I believe. Sorry? Put it in the chat. Yeah, put it in the chat. Long 45.78, and now we're looking at $46 breaking. So Sean's absolutely loving this stock. I mean, he's invested in it. He knows more about this company than I do. Honestly, only thing that makes me upset about it, this game or company, is the game. That's pretty much it, honestly. But the Roblox over here, beautiful trajectory to the north side after the initial drop from $50. Does it have enough power to reclaim 49 today? I don't know about that, but let's see if we can get a move to 47 at least as the S&P 500 keeps on going higher. NASDAQ keeps on going higher. Even AMC, only 0.5% down on AMC now, above VWAP. So market's looking green. My portfolio is not looking green, but my day trading today is looking green. I'm enjoying this week so far. Wonderful week for me, and it's not over yet, so maybe don't get too excited, Pratty. Calm down a little bit. We have about 15 minutes left on the show, guys. Be sure to hit the like button. Be sure to smash the subscribe button and all the other things over there that we always talk about. On the closing show, the like button refreshes. When you go back to the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendan at 2 o'clock, the like button refreshes. That means the counter starts brand new. Make sure you're smashing the like button on that show too, because they're too busy. They're too active to really be able to talk about the like button. Maybe sometimes they'll slip it in here or there, but there's too many things moving for them to do it. So I'm gonna take that liberty and ask for those like counts for that show also. Coming back to the market here, I'm going to pick some stocks out of the chat right now to see what stocks you guys are trading. Pratty Daddy, sadly, that's not a ticker, but if eventually, once I do go public, it's going to be P. Diddy. Hopefully P. Diddy actually doesn't sue me for that ticker.
Hey, guys, there's a ticker up 42%. It's DZNU, and then I'm not going to repeat the rest. Not going that. No. Yeah, no, I know. I'm making, whoever said that, I'm making you think that I'm falling for it, but psych, I'm not falling for it. I've seen someone say pizza with tandoori chicken for red shirt guy. Orange shirt.
Have you tried it?
That sounds amazing.
Dude, there is this
That
place
sounds
called Popular
amazing.
Pizza in Brampton. They sell the best tandoori chicken pizzas over there. I love Popular Pizza. It's legit. It's legit. If you ever go to Brampton, in Toronto, in Canada, Ontario, if you ever end up in Brampton, you gotta try tandoori chicken, Popular Pizza. Hands down, my family loves it. Everybody loves it. Man, now I'm just hungry. We're talking about pizza. We're talking about food. You want to show them the picture? That's the first one.
It's the first one?
Yeah, first one. Yeah, that's it. That's it, baby. Nice spicy tandoori chicken. It's got the coriander, green mint leaves or onions. Coriander, garlic paste. It's got the normal normal sauce that the pizzas are made with.
Starving.
Tandoori chicken, green peppers, and the crust is a little fluffy for my liking. I like a thinner crust better, but that crust is not bad either. Wow, we're just giving out the shout out to Popular Chicken over here for free.
I mean, if it's good, it's good, right? If you're good, you're good, and that's about it there. But SM fan, thank you for the super chat here. Super chat blue, right? Or is it orange? Or
Super chat, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
80, so Tesla resistance 874.68. That's like a super specific level. I don't know if you have that down because it's like a moving average level or something. We're obviously above that level now. The thing is I like to really, really simplify. Like for me personally, and obviously every trader is gonna have like their own opinion and kind of instincts, but like for me, I like to be like really, really like simple with my approach to Tesla. It's like you got the 900 level, you got the 850 level, you got the 800 level, right? You got the 200 period moving average, which essentially comes down like this, right? And it tops out right here. So it's at 910 area. So now that we've rejected the overall, like we had the sell-off, you know, we could get back there, but like I want to believe that that's like a resistance area because like a pretty significant level, like 200 period moving average. It's very easy to say like if we're underneath it, maybe the short is good. If we're above it, maybe the long is good, but it's a very like strong technical level. So maybe we gravitate towards that price. You know, if the overall market continues, maybe Tesla continues, maybe it tests there. And if everything is like running, if we go to 4,300, like there's no way, is there a way that Tesla stays below that? Like how can it stay below that if everything else is going? Like I don't see that happening. But if we turn, so it's like if we're long, I'm not looking long Tesla particularly. But if we're short, you got the level to play off. So it's like that's kind of my approach to Tesla. But again, that's a very, very specific level. I'm not sure like where that level is from, like whether it's like a moving average or whatever. But you know, kind of inside days. So like I'm not really interested in the name from an intraday perspective unless we like go lower or go higher. Then it just makes my life a little bit easier to trade it intraday. So yeah, that's my thoughts there. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. Definitely appreciate it. Luca, look at UPST. Sure, no problem. Quickly look at UPST. Oh man, this thing running to the upside. I want to see the daily on this because I was thinking short off of earnings. Then they halted, so obviously no trade there. But kind of feels like
yesterday's high.
It's a little choppy. It's a little choppy. It is a little choppy. Like obviously everybody knows UPST is the name that just kind of nuked and really went down there. I mean, if we trend to the upside, like yeah, I could get to like 50-ish. Kind of thing, like this area here. But the thing is like maybe, I don't know, it would have to be like extra strong. Like it's been suppressed for so long, so it could have a couple green days in a row. But yeah, for the most part, like from an intraday perspective, it's you know, it's pretty high up here. And I think this is yesterday's high as well. So I wouldn't really be long. If anything, I would play the fade on this. But you know, 18%, I'm not really sure if it's gonna fade. Maybe it like gets down to 33. So it could be good for a scalp trade, but it's SSR, so I'm not even going to bother with that one.
Brad, do you wear Crocs? What do I look like, Justin Bieber? Hell no, I don't wear Crocs. But here's the market, man, pushing to the north side. Now 9 points in the money for the S&P 500 futures long, heading right back to the high. They are the futures. Even NASDAQ pushing to the north side over here towards the high day. So we're loving it. This is the type of moves that I wanted. I'm now 3 times my shutdown. On the future side. So these are the type of goals that I want to hit on the day today. I'm actually debating if I should just take my profits and run away away from this trade, which is what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to take my profits, walk away from this position. It's a very successful green day on the futures for me. A little bit of a red day on the equities, but does not matter what the equities do for me today anymore, as we have absolutely demolished the S&P 500 side for ourselves here. Obviously, we'll come back in around 3 o'clock for more trades for myself. I'm going to take these next 10 minutes to just talk about stocks and then go for my lunch break at 2 o'clock and not push a single position. I want to make sure I'm holding to my profits. What's up, Luca?
Somebody in the chat saying, imagine the pizza never comes. No, don't break my heart. Don't break my heart like that. So guys, to whoever said NVTA, you're gonna get ready to burn your money. Here's the thing, right? Look at this. I was short. I'm out. What was my execution on that? 80, so my stop was like high a day, so like 85, 86. So I got in at like 83. I got out at like 86. So that's not a loss in my books. Like, this is the thing. Look at this move to the upside. I'm not holding against this move. I knew this move was coming. Like, I'm not smart, but I'm not dumb. You know what I mean? Like, so thing is like, this is risk management. I'm holding. I said it, right? I said it. I want this to go down. It's going to look awesome on the chart, but it doesn't look as awesome. But come on, risk management, that's solid right there. You got the $4 level there. Could be interesting for a breakout. Not so much a breakout, but just like continuation. If it breaks 4, maybe it continues. It's SSR, so I don't love the short anymore now that we made the high. So whatever, I'll take the flat trade on this. I tried to hold. I tried. If this went down, I would have been like, well, look at that one. That one was amazing, but wasn't so amazing. Maybe something to the long side for anybody that's interested, but yeah, I'm not too interested. So now where are we? Now I'm only long Amazon. Holding this one, not selling. Somebody said look at Google, like maybe now it's gonna go. Maybe it is gonna go. Okay, maybe get a. I don't know. I thought it was gonna go, but now that it bounced. Maybe it'll be a slower mover. Maybe Amazon will be the fast one. I don't know. It's midday. You got to manage your expectations accordingly. And then there was something else. Someone saying, NVTO, money, pizza, taking all this money. Luca, please look at CLF. Is there going to be a push? I'll look at CLF, but I have a feeling this is not in play for a day trade perspective. 6.5 million shares, just under 20, has not broken 20. Pretty clean daily setup here. Again? Down, up, down, curling back up. Probably get the resistance. This is what I look for, right? It's from a technical perspective, it drops down, it bounces at the 20 area, then it breaks down, curls back up. You're probably going to get some sideways action, some rejection around 20. Not to say that it doesn't break 20 and come back down. I just don't think that it unless there's a catalyst and lower volume, I just don't think it could break 20 and go 22, 24, because you're probably going to get anybody who was long over here, probably sells because they see break even. This is kind of just the little things I tell myself. So yeah, it's up on the day, up 4% on the day. Probably get resistance at that 20 area if I had to guess.
Two new members, I guess. One new member and one member who's replenishing, I guess is the word I'm looking for. I don't know, or renewing, that's the word I'm looking for. Renewing his membership or their membership. Suraj, thank you. Welcome to the family. And Sparky, shorts are in shambles again. Yes, they are in pain. The LUTs. But when a short seller or person who claims to be a short trader, that's me, I'm talking about myself, is not even looking to short anything today, I think that's saying something, right? But obviously, if you want to apply the inverse Pratt ETF on that rule, then be careful on that one because it's a little bit of a pain for the shorts today. I have been absolutely demolished in the longs, man. Here's my long scalps. I actually just now sent a screenshot to Arun to see what his opinion is. I already know what his answer is going to be. Way too many entries. Way too many exits. I already know his answer on that side. Yeah. He's going to tell me, you're scalping futures, Prad. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Just get in, hold on, and forget about it. But I had to change up my game plan because I thought if 4,200 breaks, we are absolutely running to the north side, and I will never have to look back. But that did not end up setting up like that. 4,200 broke, and we just had this 10-point scalp range to take advantage in. So I changed my game plan from get in and hold to constantly scalp and get in and constantly scalp idea, which has been profitable for me. I mean, it helped me stay green on the day instead of being red. And if we didn't do that, we most likely would have been red on the day. So not gonna complain too much, but always good to take screenshots of your trades, share it with your friends, share it with your mentors and so on. So that's what I did. And if you don't have friends to share it with, not everyone has friends who trade stocks. You have this community that we call Trader TV Live, right? This beautiful community that you've helped us create. You can head over to Discord. Go over to Discord, post your screenshots over there on the Discord to see if anyone replies, right? There used to be a section on our Discord, actually. Let me see if I can bring it down here. There used to be a section on our Discord where trade recaps, yeah, there we go. People actually posting their reviews and their videos. You can go check out their videos. You can even post your losing trades or your winning trades and see if you can get a feedback on it, right? I used to do this a while, then I got lazy. If you scroll back, you'll see, look at these note documents. I can actually pull up one of these documents to show you examples of how I used to, man, the glory days when Brad used to trade like an algorithm. Look at these. Look at these fills. Look at these exits, right? So these are the glory days when Brad used to trade. The glory days. When I used to trade like an absolute algo. Get short, absolutely demolish trades. But yeah, you need to journalize your trades, keep a track of them so you can
journal them, not journalize.
Journal is not
journalize is not a word, I don't think.
It is a word.
Is it?
You can Google it for me. It has to be a word. Listen, journalize. To journal, yeah, it is a word, right?
Oh, it is a word.
Yeah, come on.
Journalize. Bro. That's the first time I heard that word.
But it means to journal.
Cool.
To journal, but yeah, so
every day.
The point is to take notes, keep track of your trades, not only your good trades but also your bad trades, so you can read back on it, and I can be like, Microsoft, I tried to go long here, what happened? And I can read up on it. I tried to go long here, but it worked, but then I got stopped out, then I just stopped trying completely. So little notes like these will help you come back to your trades, and not only will it help you, it will help other traders too. So if any one of you guys want to go join up our Discord, do !Discord in the chat, sign up over there and share your trades and so on. I'm not creating words, guys. Listen, Squoze is not created. Journalize is not created. I might be English third language, but I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and NVTA, guys, you know what? Sometimes you take losses and the chart still looks beautiful. Look at this. Short. Looked amazing, right? Let's go back. Looked amazing. Thought it was going to fail. Got myself out. I don't know why I didn't flip long, but I was like, oh, 4, maybe the long will be good, the breakthrough there. It is SSR, right? So hopefully somebody had that. That was pretty solid to the upside. Ran like 20 cents, so obviously nothing crazy, but nice for a little scalp trade there. Man, what a move to the upside. What a move to the upside. Where did that volume come from? I don't know, but what a cover. What a cover. That's a 10 out of 10 cover. Absolutely happy. And Luca, don't be a hater towards Brad. I have no idea who Brad is.
Yeah, I don't know who Brad is either. I don't know who this Brad guy is.
I don't know this Brad guy.
But screw that Brad guy. Whoever that Brad guy is, screw that Brad guy.
No, always love on my side, man. Always love, never hate. Hate for some of these symbols that I trade, to be honest. But hate is a strong word, so you gotta just forget about it. Don't hate. Just love. Don't hate.
Brad coming in and saying, screw you too. No, Brad, we're joking. I wanted to hit show, but
Brad.
Yeah, I wanted to hit show the message, but I hit hide by mistake. Screw you guys too. No, Brad, we love you, Brad.
Not you.
We love everyone. We love all the Brads, all the Prads, and all the Chads. So for any one of you who enjoyed watching the Luca and Brad show today, please smash the like button and the subscribe button. We appreciate that a lot. It's about to come to the end of our show over here. Tomorrow, though, we'll be back at the same time, right? 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It will be Luca and Brad back in the hot seat. 8:30 in the morning, it will be Sean, Neil, and Brendan. But right now, this very moment, in about 10 seconds, we're going to be sending you over to into the closing show. Make sure you smash that like button on the closing show, please. I would appreciate it a lot if you do so. And have fun. Last but not least, go have fun at the closing show. Still tons of moves to be in this market. I'm gonna go eat some bomb pizza. If it doesn't show up, I'm gonna cry. But I'm gonna go eat some bomb
I'm
pizza.
starving, and thanks again for that.
Yeah, ciao.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left in a huge day for the markets. Back to the upside. Coming off CPI this morning, if you missed it, a much better than expected print at 8:30. If you joined us at 8:30, we were talking about a whole bunch of opportunities. We'll get into a few of those coming up here, but there you go. That is quite the board right now. Screen cap that.